ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Wagner mercenaries have left the Russian city of Rostov-on-Don after its founder agreed to put an end to his uprising against the Kremlin. All charges have been dropped against Yevgeny Prigozhin, who has agreed to go into exile, as the BBC's Grant Ferret reports.
Yevgeny Prigozhin and his men left for cheers from crowds who'd gathered to watch their late-night departure. A long column of armoured vehicles and at least one tank was accompanied by numerous police cars. The display of enthusiasm from residents might simply reflect relief that their city hadn't become a battleground. But the Wagner fighters had been condemned only a few hours earlier by President Putin. He'd gone on television to denounce treason, blackmail and terrorism, warning that those involved in the mutiny would be punished. For now, though, calm has returned to Rostov.
Nationals leader David Littleproud has rejected accusations of losing his temper at his colleagues and staff. Anonymous Nationals MPs have criticised Mr Littleproud's leadership style in News Corp papers this morning. On Channel 9, he's downplayed the leadership rumblings and suggestions his behaviour towards staff has angered some MPs.
No, I mean, that's all in the Beltway. Obviously, Parliament Houses, there's different opinions on a number of things, and we always try to express them, and that's how Parliament operates.
Online platforms spreading misinformation could face millions of dollars in penalties under new proposed government legislation. The draft bill grants new powers to the communications watchdog, allowing it to obtain data from social media platforms, news aggregators and even podcasts found to have misinformation on their services. The bill defines misinformation as content that is unintentionally false, misleading or deceptive. Disinformation is defined as misinformation intentionally disseminated with intent to cause serious harm. The Victorian Government has defended its decision to schedule major construction work during the school holidays. Level crossing removals and works on the Westgate Tunnel project will force train commuters to take buses on large sections of the Williamstown, Werribee and Sunbury lines for the next 2 weeks. A section of Dynon Road will also be closed until the end of August. The Australian Retailers Association is concerned the closures will reduce foot traffic in the CBD during the holidays. But government frontbencher Ingrid Stitt says the decision will minimise the impact.
We know that school holidays is a period where there is not as much pressure on our public transport and road systems. And so that's why we're using the school holiday period over the next couple of weeks to have a blitz.
The City of Melbourne is hoping to boost weekday visits to the CBD by establishing a new committee. The City Economy Advisory Committee would bring together industry experts and stakeholders to help boost foot traffic and spending during 9 to 5 hours. A similar committee focused on nighttime activities successfully boosted spending to 112% of pre-pandemic levels. Lord Mayor Sally Capp says flexible work from home arrangements are a major challenge for small businesses.
Predictability of when people are coming in is one of the big challenges. There can be a very quiet Monday and then the following Monday could be very busy. There could be a very busy Wednesday, but then the following week it rains and people decide to stay at home.
Council will debate the new proposal on Tuesday. Zoos Victoria has rediscovered a small reptile that was thought to be extinct. The critically endangered Victorian grassland earless dragon was once common in grasslands west of Melbourne, but it hasn't been seen since 1969. Earlier this year, the zoo discovered 16 of the dragons in the wild, and it's now launching a conservation breeding program using specially trained dogs to help sniff out more populations. The zoo's Gary Peterson says the tiny animal is incredibly difficult to find.
They're really cryptic. They generally occupy areas in the bottom of grass tussocks. They're really flighty, so, they will move to shelter like a spider hole or a grass tussock when tens of metres away.
To the weather now. There's a severe weather warning for damaging winds in parts of the central East Gippsland, northeast, west and south Gippsland, southwest and north central districts. And there are strong to gale wind warnings for most Victorian coastal waters along with the bays. For the state, partly cloudy with isolated showers near and south of the ranges, more frequent about the eastern ranges and the southwest. Possible thunderstorms in the far southwest. For Melbourne, cloudy, the medium chance of showers, mostly during the afternoon and evening. The very high chance of showers about the southeast suburbs and Dandenongs, with a top today of 13 degrees. Tomorrow a shower or two, 16. Tuesday a shower or two and 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 11 degrees. ABC News.
Gruen is back for a brand new season, analysing advertising utilising AI, CGI, GPT on your ABC.
What the?
Engaging enhanced Will Anderson technology.
Unsubscribe.
It's the future.
Real intelligence, artificially enhanced.
It's already here.
No actors, AI or actual, were harmed during the making of this promo.
Makes me feel so inhuman.
Gruen, Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
How much further can the West Coast Eagles fall, and is the coach's job in jeopardy?
It's been a bloodbath. Sydney's biggest ever win, West Coast's greatest ever loss. And there'll be all kinds of questions. We knew it was a low point, their lowest ever point. Now it's quantifiable by number.
The Dockers get right with a home win against the Dons. Can we now trust them moving forward in the season? And was that a setback for Essendon?
Darcy tapped it down. Switkowski hard up against the right hand behind post. Gathered, tried to get a hand pass back to Sarong. Falling backwards at the top of the goal square. He snaps what'll be the winner.
Has the Jeremy Cameron-Gary Rowan collision set a precedent for the match review officer? And what is the Cats' ceiling in 2023?
Rowan gathers into the open goal for his third, and that might be good night. Gary Rowan involved in the knockout with Jeremy Cameron in the first quarter. He may have just knocked out the Demons.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday
With Corbin Middlemass, Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy on radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
That's where we're coming at you from, just about every single angle. If you wind down the window in your car, you'll probably be able to hear us on ABC Radio across the country. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. The whole gang's here. My name's Corbin Middlemass, our number one picks, Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy. Hello, Lids.
Oh, Corby, good to be back again, mate. 2 weeks in a row. I hardly knew myself this morning getting out of bed. It was cold.
Yes.
Put the kids down. We're learning how to rollerblade in our house at the moment, so a lot of sore bums.
So the floorboards are copying it then?
No, sorry, we went down to the local school. But, it was good fun, but geez, it was cold.
You had a birthday this weekend in the Murphy household?
Yeah, we did. So Imogen turned 2, so lots of cupcakes and a big cake. It was a big
cupcakes
a carousel cake. Pretty impressive. So well done to Jessie putting that together. She didn't...
Well, that sting you. Did you make it?
Yeah, she didn't cook it.
Yeah.
Bake it, or whatever you call it. But money well spent, Lids.
Oh, yes.
It is school holidays too, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah. No, the girls are going to enjoy that over the next couple of weeks, that's for sure.
You guys always look a little more weary when school holidays roll around. Are you at school age yet?
No, in kinder and childcare. So childcare is still around, so happy days.
Yeah, but no Oz kick this morning.
No Oz kick this morning, so 3 weeks off. So Max wasn't impressed this morning, but he's looking forward to watching the Pies at 1 p.m. today.
The Pies?
Yeah, loves the Pies at the moment.
Right, so flirted with the Bombers earlier in the year. Obviously his dad's a Carlton legend, and now Collingwood.
Well, yeah, he learnt that you shouldn't support the Bombers in our household. Pretty quick, smart. But the Pies, they're good to watch, so no wonder he likes watching them. So he's set himself up on the couch watching the Pies today. He's got his iPad out with the ladder, so doing the rundown.
Beautiful.
Loves it.
Probably trust the Pies a little bit more than the Baggers at the moment. Is that why, you reckon? You got a few trust issues, Maxie?
There's a little bit there.
Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio, myself, Corbin Middlemass, we are all here at the MCG. It is not only cold, it is pretty gloomy too. You can't see the sky at all. So this thick grey veil hangs over the MCG at the moment. The floodlights aren't on. It is Collingwood and Adelaide, our first game for broadcast in about 55 minutes' time. So we'll have the full game coverage following Grandstand AFL Sunday, and then later today the curtain comes down on round 15. It is the Gold Coast Suns trying to bounce back themselves after they were humiliated by the Blues here last Sunday, so they play Hawthorn on the Glitter Strip. The biggest story in footy, though, is undoubtedly what is happening with Adam Simpson at the moment, and the big question that sits over the Eagles at the moment is, can it get any worse? Adam Simpson was asked that question surrounding the criticism that his team's been copying after a 171-point defeat yesterday in Sydney.
I'm not sure if that's possible. Criticism's there all the time, so that's not really part of good organisations. So we need to try and keep things as directed as we can internally, stick to our path, try and get some more availability and go from there.
Front page of the West Australian today was almost completely black, just with a West Coast Eagles figure in the middle of it with the heading worst loss ever. 171 points. It says that the coach's job's in jeopardy. Adam Simpson was asked about his mental state as well following the defeat.
Flat tonight. Yeah, that's a tough one today. Yeah, so, but it's not about me. It's about the players, about performance, more effort.
Do you still feel like you're the right man, though, to follow this plan?
Yes.
I know you laugh at that question, but...
Well, because you're asking it. Yeah. Well, what do you think I'd say?
Do you feel, when you look at the way that, that first quarter went, though, you had a lot of senior blokes in the middle and then you were smashed at the clearances. The injuries are one thing, but some of your senior players just didn't stand up from the start today?
No.
How do you address that?
We'll talk about it during the week.
There's all sorts of record-setting numbers for the West Coast Eagles yesterday. Fourth worst loss in the history of the game. So VFL, AFL footy, 171 points.
Yep.
The last time we had a margin in that realm was the Geelong team that destroyed Melbourne in 2011.
Yep, I remember watching that.
And Dean Bailey was sacked as a result of it. So 122-point loss for the Eagles going into the bye. 171-point loss coming out of it.
It's interesting listening to Adam just then, and you got to admire him not just throwing a heap of people under the bus. The senior players were in there and they didn't get the job done. Yep. I know the media's going to poke and try and get him to be like, Luke Shuey not good enough, and Yo and all the senior players that were in there at the time. But what good does that do? Embarrassing him even further than the 170-point loss. We'll work through that during the week. I like that, but geez, you can't. I don't think you can. Some of the effort yesterday was just deplorable, wasn't it? They were just standing there. It was a training run.
So the other team kicked over 200 points against them, and they had 12 guys that laid one tackle or less. 12 guys in a team of 23.
It's tough. You're obviously from the West. What would the criticism be over there at the moment? How hard would they be coming?
So what turned on them this year compared to last year was the local paper. So the West Australian 7 West as a media empire with Kerry Stokes basically run the town. Huge influence. The television network, which is mainly watched, and the only newspaper in town. And so there's been pressure there all year. I actually find it's when they drift into the national consciousness. So when shows like us are talking about them, and not that we're going to tip out Adam Simpson or anything like that, but once it starts becoming not just a state-based issue, because I feel like they've been able to withstand that during the year, that they'll start to feel the pressure even more, I think, from the national media, and that's where I think the brand certainly comes under the spotlight. Even if you look at things like the drug saga, for example, that really broke out of the East Coast. So there were a lot of people in WA that knew it was happening, but because there's so many deals that are intertwined with the local media that connect to the football club, it is really hard to try and get something like that up off the ground. I think now that they're starting to sort of cop a lot of heat over here, and Lisa Alexander, who of course is a super successful coach of the Australian Diamonds, the netball team, had an interesting take this morning on ABC Offsiders. This is what she had to say about the ramifications of West Coast's losing sequence.
I think you're also looking at, are the AFL questioning the West Coast enough about what they're doing? They certainly would do that with the Gold Coast Suns, where their coach is under pressure at the moment. So it's very, very interesting, the difference in pressure that is to bear from the AFL, actually.
The Suns have never had a loss like this. They've never had a percentage in the 40s after round 15 of the season. So the Eagles have won premierships in the past. They're not a problem commercially, obviously. They've got a huge supporter base. But the question that Lisa Alexander raised is around integrity for the competition, that if you've got a team getting whacked by 170-odd points, that stands out and distorts a whole lot of numbers in the game.
That's the question. But when you watch, you can see that. It looks like there's such a lack of care, doesn't it? At the very least, they've still got some older players that are playing, but the older players are trying to drive the standards and lead the way for these young guys. And young boys are, potentially some of them might be playing for, a spot on the list next year, or, trying to keep their spot in that side. But, geez, you wouldn't have known it yesterday, would you? Watching.
No, it's so hard. When you're copying these, not that you're losing week to week by 170, but when you're just not in the game, it's just so hard for those senior players to find their voice and their training habits. It all comes back to that. But it'd just be exhausting being a senior player when you're in the mud at the moment. They're well and truly entrenched in the mud, the Eagles. But
you've been part of Team Smurf, and so have you, Lids, that have struggled and have been down the bottom of the table. You've been well beaten and you're getting kicked week to week. You haven't played in any games where a team loses by 170.
167. Close enough.
Well, maybe you have then. But that's almost, in modern footy, with everything we know about how teams defend and everything, how's that even possible, that kind of margin?
Yeah, I've been a part of some big losses, a few 100-point losses, and various times when you're rebuilding. And Eagles are in a phase where they're rebuilding, and they've got senior guys who, it's probably going to be their last season. They've got a lot of injuries, so there's a lot that goes into it. But, yeah, losing by 170, I've never been anywhere near that. It'd be tough turning up on Monday. But that's where Adam Simpson comes back to caring about his players and talking about, we're not going to throw anyone on the bus. We're not going to criticise players in the press because they're copying enough internally. They'd be hurting just as much as anyone.
Did the coach go after the 167-point loss?
No. Not for another couple of years. Yeah. Like when we were really struggling at the Tigers under Dimmo, we were zipping 9, right? So we're copping it week to week. Well, we had some heavy ones in there. I'm not sure we ever got to that point, but what kept us fresh was that we were learning a whole new game style. And that's where I wonder, with Adam, still in charge, I don't know whether the game style's changing and therefore, that's where we were talking about the older players. Are they rejuvenated by something that's fresh, something that's coming in, And I'm certainly not here calling for Adam Simpson's head. Don't for one second think that, but it's got to get to the point where, something does need to change, and to get these older players back rejuvenated and driving the standards and, hopefully getting a bit more competitive across the whole board. Is that the answer? I don't know, but you can't see many changes in their game style at the moment.
Yeah, and at the moment they'd be trying to find the small wins in amongst it.
Exactly, that's what you have to do.
I feel like they would be taking the scoreboard out of it, but when you play football all the way through juniors and then when you're playing AFL football, you're a competitor. So you've got to look at the scoreboard and be encouraged to fight for that win, but at the moment they're not anywhere near it, are they?
Well, what are you looking for the win? Like an inside 50 seems to be a win at the moment.
Can Simpson save it from here?
Oh, jeez, he's pushing it uphill, isn't he?
Oh, he looks so defeated in the way that he presents
I feel
at the
for
moment.
Him.
It's. I keep asking the question. I don't get it. What's in it for him at this stage? I know he's contracted and he's committed to it and everything else, but he could have walked into just about any other job in footy a year and a half ago, and every single week that this goes on and the record losing sequence that they're on at the moment, it's so unfamiliar for a West Coast Eagles team to be in this spot.
Yeah.
I don't know where they go next. Sharad Wellingham, of course, played in a premiership under Adam Simpson in the not-too-distant past in 2018. He's part of our coverage on Grandstand AFL in Perth, and he spoke about Adam Simpson yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to ruin young people's careers, and someone might not play in a win for 30 games. What is the reason to stay around the club if you're a player that can go and explore? They need to do something.
Okay, so let me ask you, you're on the Eagles board. If you were, would you be calling for a meeting to say, enough's enough, we actually have to, no matter what damage it does to our soft cap, no matter what issues it causes, we just have to make a change?
Yeah.
Are you at that point now?
Yeah,
I
wasn't.
I
wasn't. I was all for Simo dealing with this season and probably next season. And he's been there 12 years now, and he's been great. But is it just time to rip the Band-Aid?
Sharad Wellingham, who played in the 2015 Grand Final under Adam Simpson. Of course, the one they lost, he's a premiership player with Collingwood before that. But it feels like something's got to give. The dynamics of the board are fascinating too. So Paul Fitzpatrick is the chair, who is Mike Fitzpatrick's brother, who's the former chairman of the AFL. He's obviously been closely linked to what's going on at Carlton at the moment. So an experienced person himself in and around footy, but also has people close to him as well that know this space. Ben White, who's a former politician, a man I sort of greatly respect, who's on the Eagles board at the moment, and Justin Langer is there. So intriguing figure, bitter end with Cricket Australia in the not too distant past as a senior coach on the way out, and now he's overseeing this scenario where the coach has a contract through to 2015. He looks completely worn out in the job. That the team is suffering sort of record defeats. 4 of their last 8 have been by 100 points. Yep. I have an interesting interesting theory on this too, where the West Coast Eagles that I grew up with and that I think we all know in the competition, that they're as successful as any team, including probably sit alongside Geelong and only behind Hawthorn as the most successful team over the last 30 years. But they never tolerated losing. It was always this ruthless attitude, and I feel like they over-indexed chasing in another premiership after 2018, sold future picks, got Tim Kelly in, clearly tried to stay up and win.
Yep.
Didn't work for them. COVID hit, didn't handle it well. We know what happened there. Sort of almost treated the whole things like gap years. Tried to come out of that with an ageing list, so got the list construction wrong. And Simpson keeps pointing to the injuries. You know what happens with older players? They get injured. That's what happens when you reach your 30s. So you can't say that that's just a freak of nature that all these guys have fallen over and got injured 2 years in a row, particularly guys that have a predisposition to injury anyway. And then last year they tolerated a 2-win season. Then this year they tolerated a sequence of 100-point losses. And what happens next? It's a 170-point defeat.
Yeah.
It just feels like one thing after the next that is okay. And that is so unusual for the West Coast Eagles that I'm familiar with, that the sun comes up the next day and we just keep moving on.
Yeah. I just want to pick up on what Sharad was talking about in terms of retention and keeping players there. It's no different to, the Suns and the Giants when they first started. It was like, well, how long are we going to continue? Good young players, but we talk about Harley Reid, who's going to the West Coast Eagles as a number one pick unless they trade out. But look, how do you convince him to go over there and be the reason that we're going to go back up? We had a young bloke, Harry Barnett, was the best ruckman in the land last year, get drafted over there. He's from SA. It's like, no, mate, look, there's a process. Nick Nat's probably on the way out. You got a real chance. It's that sort of stuff. But it's like, well,
do you want your players drafted by West Coast if you're a player manager at the moment, as you are?
Well, it's you got to look at it both ways, don't you? But where they are could be detrimental to them and their long-term future, but they can also play early, and that's another thing for young guys to be able to get that experience. And once you get that opportunity, they grab it with both hands. You never know what can become of that, but yeah, look, you never like to see teams up against it like they are at the moment, because I've been there, Murph's been there, we know what that's like, we know how bad it is, and you don't want to go out in public because you know what's coming. The wrath is coming from all angles. You can't escape it. And then when you come out and you just know the next week, how is it getting better? These performances are just mounting up. So,
Greg and Corrine off the SMS. Corbin, no point in sacking Adam Simpson when the problem is the poor list management. There's no doubt about that. I think we spoke a few weeks ago, Murph, where the question I'm asking is, why does Adam Simpson want to do it? That they haven't given him, even though they've given him a long-term contract and he's invested in everything else, they haven't set him up to succeed.
No, they haven't. And it's a very challenging period. And I want to go back to what Sharad was talking about with some of the players who, at this point in time, it could ruin their careers, because some players just aren't equipped to be able to handle these losses and to play a game of football and come off the ground feeling terrible about yourself. Some players will be up for the fight.
Yep.
They'll know who those guys are, but there'll be players there who are terrific footballers, but they just can't get an opportunity to shine because they're playing in a side that's kicking 4 or 5 goals a week and getting...
Imagine playing as a defensive half
points.
forward in that side that's getting 34 inside 50s to 77.
Yeah. You lose passion for the game. So there's players that will be up for the fight and you can't... They won't waver, but there's players there that they will stop loving the game of football as a result.
Yeah.
You've been part of teams where the coach goes mid-season. Do you get a spike immediately when a different voice comes in?
Yeah, I think that history's shown that.
Yep.
Because you feel that the shackles are off and it's like, well, we've knocked this on the head. It wasn't working. Now everyone can just go back to playing football. The interim coach always comes in and makes it very simple, the game plan, and gives guys a new lease on life. Usually they reward players who are training well or doing the right things, and it's all about team first and who's willing to play a role for the team. So initially that binds everyone together because you feel like a weight's gone off your shoulders as well.
Yep.
So there'll be players that will really enjoy that period, and we see it every year when there's a coach that gets sacked mid-year.
Yeah.
They always play really well for 3 or 4 weeks, don't they? They get that initial just jump of energy.
But it's also no different to when a side's no longer in finals calculations. They start to play freer. That expectation's gone. Mm-hmm. It's no different to senior coaches who's been there right the way through. Oh, geez, I don't want to underperform here. What's he going to say? New coach is like, oh, well, I'm starting fresh.
Yeah.
Finals expectations, no different.
It's so unusual compared to the clubs that you guys are involved in, or just any team in the competition, where usually we talk all the time about damage to the brand, losing members, losing corporate support, everything else. But none of that applies with the West Coast Eagles. 70% of the state supports them. Huge corporate support. We know the money that exists in WA. People waiting in the wings to be a member, paying $60, $70 a year just to sit on a waiting list to get a seat.
So then the board don't feel the heat as much, do they?
So this is the whole ripple effect, I think, as to how it all... It's almost like a subconscious thing where it's like, look, we'll be right because it'll be fine. And then, we lost by 100 points, but it's okay. The sun will come up tomorrow. It's almost like there's not...
Yeah, commercially we're still good. Yeah.
When does it ever get to a point where they say, this actually isn't okay? This is our footy club. We've got a lot of history. Something needs to give. And if the 171 point doesn't...
Well, that has to happen. You'd think it'd be happening this week then, wouldn't you?
Well, we're also a very mature industry now. So Alistair Clarkson's taking a break from the game. And you look at the figure that Adam Simpson is, and I'm sure he wouldn't want to do it. He's all in. I totally get that. Maybe if he is their guy and they decide that they want him long term, maybe even if he said, you know what, I'm going to check out of this year right now. Someone else can coach the team until the end of the season. I'll see you all in the summer and we'll get back to work and do some work on the list and see how we go.
Yeah, well,
it can't be any worse than if an interim coach takes over next week.
Well, they've said he's having 3 months off, didn't they, post-season?
Well, that was, disputed too in some of the reports.
But yeah.
Now... The SMS, Damien in Freo, the senior Eagles players need to be front and centre at press conferences supporting Simpson and the club. The senior players are hiding at present. So I saw Mitch Cleary raise this last night on Channel 7 too to say sort of where was Luke Shuey, where were a couple of the leaders alongside Simpson at the presser. Do you think that's the role of the senior player to front up with the coach?
Not at the presser, post-game. I think like throughout the week, no doubt, they'd be front and centre. Probably on Monday, there'd be a press conference where they'd speak to the media. But I think... post-game, it's very unusual for a player. I think the AFL even tried having players. I remember sitting there back in probably 2014, and every captain had to sit there next to the coach. And you sit there and you don't get asked a question. So it just looks silly. So they've tried that. But I don't think Luke Shuey needs to put his hand up and walk into a press conference
and you would be a 170-point loss. Like, what are you going to say? Unless you've come out and you've tried your backside, I've had 10 tackles and 30, like, you're not going to sit in there.
West Coast had a crack against the Pies, so they can do it. It seems they chose not to yesterday from Brendan. I did that game a couple of weeks ago where they lost by 10 goals, and that didn't tell the picture of the game at all. They were really competitive, and the game was live late in the third quarter. West Coast, that we just did that one. Corby, please explain what other lever than sacking the coach the Eagles can pull. I'd love to hear Lids and Murph describe exactly what they think they could do. From Luke.
What other lever?
Yep. So if you don't sack the coach this week and you're trying to get a turnaround?
Oh, mate, I'm not sure. With Dimmer, it used to be, righto, boys, pack your mouth guards. We're going to box for 45 minutes and then we're going to just bash the crap out of each other without the gloves on and work on contested footy.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing, if you get out-tackled in a game where you get beaten by that, I can guarantee you're doubling down on tackling that week and say, well, we'll keep doing this right up until the captain's run, until you boys show me that you want to give me some effort. The problem for the Eagles is that they'll likely lose 3 or 4 players just from doing that. They just can't keep the cattle on the park.
The chief executive's under pressure as well, Trevor Nisbet, who's obviously been there for a quarter of a century at the West Coast Eagles or more now, and he hasn't been as present in recent weeks as well. So pressure on the CEO, pressure on the coach clearly, and the performances are as bad as they've ever been for the West Coast Eagles on field. Crosstown a little happier, the Fremantle Dockers, of course, after a bounce-back spot yesterday against the Bombers, one in which they were able to convert. Fremantle led the game by a goal at quarter time and increasingly pulled away thereafter, led by 22 at the half, 39 at three-quarter time, and in the end the Bombers won the last quarter for whatever that's worth. So Justin Longmuir spoke to the media at the end of last week's game. He basically took a fair bit of ownership for the loss against GWS, said, look, we didn't prepare the players well enough. He extrapolated on a bit of that last night after the victory over the Bombers.
I said to the players after the game, it's one thing to get beaten, but like we did last week and put in the performance we did last week, and sometimes after those sorts of performances, it can be a bit of finger pointing, but I thought from the moment the game finished, everyone took part, their part in owning that performance, staff, coaches included. They came to work on Monday, real determination to learn from it and get back on track, and we had a great week. So, I think the performance tonight was a reflection of our week.
Super impressive from Justin Longmuir. I feel like Murphy gets criticised at times for his performance in the media, and yet you compare what he did compared to, say, Stewie Dew last week, where Dew comes out and says, look, there'll be ramifications for the players after a loss like that. And Justin Longmuir says, it was us. As a coaching group, we didn't prepare the players well enough. We'll go away and look at ourselves. Fremantle will come back out and win. We'll see what sort of response Dew gets out of the Suns, but he certainly didn't make it at selection during the week.
No, I like the way Justin Longmuir goes about it. He comes across really composed and methodical. You know, I like the way in which they've been challenged at various times this year and the way in which he's responded in press conferences. And you feel that the players really galvanise around him. So, you know, at the start of the season, we all wrote them off. Rio, they were playing terrible. Their brand of football wasn't stacking up to the modern game. They've turned that around really well.
7-7.
Had some good performances. One really noticeable one out here against Melbourne that they were terrific. They've got a big challenge next week against the Bulldogs. Yep. There'll probably be a bit of heat in that game as well. So, yeah, I like the way in which they go about it at the moment, the Dockers. And Justin Longmuir is terrific in the way in which he addresses the media.
So is this just purely nature of a young team that we're going to see?
Being consistent.
Yeah, up and down. And in fact, they probably, like, from their list demographics, where last year the oldest team in the history of the comp won the flag.
It's because they had the oldest man. Oh, yeah.
And sorry, you were talking about David Mundy. Yeah. And they were still one of the youngest teams in the competition, and they finished in the final 6. So in a comp that's trending older is more successful, they're right at the other end of the age demographics, and probably this year we're seeing more fluctuations in performances than what we did last year.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. What you're saying is that they're a young side, but they played finals last year, so we got probably caught up in that hype thinking, oh, well, they should, you know, young teams should just go on. I thought that of a young Collingwood 2010. I was like, oh, great. Look how young this side is. They've got so many young superstars with Steele and Beamsy and all these boys playing. They're going to win the next 3 or 4. They didn't win another one, you know. So that I think it's all everyone's external expectation, whereas Justin seems to be able to bring it all back to reality and just say, hang on a second. This is where we're actually at, you know, and we're going to have some fluctuations. So there's some upside there. I still think they're probably 1 or 2 players short, I think, but they're building, that's for sure.
Brad Scott on the difference in the game last night.
Probably what summed up the game is, you know, a couple of simple turnovers for us, but we're not overly concerned about that because turnovers happen in games. It was the difference mostly between the two sides tonight was just score from stoppage. I mean, they scored, you know, 30% of their scores came directly from centre bounces. So, you know, and for Fremantle it was the opposite last week for them in terms of centre bounce was a problem. In fact, I found the game really hard to analyse because it was like watching a different team against GWS last week.
Catch up with the logo story during the week that the Bombers have got a little workshop group in the background to investigate whether they need a new logo or not.
I did catch that. What was your thoughts as an Essendon fan, Corby?
I'm happy with the plane.
Yeah. Well, what's the issue with the plane?
I think it's more sort of what does it represent after the hellish 2 decades that the club's been through, so maybe they need to freshen up with the logo. It was reported, I've only seen it in the Herald Sun, was about, is it a wartime figure and is it appropriate? I haven't seen that anywhere else. But it is normal that clubs freshen up their logos.
Tigers did. We did not that long ago with the old school emblem versus the new one that's come in.
So Essendon's logo would be one of the longest standing logos in its current state in the comp.
Yeah.
If you went back to 1997 and looked at all the club logos, the Bombers one would just about be the only one that still looks the same.
Yeah. I had zero issues. I thought it was a non-event, to be honest, non-discussion. But
the Blues, did you guys ever get asked about branding changes or logo changes or anything in your time?
So we had the modern CFC logo. You remember that when I first started, and then we've gone back to the old school. Go back to the old school because we wore it on a heritage game.
Yep.
And I loved it, and all the boys loved wearing the heritage style CFC where it popped out of the jumper. I don't like how they've gone away from the pop out of the jumper. So I think Puma need to lift their game if they're against the pop out, because it used to be a raised emblem, which now it's not raised anymore. So that's the one bugbear I have with the jumper at the moment, is to have the popping logo.
I agree. So it was like stitched, wasn't it?
It was
logo.
stitched, yeah.
They look very sharp, the old Carlton jumpers, but unfortunately not to be. That's the Fremantle Essendon game. We've got Nat Fyfe who's about to join us, the 2-time Brownlow medalist, of course, from the Fremantle Football Club. So we'll delve a little deeper into the Dockers' victory. We're at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. We're getting ready for Collingwood and Adelaide. So that's the game in front of us. The 2 subs, Bo McCreery and Ned McHenry, are the subs for Collingwood and Adelaide respectively, and Jeremy Howe is out there and playing on return after that badly broken arm way back in round 1. I say way back, he's missed only sort of 12 weeks of footy, and it's phenomenal to see him out here again this afternoon. Nat Fyfe to join us next.
Tropical North Queensland hides a dark chapter in our history.
A lot of Italian migrants. This was the land of opportunity.
Anthony LaPaglia is on a personal journey to unearth the extraordinary truth.
This is a story of a gang that terrorised the cane fields of North Queensland for over a decade.
And the mystery of a community fighting back.
He would check under his car every day for bombs.
The Black Hand starts Tuesday night, June 27 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass. AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
And now Guelphy after the siren doesn't make the distance. You can make it 0-7 for the teams on the back of the bye against the team that played the previous week. Fremantle get the win that they so badly needed. A 32-point victory over Essendon.
Dave Lindsay with the call on Grandstand AFL last night. The Dockers big winners over the Bombers, so a bounce-back spot for them after a couple of defeats after the bye. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio with you on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and through the Listen app. Two-time Brownlow medalist from the Fremantle Football Club, Nat Fyfe, is going to join us in just a moment. The Jeremy Cameron incident lids on Thursday night. The question was quite rightfully asked afterwards. Does this set a precedent at the tribunal or with the match review officer that if a collision like that can occur between two teammates,
it can happen between two opposition players? Exactly right.
Yep.
No, it's a contact game, and you've got to be prepared to wear that when you go out there. And we're fully expecting of that. That can happen, but that's where. I think I heard someone say, should Gary Rowan be like that? It's like, are you kidding me? Like, imagine that, the fabric of the game then, if you snipe your own teammate by accident.
Not that I agree with it, but I don't think the AFL will change one bit as a result of that. I just think it'll be like, it's friendly fire, so be it. But if you hit an opponent and they get knocked out and you didn't mean it, still bad luck.
But Gary was going for the mark and at the last moment protected himself because he could see it. Then he's like, no, Jeremy's right there. And he's accidentally clipped him high. Like, tell me that couldn't happen. But you'll still think that Gary Rowan should get 4 or 5 weeks?
No, not at all. But I think that if he hit an opposition player and they got knocked out...
You think he would, though?
He'd get a couple of weeks, probably.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's... I don't know.
Because then there'll be even more grey area in an area where there's so much grey already.
Yeah. Nathan Burke told a fascinating story yesterday with us, actually, that one of his former teammates, I think it was Adrian Lamb, got whacked by Plugger in an intra-club game and got reported on field by the umpire. And they had to go to the tribunal, and then Lamb had to actually go as the victim and argue to defend Plugger, the guy who hit him.
We had a bloke kick another bloke in an intra-club game.
Did he get reported?
He got sent off.
He got sent off, I think. Get off the ground, Satata.
Yeah, I remember seeing vision and I was just thinking, what the hell is going on down at the Baggers?
I was 30 yards away. I looked at it and go, interesting times down here.
Yeah, I've seen... a couple of boys go toe-to-toe a couple of times with like some dangerous tackles and some sling tackles and that before they were a thing.
The intra-clubs are always an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because...
Especially possibles, probables.
It's the first time that you really get into game mode and guys aren't used to being hit or tackled aggressively, are they? Like, you do it in training a little bit, but you're ready for it because it's a drill that's... it's a brutal, 1v1 contest drill or whatever it is. But then you get in the thick of the actual pre-season game, and a player who is a possible or a probable...
He wants a spot. But do you remember, like, when you first started, was it more... I used to cop that many more jabs in that underpacks from the older boys than ever. Like, when you got older, you never did that. Nothing, that was out of the game. But some of the older boys when I first started...
I feel that might just be because of Brett Delidio. You just feel he's got one of those heads that they go, we'll get into lids here, I reckon. He won't like it.
It wasn't just me, because all the blokes were doing it to a lot all the young blokes. But you had to earn your stripes. That was where they were saying, we're testing you out.
You never copped a Murph?
No, too nice.
Yeah. Just very quickly, Gary Rowan, huge turnaround for him. So involved in that incident, clearly shaken. Turns out to be the match winner, kicks that big goal at the finish. Cats, what are they capable of this year? Are they...
At home, they're still strong. So they can...
They've got quite a few games down there, don't they?
Yeah, but they've still got to win 7 of the last... Well, No, 6 of the last 9.
It's very even though. The ladder.
Give me something beyond that though. So if you blue sky it all for Geelong, are they win a final type team? Are they win multiple finals? Can they make a run and win the whole thing?
They can make a run and win it.
Wow.
I don't think so.
You don't reckon?
I disagree. No.
Okay, Lids is a no, Murph's a yes. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday, ABC Radio, Sport Digital and through the Listen app. The two-time Brownlow medalist, the superstar from the Fremantle Football Club, Nat Fyfe, joins us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Nat, congratulations on the win and your time's always appreciated.
Thanks, Cobb. Good morning. Good morning, Murph and Lids.
How you pull up this morning?
Really well, actually. This is the 4th game in a row I've played the full match minutes, and each week I'm feeling more and more confident in my body. My foot, which is the plantar fasciitis I've been dealing with, is allowing me to walk around in the mornings without too much groaning. So, yeah, feeling good.
Nat, good to hear about your plantar fasciitis. I went through a stage of that. So you walk around for a good half an hour in the morning, don't you, like you've got a knife in your foot. So good to hear you're getting through that period. But what was the week like? Obviously, a tough loss last week against the Giants. How did Justin Longmuir attack it? Was there a lot more bouncing off the senior players to help in that area? But it was a great response last night.
Yeah, it's always an interesting sort of review and post-match after you put up such a poor performance, and effort can be questioned and preparation can be questioned. So we didn't sweep it under the rug. JL and the coaches were really good at getting into coding early and getting the guys to really sit with the fire and look at what went wrong. And as you mentioned, senior players grab hold of the group with standards and preparation and mindset, and sort of giving the Bombers the respect that they deserved in the Saturday night time slot, the respect that it deserved, and really mentally prepping from as early as we could to try and respond. And I thought we did that for the most part of the game.
You're still a very young team. Do you feel that you're still young out there in terms of when you're out there playing, obviously being one of the senior blokes there, but do you still feel there's a bit of maturity still in the group, or you feel that week to week there's something you still got to try and stay on top of?
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to Sonny Walters. Every week feels like we're a young group, and is that just because we're becoming old fossils, or is that because we genuinely are a young team? But no, it feels like that. It feels like we're not in control of everything that goes on out there because we've got some freakishly talented young players, and sometimes we can prepare as well as we like, and we're not sure what we're going to get. We haven't established a consistent form line yet, so we've got to continue to work on that and just keep banging games into these guys and get them exposed to situations where we're 5 goals down after 20 minutes or 5 goals up and see how they respond.
Nat, I'm interested in your mindset when your body's been letting you down a little bit more of late. How do you keep yourself up and about around the group, but then thinking, how am I going to get myself back to perform at my very best? Obviously, we all know what it's like to get a bit older, and the form is not what it was back 7 or 8 years ago, but how do you go dealing with all of that?
Yeah, I feel like this is a question, Liz, that you've probably had to deal with a bit yourself. It feels like the game goes past you quickly, and I keep getting to senior people, Joel Corey, who's our midfield coach, who played a lot of footy, and asking the questions around, did you experience this? What did it feel like? And I mean, he's been great in saying it's just a moment in time. Keep banging the work in. Keep preparing well, be patient, and adjust your game. Like, I'm not as explosive as I was, and it's a young man's game in many respects, particularly the midfield with that two-way run and explosiveness continually for the full 4 quarters. So just being, I guess, brave enough to accept that the game has shifted and how I play it has to shift with that, and understanding that my role can be just as critical but in a different way. So I'm enjoying sort of the next phase in guiding and mentoring and leading. But in the same boat, I'm kind of hungry to get back to playing some good form. My game's really rusty at the moment. There's got a lot to work on, but I'm enjoying that challenge.
Just some feedback for you, mate. I use you as the example with all my boys about how aggressive and explosive you used to be in the midfield, and they can't believe the stuff that I show them that used to do to me, and I thought I borderline should have been given 15 free kicks, but you got away with it, mate, and your ability to get it out of stoppage was unbelievable. But you boys are sitting 10th. You're currently 7-7. How do you feel like you're travelling at the moment? You spoke about that up and down sort of nature of the young group, but you know, you got Dogs and Blues in the next couple. Maybe pinch one or two of those, and you'd be sitting right there pretty for a good crack at the finals again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave it in your court to do the crystal balling, and I'll just throw you a couple of cliches, because I'm just not sure we can afford to look much further past tomorrow morning's review. To be honest, we won 4 in a row and beat some good teams on the road, and then came back and dished up a couple of poor performances. So yeah, we'll focus on the doggies this week, and they've got some tall timber up forward that we're going to have our hands full with, and we'll see how that goes.
Now, I just want to ask you, you've obviously played underneath Aaron Sandilands, and he just had that dominance in the centre square bounce. What's Sean Darcy like, and Luke Jackson? I know you don't play as much midfield minutes with them in there, but they're obviously two very different ruckmen. How exciting is the future of that football club with those two rucks in there?
Yeah, I think they're arguably our most important two players, and we've got a lot of good players. And I played, as you said, with Aaron Sandilands, and he just controlled a game when he was up and firing. And to bring Sean back into the team last night allowed Luke to play forward. He was seeing it like a beach ball and giving us that presence, and allows our other tall forwards, Josh Tracy, Jonas, and myself, even when we're down there, just to shuffle down the decks and get a different defender. So it just adjusts the way we play. And having Sean around the ground taking marks and having that ascendancy and contest in the air just fills you with enormous confidence that you can move forward with intent and have a presence there. So I think both those blokes, particularly Sean, knows how important he is to the group. A few big back page articles coming out over the last couple of months with his contract situation, but that's good. That's what we want from our big boys, the hype, and he's carrying it well.
Nat Fyfe, the two-time Brownlow medalist, with us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Nat, I see you posting a little bit about chop wood, carry water. Can you tell us a little bit about the origins of that and what the mantra is to you?
Well, I'm doing this sort of fake guru thing, called, where I'm trying to evolve from sort of the egotistical young athlete into something beyond. But no, it's a mindset thing around. I think chop wood, carry water is around hard work. Before you figure life out, you do hard work, and after you figure it out, you just keep working hard. So I've had a few days in the dungeon over the last 12 months trying to get my body right, and just some simple mantras that just dragged me through, and that was one of them.
I saw you also posted something about the captain recently, which obviously, the premise of the book basically sort of, falling in love with, but becoming great. Did you read it? And I guess why does it resonate with you? What's that all about?
The which one? Sorry.
When you posted recently about the captain.
Okay, you'll have to refresh my memory.
I think I've been given a bit of a bum steer. Anyway, we'll come back to that race. We'll come back to that with you, Nat, in a moment. Alex Pearce, speaking of the captain of the Fremantle Football Club, you're obviously the former captain. Tell us about the criticism that he received recently, and how that sits with you, obviously, as the former captain, seeing him in that role, and how you, I guess, how that sits with you when you see criticism come his way.
Well, I can't really speak to the criticism, because having played for so long, you just tune out and you become immune to what's going on outside. But a new captain walking in and copping a couple of tough losses early it's the most obvious headline that's going to come your way. But speaking with him and being close to him, it's the best learning environment that you could possibly ask for as a leader and as a captain, because it starts to test you. If you came in and it all went easy, you get an inflated sense of how that role actually looks, and that's not what leadership is. It's how you stand up in moments when the club is copping scrutiny, when your coach is under fire, when your own performance is getting criticised and scrutinised as well. And Alex is dealing with a few things with his body, and his leadership is growing week on week. He's respected by the players. He stands up in big moments when he needs him, and he's going to be a better captain in 2 years than he is now, and I'm excited to help him on that journey.
You've grown up in Lake Grace in WA. Obviously, your whole life, Fifey, living over there, playing with the Fremantle Dockers, the big team across town. The West Coast Eagles obviously struggling a little bit at the moment. Do you have any observations as to what's happening over there?
Oh, not really, and we've been told to not comment on them.
God, you'd be feeling for them, wouldn't you, Nat?
Can you not back me into a corner like this, mate? I think I'll steer clear.
No, fair
I
enough.
heard you say he sucked in. That's what I heard.
Nat, appreciate your time as always. Thanks for dropping by for a chat. Your insights are always appreciated, and great to see you playing some good footy again for Fremantle. Thanks for your time today.
Thanks, James.
Nat Fyfe, a two-time Brownlow medalist with the Fremantle Dockers. I think it's fair to say I got a little bit of a bum steer on my cue.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
It's fair to say.
That's all right. Cool.
We move on.
Benny can't spell, unfortunately. It was supposed to be caption, not captain.
I had no idea where we were going with that, but that's what I do. I follow the instruction of a good producer and try and ask the questions that are in front of me, but not to be. It's all right. I'm just a little bit rattled, but
that's okay, mate.
We'll make our way through. Nathan Burke was with us yesterday on Corbin and Ben on ABC Sport, and we were speaking about the Saints, about whether missing this year would be a failure or not. This is what the champion from St Kilda had to say about that.
Because we're at round 15 and we're sitting at fifth on the ladder. That should be enough of a springboard to hang on. That shows that you're good enough to hang on and make the finals at the end. So if they don't, I think it's another failure. And the intangible thing is how much of it is simply St Kilda being St Kilda, that they're not ruthless enough to capitalise on a position of hey, we're going to make the finals and we're going to threaten. It's like, we're a little bit scared of that again, and it's an easy thing to do is to fade away. Can't discount that.
He didn't stop there, Burke. He went a little bit further to talk about the construction of the footy department as led by Ross Lyon.
To be honest, the start of the year, St Kilda Football Club was a little bit like Noah's Ark. There was two of everything. There's Ross's guys and there was the incumbent guys, and over time in the first half of the year, gradually they've got whittled down to one, and I think you can pick which man's team won out in the end, but it was certainly like Noah's Ark at the start, two of everything.
Simon Lethine was with me on Friday night. He basically said, look, Ross is the senior coach. It's up to him to decide which people he puts around him. That the team obviously were 8-4. They find themselves 8-6. I guess the interesting question going forward is, would missing finals from that position be seen as a failure for St Kilda in 2023?
Well, I didn't expect them to play finals this year, but they got themselves into a reasonable position. But they did the same thing last year, and the wheels fell off. So, look, it's a work in progress. I tend to agree with a couple of other people out there that I don't think their list is good enough at the moment. I feel like they're a couple of good players short. They tried to trade in some mature age talent a couple of years ago. Hanbury, Jones. Who else did they bring in? A couple of others.
We find
Paddy Ryder back then, Dougal Howard.
Yep.
Well, we find out the next month or so how they're going to go, because they've got some winnable games. They've got West Coast obviously next week, which you put that down straight away. Melbourne's obviously a tough one. Then Gold Coast, North Melbourne, Hawthorn. So you'd like to think they probably win 3 or 4 of them.
Well, they just lost to the Hawks not that long ago. So I'm just not sold on the Saints. I think Ross is a good coach, and what he's got out of him has been that spike. But I think they want for a few more star players, and I think they lack some speed in and around their midfield. But
I think they're more attractive to players who want to get traded to the football club than what they were probably
100%. Their facilities alone would entice players just to come down and at least check it out, Whereas in the past it was like, come to Seaford, let's go and come and play for St Kilda. We're not going that great, and you've got to travel all the way out here.
Yep. I mean, the obvious comparison, and Ross sort of did his best to push it away, is last year. They went out 8-3. They came home 3-8. Ultimately missed finals. We know what happened thereafter. And I guess the people look at Ross and think, well, you don't go out and get a coach like that, sack the one that you've just extended to essentially be where you are. You like to think you're getting someone to move forward, whether that's the end of this year, next year, or whatever it is.
I certainly didn't expect them to play finals this year.
Yep.
I actually tipped them to finish last.
Well, you're way off.
Thought they were going to finish last.
Yeah. But because of their list, I'm not sure their list it's got some work to do.
Look, they did very well the first month because they had a lot of injuries, didn't they, their first month of football, and they won all those games. So I think they've certainly improved from where they
100%.
were last year.
They've been coached really well.
One before the Cheesy Game Show, Lockie Neal, your good friend.
Yes.
Murph. Got a new addition.
Yeah.
Couple of little tattoos on his arm.
Yeah.
What's he going to do there? Is he going to sleeve up? Because it's really odd at the moment.
So he was asked about it on Grandstand AFL post-game on Friday night. He was asked about what kind of reviews he's getting on the new tattoos.
And one I've been desperately wanting to ask you, what sort of feedback are you getting on the arm tats, the new tattoos?
Mixed reviews, yeah. But
what are they? Right. Can you share us what the meaning is and what they are?
Yeah, a couple of swallows. So I've wanted to get them. I wasn't sure where I'd get them on my body, so I've wanted to get them for a while. It's just signifies home for me, whether that's my wife and daughter or my family back home in SA. Sailors used to get them when they were going out to sea to let their family know they were coming back home. So that's sort of where the idea came from.
It's deep.
So he's coming back home, or what's
the real deal, Neil? Mixed reviews.
Yeah,
my review is not great on the arm.
You know.
Yeah, put them like on your rib cage or something like that, somewhere where we can't see them. They just look odd.
Anyway, each their own though, Corby.
Yeah. Have you guys got tattoos?
Nah,
mate, no bumper stickers.
Here we go. I was waiting for that.
It is time for the favourite part of the of Grandstand AFL Sunday every week. It is time for the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show. Oh, you know you're alive when you hear that theme music come bouncing through at 5 to 1 on a Sunday. And what we do is we go through the three categories. Mark Murphy goes head-to-head with Brett Delidio. I'm sure Murph's got the season running tally in his book.
6-1, probably.
6-1.
Just made that up, but it's not looking great for Brett.
All right, here we go. First category. Who are the last 10 players selected with a start of the first round priority pick? So teams that got...
I don't even remember what years they had priorities.
We'll just turn the music down just a touch. The music's just a little bit loud for us here. So the years when they had priority picks and you got the priority pick at the start of the round,
yeah,
we're looking for the last 10 guys that have been drafted with one of those picks. So in years where they've had sort of 1 and 2 or 1 and...
Lids up first.
Either of you. Fire away. We've had one since 2009.
One since then.
And so we had a whole heap in the 2000s.
Oh, I'll go.
Yep.
Brett Delidio?
Brett Delidio is on the list. 2004, he was taken number 1 with a front of first round priority pick.
Well, Mark Murphy.
Mark Murphy's on the list. 2005, he was taken number 1 overall from the Carlton Football Club. So we're 2 down.
Xavier Ellis.
Xavier Ellis is there. 2005, he was picked number 3 to the Hawks.
Well, if he was
picked number 2,
Daisy Thomas.
Dale Thomas is on the list, 2005. So all priority picks that year.
Ryan Griffin.
Ryan Griffin's there, 2004, pick 3.
Jared Ruffett.
Oh, Jared Ruffett.
Just giving you these. We keep saying the third one, as if I'm not going to know my draft.
So I think it's fair to say we got 04 and 05 down, so we're done with the priority picks from those years.
Okay.
Bryce Gibbs.
No Bryce Gibbs.
Oh, yes, that was great. Bam. I'll give it to you.
Oh, there we go. Cooney, Walker, Sylvia, Cruiser, Scully, and Rowell.
Matty Rowell was priority.
Yeah, right. There you go. So Matty Rowell's the only one we've had since Scully in 2009. The priority picks we've had since have been sort of back end of the first round and everything else. That was a raging success, first category. All right, category number 2, the rich list was revealed today by the Herald Sun. So this is all estimated, by the way. We don't know exactly.
So it's speculative.
Yes. We're looking for the top 10 most paid players in the competition, according to the Herald Sun.
Dustin Martin.
Dustin Martin's number 1.
Was he number 1?
Yep. We need a bit of pace. We've got
Don't buy some time here.
Number 2 would be Christian Petrarca.
He's equal 6th. But he's there.
Patrick Cripps.
No, Patrick Cripps.
Victory!
Leeds has won already. I would have taken our guest, Nat Fyfe, who was number 2 on the list.
I was going to say Nat next.
How's this for equal third? Jeremy McGovern and Tim Kelly.
Ooh.
Marcus Bontempelli, Clayton Oliver, Jeremy Cameron, Tom Lynch, Darcy Moore.
Yeah.
Deciding category, which is already decided, but we'll do it anyway. Top 10 NBA points scorers of all time after the NBA draft during the week. So we're looking for the 10 guys that have scored the most points in the history of basketball.
The King, LeBron.
LeBron's up top, scored more points than anyone else.
MJ.
MJ's number 2.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain is not on the list.
Yes. It's a good Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's what I
Kareem's
said.
there. Would have
Kobe?
taken Kobe, Shaq, Tim Duncan, Kevin Durant.
Oh, my God. I'm so embarrassed.
Karl Malone, Jerry West, Tony Parker.
Not bad.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a win for me.
I was thinking Kareem and I said Wilt. I don't know why I did that.
Wilt's on most lists, though, isn't he?
Yeah,
but
not
so
that one.
embarrassing.
Not the one I wanted, though.
That is the top 10 Cheesy Game Show for today. So well done to Brett Delidio. Murph came home at least
6-2.
won a category towards the back end. There's no late change here at the G. We're all sticking around for Collingwood and Adelaide. Bo McCreary is the sub for the Pies, and for Adelaide it is Ned McHenry. Jeremy Howe making his return from a broken arm. He's got like an NBA shooter's sleeve on his left arm at the moment. So we'll see how the Pies go this afternoon. It's a juicy game of footy up against the Crows. Matt Clinch coming in to head up the call in just a moment, and Jez Webster on the boundary. Stick around, the footy next.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
What a game. It's got everything. It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Gully, chest out, goal.
Goes for home. He's got it. Phenomenal finish.
Fires, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Kick towards the pocket. Oh, beautiful play at Martin Danaher.
From 51 metres out goes bang. That is some sort of finish.
Long towards Hawkins. Gathers and goal. Charging through 50 to finish. He does.
Unguarded goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio. Sport Digital. And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Collingwood look to reclaim top spot on the AFL ladder while the Crows' finals credentials go on the line at the MCG. A big warm welcome to Sunday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL. I'm Matt Clinch. Collingwood coming off the bye, keen to respond following their first loss in 9 weeks on King's birthday against Melbourne. High flyer Jeremy Howe is back following a broken arm in round 1, which threatened to end his season. He said it's going to take close to 12 months to get feeling back in his fingers, while Jamie Elliott also returns for the black and white. While for Adelaide, they head to the MCG for the first time in 2023, unchanged following the bye and their 122-point win over the West Coast Eagles, in which Taylor Walker booted 10. They are 1-4 though away from the Adelaide Oval this year, and their single victory came against Hawthorn. They'll be desperate to prove that they're not flat-track bullies and they can overcome the occasion. No late changes, as Corbin Middlemass told our audience who have been with us throughout the last hour or so. So Bo McCreary and Ned McHenry are the subs this afternoon for Collingwood and Adelaide. It is slightly cold and there are some clouds above. The floodlights are already on, but they are expecting a crowd of somewhere around sort of 60 to 65,000. So I think of big interstate matches, and this will be right up there. And a lot of the Crows players are only playing on the MCG, for most of them, just their second occasion. Taylor Walker has played 25 times, Rory Sloane 25 here on the home of footy. And since the 2017 Grand Final, they've only played 6 matches here at the MCG, so they don't get to come to the home of footy very often. Corbin Middlemass alongside me. You would have heard him on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Welcome to you, Corby.
Thanks, Matt. Looking forward to this afternoon. Another test for the Crows. As you said, not a whole heap of opportunities to play here at the MCG, and they get to play in front of one of the best atmospheres that the MCG can provide, and that is a Collingwood home game. So let's see what we get this afternoon. The 11-2 Magpies up against the 7-6 Crows, and the story of Jeremy Howe. It's unbelievable. I was here the night calling that he broke his arm with one of the most sickening incidents that we've seen for a long period. Mitch did an interview with Mitch Cleary during the week where he was talking about the fact he still doesn't have total feeling back in his hand yet, and he's playing footy this afternoon. So what a comeback story for one of the good guys and most popular players in the competition.
Our number one draft picks are here on a Sunday ready to go. Brett D'Elia knows a thing or two about facing off against a parochial home crowd when he was playing for the Giants against the Tigers. Welcome, Lids. What does the challenge pose for Adelaide to try and bring their best and deliver it against a side who is a formidable opponent at home, Collingwood?
Yeah, well, it's just a great challenge for them, isn't it, to really measure themselves. They haven't been great, as you mentioned, away from home. So come out here against probably the measuring stick of the comp at the moment. I think the Pies are... You know, I don't like saying it, but I really enjoy watching the Pies. We've done a number of their games, Murph, and their best is scintillating. And, you know, for the Crows, they play an exciting brand as well, built off the back of contests and pressure. You know, I'll be interested to see whether, you know, they send someone like a Ben Keys to Nick Dacos, try and quell his influence. But, you know, I'm just excited to see whether the Crows can turn up. You know, they're coming here, you know, with some confidence, but they need to turn up and show that they can perform on a big stage.
You mentioned Mark Murphy. Great to have you back again, Murph. Tense times in the Murphy household as to whether Max is following your footsteps, following the Navy Blues after a win last week, or does he have a certain leaning towards the black and white?
Yeah, good to be here, Clinchy. He's still on the Blues, don't worry about that, but he's got a strong sense of... he's very attracted to the Pies. So
the winning ways.
The winning ways. So he looks straight to the top of the ladder, and that's where they are. So that's probably why he goes for them. But I think we have covered quite a few of their games, Lids, and Max sits at home and watches it and puts us on the radio while he watches the game. So
well trained.
Loves to feel across the game, and I think he just loves watching scoring goals. And that's what they're good at.
He loves the inside as well that he gets.
He certainly does on the radio.
So you go back to round 7 and Collingwood were able to pull off this Cinderella victory at the Adelaide Oval. They won by a point, so there's a bit around the Crows feeling like they were good enough to challenge one of the best sides in the competition. We saw Nick Dacos tagged by Ben Keys, so I wonder whether Riley Thilthorpe will have a bit of a job on Darcy Moore this afternoon. How do you see the matchups to take place this afternoon as to whether Adelaide have enough firepower to challenge Collingwood?
Yeah, well, I certainly think they match up reasonably well. It's more so, you know, we know how much drive we get out of the Collingwood half-back line. Can we get some real fire from Rochelle and Rankin down there? You know, there are other small forwards and being able to apply pressure and keep the ball in that front half. But, you know, the Ben Keys one you spoke about, he's not really a hard lockdown. He's more go-to at stoppage and then try and work him over the other way and give you some drive that way. You know, but just make Nick accountable because... You know, if he just gets to play his way, Murph, he's one of the best in the business in terms of finding the footy but making great decisions and making things happen. So the Thilthorpe versus Darcy Moore one, that'll be interesting. I'm liking the development of Thilthorpe at the moment. I think he's really... That's a real mouthful, that one, isn't it? But good luck to you boys saying that during the play.
Thank you.
But his ability to catch it but then go into the ruck and be a mobile big man, you know, I think it complements Tex Walker down there really well. It also gives Riley O'Brien a chop out in the mid. So, yeah, you got to stop Darcy Moore because he's an offensive weapon as well. And I say that through his defence. His ability to catch it and turn it back around and give it off to his half-backs is as good as anyone in the comp.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup across the ground. But the dynamic forward line that Adelaide have, I think, might challenge Collingwood at various times. So the ball use coming into the Adelaide forwards is going to be crucial. If they're just going to bang it in long and there's pressure through the midfield, which is what Collingwood are really good at. They're an enormous pressure side. So if Adelaide can get on top in the middle of the ground and deliver it to their dynamic forward line, as I said, I think they can cause a little headache, but some headaches for the Pies. But we know that the Pies, the brand of football they play, they're always coming at you. It was interesting you talking about Adelaide. Only a couple of their players have played more than 2 games out here at the MCG. So
they just don't get here very often.
They just don't get a chance to play it here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go about it because it's such a different ground than what Adelaide Oval is as well. In the MCG, when you're playing against a Collingwood outfit, which there's probably going to be 60-odd thousand here today, it's going to be quite daunting for them. So the start of the game is going to be critical.
Just chatting to a few South Australian Crows fans who are in Victoria. They're keen to come along and obviously watch their side this afternoon. Got to see them in Ballarat against the Western Bulldogs. They were really disappointing on that occasion. Interested to see how they go controlling Collingwood's ball movement. And the Pies, Murph, coming off the bye, we're sort of intrigued to see, are they still the flag favourites? Port Adelaide have won 11 on the trot. Will they come out and, I guess, reinstill the confidence that they are still the team to beat?
And it's always interesting after the bye. We've seen sides this year after the bye haven't got the win, have they? So they've been a little bit flat-footed to start games. You'd like to think that Collingwood are a pretty well-oiled machine and they're going to come out like they always do and play really strong football. Darcy Moore's at the moment just giving his team a good rev up. Interesting headbands out there. Interesting haircut from Darcy Moore. It's very rude.
He doesn't even need
Vikings kind of look. I could see you rocking that, Lids.
Yeah, well, yeah, not now, but back in the day. But he doesn't even need the headband because he's pulled it all back.
Yeah,
he's just got the headband there for looks, I think. But whatever floats your boat, Darcy.
The final member of our team is sitting in the front row of the grandstand this afternoon. It's Jess Webster. Welcome to you, Jess.
Thanks, Clinchy. It's a very cold winter's day here in Melbourne today, about 11 degrees and overcast. Hopefully no rain, and there's a bit of wind about, so it does feel a little bit cooler than that. And you mentioned the Adelaide's record here at the MCG. They've only played 6 times since 2017. They've actually lost all 6 games as well in recent years. Their last loss coming against Collingwood by 42 points last year. A big occasion for the Crows. Looking forward to this one, boys.
Thanks, Jess. Hopefully you avoid the wet. That's what I was trying to spit out with the floodlights on here at the MCG. And a crowd of over 60,000 expected as Collingwood, the flag favourites, returning after the bye. And the Adelaide Crows trying to prove their top 8 credentials as they face the black and white at the MCG. It's round 15 of the AFL. Collingwood and Adelaide. Here's Corbin Middlemass on Grandstand AFL.
And it'll be Darcy Cameron and Riley O'Brien to go at it. In the middle is umpire Brendan Hosking as the red Sharon. He thumps it into the middle of the G. Flying up, Cameron gets first hands on the footy. Chris puts his head over it, can't collect. Still bouncing around. Cameron sockers it out wide as Millerer comes off the wing, can't collect. Rochelle, hand pass back into dispute. Dawson shakes a would-be tackle of Adams, feeds it out for the Crows. Got it to Hinge. The long left footer down to half forward. Moore gets a little nudge from Walker. Ball gets out the back. Moore grabs it. He's tackled by Walker. Dispossessed. A throw. Free kick for Tex. What a start this would be for Adelaide.
Good matchup, isn't it? We'll be licking our lips watching Darcy Moore and big Tex Walker go toe-to-toe, but almost got away with we did get away with a free kick almost in the back, I thought, Tex there, but just great follow-up at ground level and caught Darcy Moore holding the ball.
What was interesting, though, was his ability to tackle him there. You noticed he wanted to dump, and when he started, he would have, but he actually held him up really well and almost cradled him to the ground.
Coming off a career-high 10 goals last time out, Taylor Walker misses near side from out wide at left half forward and behind. Jess mentioned the last time the Crows were here, round 2 last year, they lost to Collingwood by 7 goals. If you remember, Matt, it was actually the game where the evacuation alarm went off.
I do.
It was very dramatic.
Remember it well, Corbin. We wondered whether we'd get back into the stadium. Kick towards half-back. Hinge flies over the top from the kick-in from Maynard. So if Adelaide can get a party starter here to get off to a flying start. Mitch Hinge has it left half forward. Looks inside 50 to the punt road end. Sends it towards Walker. Howe was there. Couldn't pull in the mark. Got it down to Murphy. Kick from Maynard. Smothered. Rochelle onto it. He misses to the right-hand side. Only about 15 metres out. Just couldn't quite snap it across his body. Adelaide with the opening 2 behinds through 2 minutes of the MCG.
I think play continued, didn't it? What did they call it?
Yeah, for a little while.
Yeah. And then eventually they turned out to be a false alarm after everyone stood up and started to walk out of the stadium.
Maisie was out the gates. He was gone.
Right. It's Maynard off half-back, kicks me up into the front half for Collingwood. Miller, though, sweeps on the loose footy. So Adelaide with more of the Sharon early. Hand pass to Keys, the 1-2 with Smith. Miller involved again, gives it back to Keys. Handball to Dawson, kicks in the centre square. Rochelle marks. Just forward of halfway, fresh off his new long-term deal. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Walker, another shove on Howe. Pushed through by Murphy. Rushes them behind at a minor score. 3 behinds early for Adelaide. They're all over Collingwood.
They are in for a treat, aren't they? The ball movement's just been red hot so far from the Crows.
Quick kick in from Darcy Moore. Hinge was taken high if he hadn't claimed the mark, which he probably didn't juggle long enough as Noble gathered. So he'll have another opportunity, slightly left of centre. Taylor Adams is right on 50, but you'd imagine it might be just too far for Mitch Hinge. Veers out to the left. Puts it towards the teeth of goal. Darcy Moore sets himself in from the side. Walker spills down the way of Scholl. Left it for Rankin. Hand pass to Rochelle. Feeds it back to Lair. Hand pass to Murphy. Links up to Dawson. Good hands. Can he finish? No. Misses everything out to the left. Out of bounds on the full. So it's 4 inside 50s to none. Collingwood haven't got it past halfway in the opening 3 minutes from the MCG.
Josh Dacos with the kick-out duties. Or free kick duties rather, next to the behind post, goes long to half-back. O'Brien had a hand on it. Dawson dumps a kick back inside 50. Fogarty flies and Murphy knocks it away from him and out of play. Down to throwing 45 out from the Crows goal.
Been interesting to watch so far the Crows on 3 of the players coming out of D50 for Collingwood. They've had 2 Adelaide players at the back of that stoppage where normally there's a lot of space that Collingwood try to open up and get their ball momentum going through.
Cameron wins the hit out for the Pies in the defensive 50, down to Quaynor, hands it to Mitchell. Untidy kick out of the defensive arc, bounces just out of play as Adams grabs it. A battle with Hinge, so a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Adelaide. Only one team has won off the bye so far this year. It was when St Kilda beat Sydney. Both teams came off the bye. And if one of these teams are going to have to add their name to the list today, given the fact they're both off the bye as well, the Pies and the Crows.
Does that technically count when both sides are coming off the bye? Spills down the way of Dawson. Sends Adelaide inside 50 once more. Lockie Murphy flies. Cartmar. Rankin front and centre. Onto it. Pedler swings around his body towards the goal mouth. Racing after it. Keys. Nathan Murphy the other way. Taps it down to Josh Dacos of Collingwood. Hand pass to Mitchell. Has to sidestep Lockie Murphy. Chips it inboard to Maynard. He marks 45 metres out from his defensive goal.
Across the half-back line to Quaynor, who takes the mark and plays on, has a bounce, and then kicks out to the southern wing. Harrison the target. Strong mark up in front of Michael Anning. As the sun just starts to poke through the heavy cloud cover here at the G southern side. If you take those teams out that have played against another team off the bye, 0-7. The record for the team the week after the rest. Very unusual numbers, so heavily lopsided. Kick inside 50's turned over. Crows come out of the defensive arc. Kick goes up to the wing. Laird is onto it. Hand pass away to Rochelle. Hand pass to Michael Annie. Feeds it to Millerer. Has it Logo southern wing. Short kick to Fogarty. And he takes the mark high half forward. There's no one ahead of him. He's going to just try and kick over the defence from 60 out. He's offline. Pitches and runs out of play, and that's not a bad result for Adelaide. Boundary throw in left forward pocket. Crows with the first 3 scores, all behinds.
Standing well, aren't they, at the moment? Adelaide just turning the ball over middle of the ground. Only had the one inside 50 so far, Collingwood, but just their slick handball movement's been really exciting to watch, Adelaide.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport, thrown in at the punt road end, up against the left behind post. Adelaide in attack. Cameron and Walker doing the ruck work. Spills the way of Keys. Far too much space. Jams it onto the left boot. It's offline to the right. So they've had 8 of the opening 9 inside 50s for 4 behinds through the opening 6 minutes. They have Collingwood on the back foot.
Mentioned earlier, the last time they played Clinchie as well, so 7-16, lost to 8-11. It's a wayward kicking performance from the Crows that day. They went 3-6 from set shots. You can hear the applause. It's for Jeremy Howe, who marks in the back pocket, coming back from that badly broken arm with 6 fractures in his forearm. He kicks it down the line. Mitchell's there for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Adams. Still with Collingwood. Handball inboard comes to Pendlebury. Spun around. Kicks into the centre square. Over the head of Lipinski. And there's a free kick. Scholl just illegally hanging on to Lipinski, and he'll get the free for Collingwood in the centre square.
Looks out to the southern side, and Darcy Moore has space. He can take the mark in front of Lockie Murphy. Has short options. Hoskin Elliott out wide, wants to go more direct. That dries up, so he has to chip it over the top to Noble. 60 metres out from home. Into the pocket. Kicks to Mychek. Can't take the mark. Onto it, Michael Annie. Hand pass to Laird, almost run down. Just got his kick away in the nick of time. It's straight towards the boundary. Maynard races after it. Gathers in front of Tex Walker. Hand pass to Darcy Moore. Kicks up towards Hoskin Elliott. He marks it left half forward. Quickly releases Noble with a hand pass. He drives it inside 50. Mychek the target once more. Collingwood's crummers are there. Tom Mitchell gathers. Hand pass to Adams. To Crisp onto the left. Swings at goalward and misses to the right-hand side. Collingwood's 3rd inside 50 for their first score behind. Adelaide 4 behinds through their opening 8 inside 50s. We played 8 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
If you're wondering why you haven't heard Nick Dacos' name, he's started on the bench probably to try and break that initial tag from Ben Keys, but at the moment just can't find his way onto the ground and getting pretty anxious at ground level.
He's striding on the boundary, isn't he? Just can't wait to get on.
Call out Murph as Smith on the kick. Gee, Pedler with a step ladder, got right up the top, flew for the foot. He didn't get hands to it, and an unrealistic attempt, said the umpire. Free kick for Collingwood.
That's a great jump.
Huge climb.
Like Tony Modro.
Cameron lays it off to one man who knows about those heights. Jeremy Howe kicks it deep into the forward pocket for Collingwood. Murray picks it up. Mychek tackles him out of play, and a boundary throw in forward pocket. Last time they met, Nick Dacos, his lowest rated game of the year, 26 disposals, 8 of them kick-outs, only 2 score involvements. As Murph's mentioned, starting on the bench for Collingwood.
He's on now.
He's on now.
Now, the non-officiating umpire has set a blood rule, so we're just going to have a little pause in proceedings here. Did you guys ever play with any unusual injuries? Jeremy Howe style, he's got the Steph Curry sort of arm guard, the extended long sleeve on the left side, which he had to get approval from the AFL to wear.
I wore a glove on my right-hand side after a broken hand, but not...
I wore a helmet a couple of times.
That actually suited you. You should have kept that.
We were 4 from 4 in the helmet, so I wore it for a 5th week, got done, threw it off.
Thrown back in. Collingwood are deep in attack after the break. Cox tries to win down the tap to Josh Dacos. Across his body, it's not a bad effort. It's going to bounce through. Collingwood with the opening goal of the match. Through 9 minutes of the MCG. And despite Adelaide's early dominance inside 50, it's the Pies who strike first.
Yeah, you're right, Clinchy. It was early dominance from the Crows that the inability to actually put the Pies away, it always keeps... you see it's happened so often, don't you, Murph? Like a team that's got all the play, but they just can't quite capitalise and kick those scores. Goes the other end, sure enough. Can't keep a good side down for very long. Josh Dacos, just clever wing play. Just sitting off a little bit, but you know how classy both those two boys are around goal. Great finish, got a nice bounce.
Yeah, you usually see the defensive wingers sitting off by themselves at a forward 50 stoppage. The Adelaide forward had to roll up. You just can't allow a defensive winger to sit there in a bit of space, because all you need, and especially when you're Josh Dacos, is a metre or two, and it's too hard to try and put any pressure on. So great finish in the end.
First lead change of the day. Pies by 3. Back in the middle. O'Brien wins it down to Dawson. He's tackled. Ball up inside the middle of the G again. Jess Webster on the boundary. Jess.
It was Darcy Cameron who came off under the blood rule. Just a cut on the back of his head. He's just gone down the race with a couple of doctors for further treatment.
Thanks, Jess. Clearance for the Crows. Sloan hands it to Jones. Kicks the centre half forward. Intercepted by Maynard. Hands it to Moore. He's tackled as he kicked. Ball ends up out of play. Oh, it's deliberate.
That can't be deliberate.
He was tackled or bumped by Murphy in the process. That's Lockie Murphy. The ball ends up straight out of play. Chase Jones to take the free kick. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Moore flies for it. No mark. Falls down to Mitchell. He's tackled. Lost it. Tex extracts it. Hands it to Sloan. Gives it away to Keys. Hurried kick forwards. A turnover. Straight to Quaynor on the behind line.
Looks up towards half-back. Ash Johnson's the target. Big blind. Murray over the top. Got the knees right into the back of Ash Johnson. Let me posterise you, and then a beautiful kick inside 50. Fogarty couldn't take it on the second bite. Spills the keys. Hand pass straight to Lipinski. Releases Bobby Hill. Dodging and weaving. Hand pass to Maynard to Lipinski. Crunched in a tackle. Hinge laid the tackle. Spills the keys of the Crows. Hand pass to Jones. His kick is smothered. Saligo can't knock it clear. As Markov comes over the top, just between the centre circles and half forward for the Crows. It's Collingwood by 3 points.
We got high hopes leading in. Both teams in the top 8 coming into the round, and the Crows have certainly come to play. They've taken it right up to Collingwood in the first 10 minutes or so. Out of the middle, Crisp. He's tackled, dispossessed. Rankin knocks it forward. Here's Lockie Murphy in the long sleeves. Threw his arms back without the foot. He wanted a free. Not forthcoming. Still no clean collect. Fogarty does well. Spins, grabs it, gives it to Brodie Smith. Drives it goal, and Thilthorpe on the line. Takes the mark and pops it through. Kicks the first of the day for Adelaide. And Riley Thilthorpe wins the wrestle on the goal line. And Adelaide snatch back the lead. 12 gone opening term, 1-4 to 1-1. Grandstand AFL, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
They've been very good so far, forward to centre. The Adelaide forwards are locking the ball in there, all getting shots on goal. They've obviously kicked the 1 goal for and haven't got the reward for all the work they've had in their forward 50, but they're causing a lot of headaches for the Collingwood defenders at ground level. They're getting in really hard, the Adelaide midfielders, and impacting the contest at drop a ball, and their forwards, Adelaide, I spoke about it before the game, being really dynamic. Lockie Murphy and Rankin and Rochelle down there, they're exciting to watch. They've got some tricks and causing a little bit of, they're causing some headaches at the moment for Collingwood.
Riley Thilthorpe with the opening goal for the Crows, his 13th of the season. Back in the middle. Bounce favoured Thilthorpe, who was trying to win down the tap to Sloan against Mason Cox. Spills down the way of Jordan Dawson. Nice sidestep around Nick Dacos. His kick, though, is wide. Pendler, he races after it, can't gather. Howes onto it for Collingwood. Sends it up towards Harrison. Hand pass over his shoulder, looking for Mason Cox. Needs to get down low. Got it on to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Through the middle of the ground to Tom Mitchell. Cuts back to Nick Dacos. Looks out to the members' side for brother Josh. He takes the mark over the top of Chase Jones, just in front of the AFL logo.
First goal of the day, Josh Dacos. 14 minutes in, trying to pinpoint the pass, does so successfully. This is Markov. Between wing and half forward. Northern side of the G. We haven't had a lot of footy here in the last couple of days, and yet wing looks a little patchy. He kicks it straight to Myercheck. He's got that leading lane at right half forward just open up to him. Not a single Adelaide player standing in the channel. And Myercheck can shoot from 35 out right half forward.
It was good composure, wasn't it?
Because they got caught out there.
Yeah. Initially, Adelaide did fill the space, and then just the work rate of the other Collingwood forwards to run through and draw the eye just opened up a perfect leading lane for Brodie Myercheck.
Doesn't this guy give you great bang for your buck as a key forward? 32 goals in the season already. Brodie Myercheck misses to the right-hand side. He's 32-12, by the way, so we lament all the time the goal kicking of the key forwards and the accuracy. Not this guy, kicking 3 in every 4.
All-Australian potentially, you reckon?
Or has to be in the mix.
In the mix.
Miller with a beautiful kick in for the Crows. Found Rory Sloane at half-back. Hand pass to Scholl. Around the southern side. Hoskin Elliott put the chase on. Kick close to the boundary line. Howe in front. Takes the mark. Much for his confidence. Been back in his first game since round 1. He marks at left half-back against Darcy Fogarty. Sends Collingwood towards half-forward. Mason Cox is in front position. Johnson didn't fly it. Spills back to Cox. Tries to get the hand pass away for Collingwood, but emerging with it is Silthorpe for the Crows. Hand pass to Laird. Over his shoulder on the southern side. Out towards Scholl. Hard against the boundary. Sends it long towards Fogarty. A 2-on-1. It cleared Nathan Murphy. Onto a Tex Walker. 50 out. Pokes the kick into the pocket. Pedler down low. Takes the mark, sliding on his knees. In the right forward pocket, 25 metres out. A chance for Adelaide to extend their lead.
Yeah, just a complete misread by Murphy there. He looked all set to come and take that intercept mark, but completely misread it. I used to know whether it's really swirly down there. The flags are certainly like that. And I know it can get like that here at the G, but he was all at sea under that high ball.
Luke Pedler, pick 11 in 2020. Out to the right, looking to try and capitalise on Adelaide's dominance, and he misses to the right-hand side. Opportunities are going begging at the moment for the Crows. They're 1-5-11 to Collingwood 1-2-8. They've had their chances.
So in their last 5 quarters against Collingwood, they've kicked 8 goals, 21. Include that Adelaide Oval meeting from earlier in the year as Moore comes out wide to Howe, or took on the tackle, lost the footy, bobbles out. Says play on. Howe's hand pass ends up with Markov. He's taken high, bottom of that pack, and that's a bailout. Jeremy Howe on his return tried to take on Rankin and almost lost it in the process. Moves the footy to Josh Dacos. Kicks down the wing. Mason Cox takes the juggle mark. Wants to move it. Short kick to Myercheck. Leaping over the back. Adelaide come up with it through Worrell. Sends a hand pass away to Miller. Slips over. Hill's coming to get him. Holding the ball. And Miller penalised.
Should be 50.
Free kick for Bobby Hill. Had it returned to the half volley. Just wants to move it. Inside to Josh Dacos. Long kick, top of the goal square. Johnson hands to it, no mark. Spills front and centre. Sloane collects, takes on Adams. Ball held in. He's in trouble. Says no. Ball up. 15 out for the Collingwood goal at the City end. Adelaide lead the game by 3 points, 17 minutes in.
Just a 6th inside 50 for Collingwood, 14 at the other end for Adelaide. Mason Cox wins down the tap. Hand pass came out from Laird. Nowhere for Miller to go. He's locked up just 25 metres out from Collingwood's goal at the City end of the MCG. A crowd of over 60,000 expected. It's the only game at the MCG for round 15. Thrown up. O'Brien wins down the tap. Onto it, Elliott. Back in the Collingwood lineup. Hand pass out to Josh Dacos. Right forward pocket. Links up with Pendlebury to Maynard, 60 out. Swings onto his left. Inside 50. In front. No mark claimed by... in front. Was unable to take it. In the end was Worrell. And it's locked up in the right forward pocket for the Pies. Jamie Elliott last to rise with support from Brodie Myercheck. Collingwood have it in their right forward pocket.
Crows by 3. Up it goes. O'Brien wins it down. His Elliott collects. Tackled out of play by Michael Lanning. 18 minutes into the opening term. Overcast day at the G. First of 2 games today. Standalone action, of course, with the bye rounds, the last of them. Later today, Gold Coast and Hawthorn. Up at Carrara. Boundary throw in, forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Both rucks miss it. Crisp passing through, can't handle it. Saligo feeds a hand pass out to Keys and a long kick for Adelaide up to the wing. Fogarty the target, bounces in front of he and Darcy Moore and runs out of play. And a boundary throw in front of the Pies dugout.
Ben Keys definitely got the job running around with Nick Dacos after last time. Keys up to 7 touches already. Nick had only had the 2 so far, but he did start on the bench.
Brett Delidio with you, ABC Sport. Maynard with 9. Josh Dacos with 8 from the throw-in. Clears Cox and O'Brien. Nick Dacos is onto it. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. Sends Collingwood inside 50. Big collision, butts one way from the other direction. Another Crow who's down and slow to rise. Racing after it, Bobby Hill puts on the block for Elliott, and then he left it behind. Gathering it is Worrell. Sends the Crows back up the members wing, but straight to Darcy Cameron. Back onto the field. Hand pass to Moore. Out to Crisp at right half forward. Bouncing hand pass to Mitchell. Swings it onto his left towards Myercheck. Can he get there? He can't. Lunging forward. Worrell gathers. Hand pass to Michael Annie. Looks for a clearing kick into the pocket. Lockie Murphy just gathers. Hard against the boundary. Swings onto his left. Kicks over the head of Pendler in the direction of Thilthorpe. Running onto it, Quaynor for Collingwood.
Quaynor sweeping hand pass to Pendlebury. Short kick for Collingwood out of that southern wing, and Noble takes the mark. It was Murray who was a little slow to rise. Nick Murray's trying to shake off the trainer who's trying to come visit him and get back into the play and defend on the last line for Adelaide. The ball's coming in his direction as Noble goes long inside 50 and O'Brien works his way to the front to take the intercept mark for Adelaide. Crows in their clash jumper, predominantly in red, with some yellow and navy stripes on it and the white shorts, and Collingwood home game, so in the black and white stripes with the black shorts. A short kick to Pedler. Pedler goes short to Murphy. This is Lachlan Murphy. His namesake Nathan out there playing for the other team. And their fellow namesake Mark is sitting in the commentary box.
Very common name.
Yes. As Lachlan Murphy goes long down the boundary line. Touched on the way through and out of play on that southern wing. So a throw in on the wing.
I'll just give a bit of feedback to Lockie Murphy too about the long sleeve away strip.
Please.
Do not wear it.
Oh,
the red long sleeve in the Adelaide
mate,
jersey.
no, that'd be the first one I'd buy if I was looking for one for training. 100%.
Not it.
I like the red.
Couple of fashionistas in the back row as it's thrown back in. Darcy Cameron and Riley Thilthorpe. Cameron won it for Collingwood. Hand pass in front of Taylor Adams. Sockers it off the turf up to Ash Johnson. Good clean pick up for Collingwood. Releases Taylor Adams. Kicks towards Elliott on the lead. He marks it left half forward. Hard against the boundary with a 50-metre up. Meets the boundary. Back in the lineup. Centre and kick back to Taylor Adams. He's still 2 kicks out from goal though at the city end. He's got Pendlebury free. Decides against that. He looks deeper and longer. Meyer checks the target. Bobby Hill might set himself. Into the sky he goes. Can't take the mark. Spills off hands. Laird's onto it for the Crows. A quick clearing kick. Haphazard. Bit dangerous. Quaynor slaps it away from Scholl. Straight to Keys though of the Crows. Hand pass out wide. Scholl slipped over. Now Nick Dacos lays the tackle. Hand pass taken by Quaynor. He's taken high. Or was he? Michael Annie with the tackle. Collingwood fans thought it was a free kick. I thought it was high. Umpire says no, I'll pull it up. Left half forward for Collingwood.
3-point lead for the Crows. Back out of play from the stoppage as the ruck share it out of bounds. No late change for either team. Bo McCreary, the sub. Billy Frampton, a little stiff to lose his place. Having obviously featured for both South Australian teams in the past. First year at Collingwood. Howe returns. He's out of the team. The sub McCreary and Ned McHenry. A boundary throwing. Ball worked up to the southern wing. Ends up with Hoskinelli who just sockers it into the centre square for Collingwood. Works out all right. Adams hands it to Pendlebury. Hits up Elliott. Out on the lead mark. Not paid. Bounces off his chest and Brodie Smith just clears for the Crows. Long kick out of that southern wing for Rankin. Heads down to half forward. Fogarty trying to reel in a one-hander. Can't. Ball stays alive on that southern boundary line. More clever. Paddles it away to Quaynor. Half back on a jinking run in the end. Has to kick a high bomb down the southern wing for Collingwood. No mark. Spills to Nick Dacos. Hands it back to Mitchell.
Got it away to Pendlebury. Wants to toe poke a kick forward to Taylor Adams. Hand pass to Nick Dacos through traffic to Ash Johnson. Beautiful from Collingwood. Fires from 50 and puts it through. Take them on in the corridor at your peril as they waltz it through the middle of the ground and make Adelaide pay. Collingwood back in front by 3 points. 2-2-14 to the Crows. 1-5-11. 23 minutes gone. Opening term.
Oh, surprise, surprise, Scotty Pendlebury involved. He just owns the corridor, doesn't he?
I don't understand how opposition teams don't have a midfield designed to play on Pendlebury away from stoppages, because he just constantly runs the diamond almost and plays that centre or quarterback role.
Explain the diamond.
Well, the diamond, he just doesn't get caught in the flanks of the MCG. So the diamond's basically the point of the diamond's from goal square to goal square. So he just roams through the corridor and sits on that sort of 45, so the points of the centre square, and is always the link player for Collingwood. So every forward thrust goes through Scotty Pendlebury.
And he's a great decision maker and uses the ball really well. So surely someone's got to go near him.
Yep.
The leader swung on all 3 goals, so Collingwood by 3 points. Time on in this opening term. Cameron wins the hit out. Pendlebury off his knees, back to Cameron. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Gives it to Noble. Off the back edge of the square. Kicks out wide to half forward. Adams paddles it in front of himself. Gets onto it. Tackled by Hinge. Hand pass back inboard. Noble rides a bump. Chase Jones wins the footy. Hand pass to Hinge for the Crows. Kicks down the wing. Saligo hand to it. No mark. Falls to Moore. He's tackled by Saligo and a ball up in front of the benches. I like that, the diamond. Is that sort of footy club speak?
It's an old sort of fashioned old man would have probably said it.
Yeah, I like it.
Joey Mercedes special.
Cheerio to smoking. It's Tom Mitchell for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Got it to brother. Josh gave it to Nick. He was tackled. Released the hand pass to Cameron up towards half forward. Butts as well set. Flies in front of Ash Johnson, but a free kick. Mason Cox was held. He wants to dink it over the top. It wasn't intended for Ash Johnson. He marks it in front of Lipinski. Gives it back to Big Mason. Cox with a hand pass to Mitchell. He's got Chris free. Can he get it to him? Racing Max Sloan against the flight. Worrell spoils it down. Quick hand pass came from Lipinski. And working back Worrell for the Crows. All the way back to Brodie Smith. Left back pocket. Driving kick out of defence. Riley O'Brien makes a presence. Brings it down to Saligo and eventually out of play. At right half forward for the Magpies, Collingwood 2-2-14, Adelaide 1-5-11. 25 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Jess Webster, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you.
Collingwood by 3. Entertaining tussle so far through 26 minutes, and the boundary throw-in. Bounce favours Brodie Smith, jams it on the boot, it's out wide. Pitches just inside the field of play and goes out. In front of the interchange gates, the home fans wanted deliberate. Wasn't forthcoming.
Certainly wrestled the game back on their terms. Collingwood in the last 5 or 6 minutes just set up really well defensively. Once the ball goes inside 50, just setting up that wall as it comes out.
Boundary throw in, knocked down in front of Nick Dacos. He's moving through the stoppage. Hand pass to Pendlebury, back to Nick. Pointing traffic in front of him as he kicks it out in space. Right half forward. Onto it is Bobby Hill. Right forward pocket. Had more time than he thought. Snaps off balance and puts it out on the full. So we like that from Nick Dacos. That's full quarterback, isn't it? As he's running and just trying to marshal traffic before he even disposes of the footy.
Yeah. And Bobby Hill reacted straight away, didn't he? Just turned on a dime and got running exactly where he pointed it.
Worrell's kick out of defence finds Jordan Dawson, who marks uncontested at left half back. So Collingwood with the last 8 inside 50s. Adelaide's defence being tested, but standing up for the moment. Short to Keys. Ben Keys in his new role across half forward. Had a season's high 29 disposals against the West Coast Eagles. The kick up towards the wing. And the intercepting mark taken by Darcy Moore. He rises in front of Riley O'Brien and takes the mark. O'Brien, one of the few Crows who didn't train in their wet weather contest session during the week. A slight ankle concern, but he's out there. Kick up towards Mason Cox. Butts over the back, spoils it down. Ash Johnson for Collingwood to Josh Dacos to brother Nick. He bursts forward, kicks to Elliott, backpedaling. Marks in the right forward pocket. Not a lot Brodie Smith could do. Collingwood's burst from the congestion. And Elliott back with a chance to strike in the opening term.
I'd like to get a stat to see the amount of times Josh Dacos and Nick Dacos handball the ball to each other.
Like
I reckon we've seen it probably 4 or 5 times already this quarter. And why wouldn't you? They both deliver the ball beautifully. On that occasion, it was Nick issuing instructions again, and Jamie Elliott find himself on the back of it.
Missed the last 2 games. Jamie Elliott with a shoulder injury. As he's out to the right shooting here. 10 goals of the season. He leans back on it and misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. Collingwood by 4 points at the 27-minute mark of the opening term. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. G'day to Rory in Reservoir, a blind listener. Love your commentary. So happy to see Jeremy Howe back.
Aren't we all? Great for footy. What a return it's been already just to make it back out there this early. Long kick from Worrell out of the defensive arc. Spills down to Josh Dacos, so it's coming back inside for Collingwood. Competing in the air is Elliott. It falls down to Lipinski. Hands it back to Elliott. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Cox caught at the back. Bobby Hill trying to soccer it through, and in the end, Miller, the goalkeeper, saves it. It goes through for a behind. Collingwood's lead extends to 5 points, 2-4 to 1-5. 28.5 gone opening term, so Collingwood by 5 points.
Wayne Miller are quickly in, not allowing Collingwood's forwards to set. Finds Brodie Smith at the left half-back line on the defensive 50. Sends it up the members' wing. Taylor Walker the target. Shove on. Darcy Moore working underneath. It gets to the back where Howe's onto it. Quick kick towards half-forward. Elliott in front. Can't take the mark against Butts. He slaps it on to Mitchell. Hand pass to Josh Dacos against the boundary. Dribbles it end over end inside 50. No one there for the Pies. Onto it Hinge. Hand pass back to Brodie Smith. Looks up the wing. Rankin has space. Finds him. Juggles it on the third attempt. Quickly away to Walker. It was good hands, Murph. He looks up to half-forward over the head of Thilthorpe. Nathan Murphy read it best. He had Thilthorpe and Lockie Murphy. In the end, he found the wrong Murphy. Nathan takes the mark.
Goes back to Noble. Noble across the goal face to Maynard. And that'll do us through quarter number one. Entertaining start. The Crows, who had a 4-game winning stretch at one point, but they've gone 3-4 since, with no back-to-back wins since round 5, round 6. And Collingwood, who had an 8-game winning sequence, snapped last time out against Melbourne. So 2 teams inside the top 8. Crows a test away from home at the G against arguably the best team in the land in the Magpies. And at quarter time, there's just 5 points between them. So Collingwood 2-4-16, Adelaide 1-5-11. 3 lead changes. The lead swinging on each of the 3 goals in the match so far. First goal of the game was kicked by Josh Dacos. Ash Johnson has their second. And Riley Thilthorpe, the only goal kicker for Adelaide.
Interestingly, after that Luke Pedler miss, Collingwood had the next 7 inside 50s. They kicked 1-2. So they lead by 5 points, but Adelaide did all the early attacking, just couldn't quite make it count on the scoreboard. Rory was also making the point on the SMS, 0437774774, that Jeremy Howe must be an incredible healer. G'day to Chris, who's listening, 4:30am, Pies fan listening to you from Glasgow. Corridor footy, bring it on. G'day crew, enjoying the call today, just on the way back from, is it Eucla in WA?
Yep.
Oh, that wasn't as convincing.
Right.
Ben gives me the all clear. And hi team, all ears waiting for the call as usual. Good calling, that's from Laurel in Rushworth. And Ken from Port Augusta says, go Pies. Great to have your company on Sunday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Thrown back in. Collingwood are deep in attack after the break. Cox tries to win down the tap to Josh Dacos. Across his body. It's not a bad effort. It's going to bounce through. Collingwood with the opening goal of the match. Through 9 minutes of the MCG. And despite Adelaide's early dominance inside 50, it's the Pies who strike first.
Here's Lockie Murphy in a long sleeve, threw his arms back without the footy, wanted a free, not forthcoming, still no clean collect. Fogarty does well, spins, grabs it, gives it to Brodie Smith, drives it, goal, and Thilthorpe on the line, takes the mark and pops it through, kicks the first of the day for Adelaide. And Riley Thilthorpe wins the wrestle on the goal line. And Adelaide snatched back the lead.
Got it away to Pendlebury, wants to toe poke a kick forward to Taylor Adams. Hand pass to Nick Dacos through traffic to Ash Johnson. Beautiful from Collingwood. Fires from 50 and puts it through. Take them on in the corridor at your peril.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
A tight opening quarter from the MCG in which Collingwood lead by 5 points. 2-4-16 to Adelaide 1-5-11. Both sides had their opportunities It was the Magpies who made the most of theirs. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Jess Webster down on the boundary. The thoughts of your experts, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, it was a game of almost two halves, sorry, the quarter of two halves there.
Yep.
Yeah, Adelaide dominated early but couldn't quite put the score on the board, and then the Pies, once they got their sniff, got that first goal through Josh Dacos, and then they had their opportunities, 2-4, 16 to 1, 5-11.
Similar, weren't they, in terms of just not making the most of their opportunities?
Yeah, and I think, what I've been impressed by is the way the Crows set up initially, and they got that pressure that you spoke about, their half forwards applying pressure, not allowing Collingwood to slingshot off half back. But then on the flip side of that as well, Collingwood mids and the two Dacos boys, their ability to find each other is what you alluded to as well. But Pendlebury in there as well. Got some big numbers going here. Josh Dacos 12, Nick 10, and then Maynard, Mitchell, Moore, Pendlebury. Like Darcy Moore, for a guy centre-half back, 200 centimetres. Geez, he plays a good game, doesn't he? But on the other side of the coin, we've got, the captain, Jordan Dawson, playing his 100th game up there with Ben Keys, 9 and 8 touches respectively. And, Smith and Laird again with 8 each. Rory Laird, just the 2 kicks so far, none of them hit the target. But I feel like it's a pretty evenly balanced game, but if I was going to lean one way, I'd probably say Collingwood, because I feel like they've been a little bit cleaner and their ability to get back through the corridor has been probably more impressive.
They're probably holding their structure a bit better than Adelaide. Adelaide are getting a lot of numbers in defence, and Collingwood is setting really well on the exits and getting those repeat entries. The back half of that quarter, they just own the game in the forward half of the ground. Adelaide need to be careful that they're not just all flooding back and then having nothing to go to on the way out, because Collingwood with Darcy Moore, he just sets up his teammates outside of that and they just get those repeat entries, and they're not going to kick 2 goals for, consistently going forward. They're going to start hitting the scoreboard and get up through the big sticks, Collingwood. So it's good to get your numbers back. You need to almost maintain an uncontested mark style of game when you do get your numbers back, and wait for your mids to then present some options outside of that D50, because you can't just keep on banging it long and hoping for the best.
Adelaide had the first 7 inside 50s. They had 4 gettable shots. They weren't able to capitalise. Collingwood the last 7 inside 50s of the quarter. Jess Webster's down on the boundary.
I was watching Nick Murray closely at the quarter-time break. He came to the bench just in the tail end of that first quarter, clutching at his left hamstring. He had a chat to the doctors, did a couple of tests and checked the vision. And he's back out there on the ground, seems to be moving okay, but we'll see how he goes as the match wears on.
Thanks, Jess. Second quarter about to get underway. Collingwood leading by 5 points at the MCG. O'Brien and Darcy Cameron set themselves for the bounce. Cameron wins down the tap, but straight to Laird of the Crows. Gets the first clearance off the outside of the boot towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Markov. Was able to tap it out towards he and Chase Jones. Laid the tackle on Jones. Maynard slaps it forward. Picked up by Dawson for the Crows. Quick hand pass to Laird. To Jones inside 50. Howe set. Walker trying to get there. Jeremy Howe takes the mark underneath the high ball. Welcome back, as he's featuring in his first game since round 1. Points out to the members' side in the direction he intends to head it. Out towards Myercheck. In front, Maynard flies. Chase Jones in the middle of them. Maynard gathers to Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos and go back to Pendlebury. He's at left half back for the Pies. Nice sidestep around Saligo. Links up with Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Josh. That's 6 cents again. Got taken high. Hand pass to Cameron. They take the advantage. Nick Dacos risky in the middle. Lipinski couldn't take the mark. Onto it, Miller. He gets the hand pass to Dawson. Out to Walker on the southern side. Adelaide trying to open up Collingwood's defence. Tex looks inside 50. Long towards Fogarty and Nathan Murphy. It's over their heads. And it rolls out up against the left behind post. Adelaide have it inside 50 in the opening minute. It's Collingwood by 5 points.
Good news is I've taken a poll to Twitter.
Yeah.
So
Good.
I've got one running now about Lockie Murphy's long sleeve red jumper.
Yep.
Mark Murphy's a hard no. Brett Delidio a big yes. So let us know what you think, whether it's the way to go or not. The red long sleeve jumper that Lockie Murphy's wearing for the boundary throwing. Back pocket for Collingwood. Nick Dacos gives it to brother Josh. Kicks to half back. It's chopped off. Lockie Scholl takes the intercept mark. Left half forward. You don't want to change your mind, Murph?
No, it'll be a comprehensive no, I reckon, across the board from Twitter.
Doubling down.
What he should change is the size of his shorts, if you're asking me, but the jumper needs to stay. His shorts are way too big.
So Lockie Scholl, 13 goals in his 51 games. We'll have to dob this from outside 50. He's kicking to the short end as he goes long to the goal line. It's punched through by Murphy, sitting into the ground. Punched through by Moore on the goal line. Darcy Moore for Collingwood, of course. Pies lead cut to 4, early stages, second term.
Now quickly back in for Collingwood, finds Quaynor in the right back pocket. Just in front of where the slide was for the big freeze on King's birthday. Quaynor up the wing, won't get to Ash Johnson in front. Hoskin Elliott couldn't quite juggle the mark. Chance for the Crows, they can't quite emerge with it. As Jordan Dawson goes in to provide support for Worrell. Umpire circles and will ball it up. You voted yes or no on your own Twitter poll?
I'd be voting yes. The function apparently doesn't let you vote on your own poll, unfortunately.
Okay.
Six votes in and 5 of them for yes.
Hoskin Elliott gets the clearance. Hand pass to Lipinski. Tries to put it in front of Bobby Hill. Taps it to his own advantage around Millerer. Gathers. Has to jam it on the boot. Good contest with Millerer. Mychik can't pull in the one-handed mark. He races back after it. V-line's hinge. It spills off the 2 and goes out of play. In front of the Olympic stand at the punt road end. Collingwood in attack, leading by 4 points.
What about you?
Yeah, put me down as a yes. I think it's a homage to Andrew Jarman. I'm thinking sort of South Australian jumper. They have nothing else in common apart from that.
He was always the long sleeve, wasn't he? Collingwood by 4 points. Boundary throwing. Forward 50 here for the Pies too, as Mitchell got it out to Mychek, trying to break through a tackle. Trickles a kick forward. Laird drilled in a hard tackle from Elliott. Ball up top of the goal square for the Pies. Really good roll up too, with saying 70,000 earlier leads they're hoping for.
Yeah, that's what we heard out the front.
It's every bit of that so far as well. Overcast day in Melbourne, free kick for a hold in the ruck contest, and Cameron giving away the free against Riley O'Brien. Big Rob goes short in the back pocket for Worrell, and he chips it to Millerer. Right half back, Wayne Millerer. Goes short too, still in the defensive 50. This is Max Michaelani, the first-year Crow. Kicks it out wide to Butts. Against the boundary line. Left half back. Long kick down the southern wing. Maynard in the box seat. Edged underneath it illegally. Pushing the back. Free kick Maynard. Collingwood will get it on halfway.
He works the short chip kick over the top to Mitchell. Hand pass to Pendlebury. This is his most damaging. Looks inside 50. Sends it towards Bobby Hill. He flies against Elliott. Ball hits the deck. Collingwood plays everywhere. Elliott's onto it and puts it through. Jamie Elliott with his first goal of the match. And Collingwood are able to extend their lead with the last 2. It's a 10-point ball game the Magpies way. 3-4-22 to Adelaide 1-6-12. 5 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
Just another goal there to Collingwood, just on the back of their defensive setup. Adelaide had the ball in their D50. Collingwood gave them the wide one, which Adelaide took, and then they kicked the ball long down the line, and Collingwood just set up perfectly. And it was that bloke that we mentioned who's usually involved in their score sources, Scott Pendlebury, again through the corridor, just sitting there, and Tom Mitchell just knew exactly where Scotty Pendlebury was set up. And you just can't allow a bloke of that much skill and class to be sitting corridor by himself. And then just a great contest going forward, and Jamie Elliott finding himself at front and centre where all good small forwards should be.
Crows were all over Collingwood first 15 minutes, couldn't put it on the scoreboard, and now they find themselves down by 10 points, as wide as it's been. Dawson collects in the middle, but he's retreating. Hand pass to Miller, a hot footy, dropped it, sold his teammate under the pump in Murray. He's tackled straight away. And a ball up centre half forward for Collingwood. The Pies have lifted here. Sensing they're on top in this game from the stoppage. Free kick. Loose tackle there, front on by Lipinski. Caught lead high. Gives a hand pass to the captain in Dawson, who's running. Has to handball out further wide to Millerer. Arches the back to get around Harrison. Short kick wanted Pedler, not a good kick. Markov breaks it up. Hoskin Elliott's hand pass picked off. Millerer keeps on running. Now at half forward. Hand pass away to Pedler. Kicks inside 50. Nathan Murphy just knocks it down for Collingwood to Markov, and he hands it to Hoskin Elliott.
And Noble got it under enormous pressure. He's locked up on half forward. Good pressure from the Crows. Luke Padler laying the tackle, and the umpire will ball it up right on the paint of 50 at the city end for the Crows. O'Brien and Cameron tangle. O'Brien wins down the tap to Laird. His kick is smothered. Spills to Nick Dacos. Can't get boot to ball as Dawson laid the tackle. It lays on the turf for Crisp. Hand pass to Cameron, hadn't moved. Kicks Collingwood up the southern wing. Ash Johnson couldn't take it. Miller has another go at it. Couldn't take it cleanly. Pendlebury into the middle of the ground. Lipinski can't take the mark. Nick Dacos runs on it with speed. Hand pass to Lipinski from 50. Open goal mouth. Misses to the left-hand side. Josh Rochelli was the desperate lunge on the defensive 50 that maybe just pressured the kick. The minor score for Collingwood. A 3-5-23 to Adelaide 1-6-12. 7 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
That was good work rate by the Adelaide small forward and Rochelle there just to get that hand on and cause a slight error of kick.
Michael Lanny on the kick-out duties, goes wide to Chase Jones. Maynard takes the intercept mark, moves it to half-forward. Josh Dacos, hand pass to Adams. Tries to step around Saligo. Ugly kick inboard to Crisp. Tough one to handle, coughs it up. Jones for the Crows. Hand pass away to Rochelle. Handball out wide to Saligo, his housemate. Hand pass to Laird. Flicks it out further wide to Chase Jones. Low kick along the ground. Rankin overruns it. Nathan Murphy taken front on by Pedler. Says that's all okay. Lets them roll. Nick Dacos out the back of the pack. Kicks inboard. Ugly footy. Hinge intercepts for Adelaide. Can he get something going off half back? G took on Crisp. Caught. Tackle didn't stick. Hinch bends it away. Turns it over. And more the intercept mark centre half back.
He wants to roll the dice into the middle of the ground. Sports Noble. It opens up on the southern side for him. Harrison takes the mark at right half forward. Elliott on the lead. Just has to find him. Miller was there but could not give away the free kick as Elliott held it long enough in front anyway.
Great hands.
And he's landed awkwardly on his back, Jamie Elliott, just slow to get to his feet.
Tell you what, for a guy who's only 178, 79, geez, he marks well above his head, doesn't he? But their ability then, they couldn't quite lay a hand on Hinge, and he didn't know what to do. Then he was just like, I'm surrounded, I've just got to get it forward. But the forwards had already gone into motion. They were coming out here to the wings. Darcy Moore was like, I think there's enough pressure on this footy. I'll just sit here, turnover, but he goes straight away, and that's what opens the game up. It allows them just to go straight back at the other team and get another look on goal.
5 disposals, 4 tackles, 1-1 for the small forward with the famous number 5 on his back. From right on 50, gives it everything he's got. It's right to the goal line. I think it's got there. Punches the wrong side of the line. Collingwood make it 3 on the top. Elliott with 2 goals so far in this second quarter, making his presence known on his return. Collingwood by 17 points as they open up a gap. 4-5-29 to the Crows, 1-6-12. 9 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Well, that's why we come to football and you actually enjoy watching Collingwood play, because Darcy Moore, you're right, it's just took the intercept mark, and rather than take the easy option and go wide or go short, he saw the quickest route home straight through the corridor and pin the ears straight through, and that just opens up the entire game. And you'd love to be a midfield small forward playing for Collingwood, because it's coming in hot at the moment, isn't it? And it's coming in through the corridor, which as a forward gives you so many options to try and lead up at the football, lead out the back, go sideways. It's just a terrific way to play football at the moment, Collingwood. And ever since the first 10 minutes, they've got their game up and going.
They've kicked the last 3, 17 points. Collingwood's lead back in the middle. O'Brien wins the head out. Josh Dacos is hunting it though, can't collect. Keys picks up the footy for the Crows, kicks it out of the centre square, down to half forward. Philthorpe flying for the footy, no mark, falls to Lockie Murphy. He's tackled, ball held in. Jeremy Howe laying the tackle with his black shooter's sleeve on, protecting that broken arm. Back for his first game since round 1, 6 fractures in the forearm. From the restart, Keys hands it out to Dawson, kicks to the top of the goal square. Howe with the spoil and then the collect, back pocket. He can get involved here as he kicks out of the defensive arc, straight back to Dawson. Dawson can poke it inside 50 for Adelaide, and Rankin marks a metre in from the boundary line, left half forward.
Well read by Jordan Dawson. He patrols, doesn't he? Yeah. He's like a mobile centre half back who sort of plays that kick behind, just gives them that security behind the footy. Kicked it inside. I think Lockie Scholl was a bit disappointed that Rankin took it.
So Rankin is going to snap across the body from a long way out. It won't have the trip. And Quaynell's able to pick it off and rebound from the back pocket, drives his kick out of the defensive 50.
Towards Darcy Cameron, he's outnumbered though, and the mark is taken by Worrell. He comes inboard and Dawson has it. The Crows captain centre wing on the southern side. Veers out to the left, looks inside 50, kicks towards Lockie Murphy. Got hands to it, couldn't complete the narc against Noble. Little dribbling kick forward only as far as Nathan Murphy. He dropped it in the eyes of the umpire holding the ball. And Noble will take the free kick in the right back pocket for Collingwood. Swings it out to Josh Dacos in the left back pocket. Member's side, looks up towards Taylor Adams. Getting back, Chase Jones. Flies in, spoils it down, trying to kick it forward to Philthorpe. He was impeded, he's got his kick away against Taylor Adams, and it'll be a downfield free kick.
It was well played by Chase Jones. He could have run forward and tried to intercept the ball, but he decided to stay back with his man because he wasn't going to impact the next play. So smart played it to one, read the play, but the ball just going forward as well.
Jones wanted it short. He went for Fogarty Thilthorpe, and the intercepting mark was taken for Collingwood. They springboard through Nick Dacos around the members' wing. Hand pass to Myercheck. Links it forward to Crispy over around the footy. Brodie Smith taps it to his own advantage. Jones slides in for the Crows. Can't clear Crisp. Taylor Adams over the top, and the umpire will ball it up. In front of the Adelaide bench. Collingwood 4-5-29. Adelaide 1-6-12. 12 minutes gone. Second term on ABC Sport.
You'd be pleased to know too, Murph, we've had over 60 votes so far in the red long sleeve question as to whether we rate it or not from Lockie Murphy as Dawson gets the clearance, hurry kick forward, and here's Nathan Murphy takes the intercept mark.
Might have to go create a few counts, I think, to vote no.
The yes vote is at 72% at the moment, the no vote just 28 for the red long sleeve. Just if you weren't with us earlier, Mark Murphy not a fan, Brett Delidio is huge fan.
The part that surprised me is that Lid said he would actually buy it.
Yeah.
Which is a big call from him.
There's Howe off the back flank, the switches on, kicks out to that southern wing. Hoskinelli at the target, Scholl had it, lost it. Now Collingwood back onto it. Harrison sweeping hand pass over halfway to Cameron. Thought about kicking, decides to hand it back out wide for Hoskinelli. Always a number in support. Hand pass forward to Lipinski. Centering kick superb. Adams marks back in the corridor. 20 metres out, just left of centre.
Just to clarify, Clinchy, I would have bought it back when I was training. I wouldn't training it now. I don't do enough footy training at all to warrant buying a jumper, but...
I thought opening the wallet was the impressive part.
I was about to say, or to part with the cash, Clinchy.
No, I'd reach out to some contacts and see who I can hit up. No, Dan Jackson, who's the runner for the Crows, pretty well. See whether he can sort me out.
Just good unselfish footy, wasn't it, from Pat Lipinski? He had an opportunity to set his eyes on for goal, but saw Taylor Adams free, top of the square.
Head of steam up for the Pies as Taylor Adams just nurses it through. 4 on the trot. Yeah, I think the goal umpire just wants to check whether this shaved the goal post or not. It was very close. The soft signal is a goal. But we'll get a bit of drama before then. The other Mark Murphy theory he's been running all year is that the snicko was a myth, and that we never have any waves, and as soon as the AFL heard that, they thought we've got to chuck a couple in. So we saw them a few weeks back.
I still feel they're making it up.
Right. So do we actually have the snicko technology?
There's a conspiracy theory that if there's contact with the post, snicko doesn't actually work anyway.
Right. There's its flatlining here, Murph. So this will be a goal for Tay Adams, which was the soft call on the ground. And that's 4 straight in the game for the Magpies. They move to 5-5-35. Adelaide are 1-6-12. This game high margin continues to grow. It's up to 23 points Collingwood's way. Grandstand AFL. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Jess Webster on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, you spoke about the unselfishness. I actually liked their play of Darcy Cameron. It's like a lot of big ruckmen at that side, they'll just bang it in, you know, and then it goes to the numbers of the Crows where they've set up behind the ball. But he's like, you know what, I can find a better option here. And then just wait, handball off, there it is, Lipinski. He had the time and made a great decision. You don't shoot from out in the flanks. We find something better. Taylor Adams was one. I reckon he had Josh Dacos as another one there as well. So that's just the unselfish play, but it's also the encouragement of the coach to say, you know what, go for your kicks, boys. Have a crack at them.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Collingwood's pressure rating in this second quarter over 200. Adelaide at around 160. The Pies have made their move. Mason Cox wins down the tap. Got it to Pendlebury. Veers out to his right. Ash Johnson on the lead. Just couldn't quite complete the mark. Murray got there late to spoil. Spills out towards Johnson. His head's down low against Sloane. Both make contact, no whistle. Brodie Smith emerges with it for the Crows. Hand pass out wide to Thilthorpe. Left half back. Sends it around the wing on the southern side. Rankin takes the mark. Had Murphy, that's Lockie Murphy running the boundary, ignored him. Kick longer and wider in the direction of Rochelle. He marks just inside the field of play. Veers out to the right. He wants to send it to Pedler. It's over his head. Back with the flight. Can't pull in the mark. He taps it to Scholl. Maynard gets in the middle. Knocks it out of play. And then lets Scholl know about it with the moment gone for the Adelaide Crows. Right forward pocket for Adelaide. It's Collingwood leading by 23 points. At the 16-minute mark of the second quarter, 3 goals to none so far in this second term Collingwood's way.
Crows' only goal came at the 12-minute mark of the opening term. 16 and a half gone second quarter. Collingwood by 23. Boundary throw in. Cox wins it down. Mitchell hand pass away to Maynard. A handball to Crisp. Hurried ball out of the defensive arc. Myercheck bends down to pick it up at half back. Just got to kick away as he's been tackled. Gee, Mitchell fell over his own feet. Got a hand pass to Pendlebury. His hand pass to Maynard. He kicks out wide and they work it out. Collingwood all in the same spot. Still at left half back. And Josh Dacos takes the mark to settle it down. Goes short to Mitchell. What a year this guy's had. Leads the team in clearances and tackles. A huge reason why the Pies have lifted their clearance game. And they struggled in that category last year despite their success. Long kick down the wing. Philthorpe, hand pass back inboard. There's a Crows player down and looks a little sore, holding the back of his head. His butts, it is.
The reason why they chased him, Corb, they knew that's where they needed to get better. They're getting exactly what they wanted.
Ball up on the wing, Butts okay, staying out there for now. Looked like he copped a knock on his neck, so just a little stiff as he gets up. He's staying out there, and we've got repeat stoppages on this northern wing. Collingwood by 23, 18 gone, second term.
Once more, Tom Mitchell's the last to emerge, the Brownlow medalist, who wasn't wanted at a rebuilding Hawks side. Saligo breaks through traffic for Adelaide. Hand pass to Laird to Sloan. Had to get around Noble. Hand pass to Lockie Murphy. It opens up in front of him. Centering kick over the head of Rochelle. Back with the flight. He marks slightly left of centre. 45 metres out from goal. He's looking for options, and now he might be set on having the shot himself.
Good clearance work there by the Crows. Just smart ball use. There's probably 3 or 4 handballs from the stoppage before Lockie Murphy got one in space and shoulders out facing goal. Just saw an easy option with Rochelle ducking back into some space.
1 goal in each of his past 3 matches, having got the contract extension to 2029. Out to the left, Adelaide desperately need a response. Can Josh Rochelle set them alight? He comes in from 45, he drags it left and misses. Put the Crows down for 1-7-13. To Collingwood 5-5-35.
As I touched on earlier, last time they played Collingwood, they kicked 7-16, so their accuracy not great against the black and white as Maynard goes down the wing after marking the kick out and it's punched out of bounds by Laird. So I'm no maths major, but if you add all those numbers together, you get 8 goals.
8 goals
23.
8 goals yuck is what you get.
8-23, 6 quarters. But I'm with you, Lids. Collingwood by 22 points. Approaching time on second term. Boundary throw in. Philthorpe through traffic. Hand pass wanted Laird. Went without it. Mitchell got a hand pass back into traffic. Nick Dacos moving through. Sockers it forward. Clever. Bobby Hill's onto it. Gets a kind bounce. Closes to half forward. Runs over the 50. Still moving. Hand pass inboard to Elliott. He's kicked 2 in the quarter already. Back on the left peg. Hits up Johnson. No mark. Hill sharks it. Hill goes. Second touch in the chain. And the Collingwood machine is humming now. 20 minutes gone, second term. The Magpies extend their lead to 28. 6-5-41. Adelaide 1-7-13. And the same 3 players, Hill, Elliott and Johnson, all involved.
This is good football to watch, isn't it? Just the Nick Dacos little kick off the ground. It was almost like he meant it perfectly for Bobby Hill. And then Bobby Hill, I was getting flashbacks of Lance Franklin running here with the way in which Worrell was chasing him. It was arms flying, trying to catch him, but I thought Bobby Hill's let him down here by not kicking the goal, and then just a follow-up then just to get forward again, just the work rate by Bobby Hill. We talked about Tom Mitchell being a great pickup for the Pies. This guy's been really impressive as well in his start to his career at Collingwood, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's energetic, isn't he? And he brings a vibrancy to that forward line. You see even all the defenders' hands in the air like they just shot the game winner. It was awesome.
It looks like good fun playing at Collingwood in 2023, and Craig McRae enjoyed it as well on the bench. Nick Dacos, hand pass towards Pennery, volleys it out of the air up towards half forward. Brodie Smith overran it. Lipinski can't get a hand pass forward. The Crows through Sloan gathers. Hand pass back to Laird. Hinge dodging and weaving. Under pressure from Nick Dacos, enough to put the kick into the crowd. And you can hear the Bronx cheer. And his brother Josh says, I'll take the free kick. Just in front of the Adelaide Crows bench. Collingwood leading by 28 points, having made their move with 4 goals to none in this second quarter. Josh Dacos sends it long towards Myercheck. He flies against a couple of Crows, spills down towards Lipinski, wrestles forward against Brodie Smith. In there is Jamie Elliott. He can't break clear as Michael Addy lays the tackle, and the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket under the Olympic stand at the punt road end. Collingwood by 28 points.
21 and a half gone, second term. Forward pocket. And the ball up, O'Brien wins the hit out. Adams tracking the footy, got it on his backside. Hand pass straight to Pedlar. Just knocks it out in front of Dawson. Hand pass to Laird and kicks from centre half back up to Fogarty. One-on-one here with Darcy Moore. No mark. Fogarty keeps it moving forward and knocks it out of play and a throw-in. And this northern wing in front of the MCC members, Jess Webster on the boundary.
Jordan Butts is getting some attention on the Crows bench. It looks like he's got a corky on his left leg that is getting treated. Also a cut on his right leg. So he's in the wars at the moment, but hopefully he'll get patched up and be back out there soon.
Thanks, Jess. Pies with the last 5 goals in the game. After 3 lead changes in the opening quarter for the boundary throw-in, Josh Dacos hand pass back to the corridor. It's where Collingwood are going. Noble hands it to Adams, kicks across the ground. Bobby Hill got it, still inside the centre square. Short kick to Noble, kept on running to centre half forward. Collects, hand pass to Mitchell, kicks inside 50. Lipinski flies, no mark as it knocked away from him. And Dawson can just clean it up, wins the ground ball in the defensive arc. Hand pass to Laird, handball to Smith. Dangerous kick to half back.
Pointer in from the side, takes the mark in front of Rory Sloane. He comes inboard to Tom Mitchell. He's brought down by Hinge. Is that 50? It probably should be. Non-officiating up in the middle says it certainly is, so back we go. And Tom Mitchell will be taken from half forward, so probably the top of the goal square. It's just that awkward moment for Brodie Smith. He looked up the members wing and had nothing to go for.
Yeah, but ask Darcy Fogarty, mate, what are you doing? You haven't touched it this quarter. Give me something, give me an option.
It's got to be about what you're presenting for the ball, because Smith just looked up and saw all black and white jerseys, so he's got to work harder there to provide an option for his defenders coming out.
The Brownlow medalist Tom Mitchell from the top of the goal square to make it 6 on the trot. The new Magpie showing his worth. Collingwood are doing a number on the Crows in this second quarter. It's 5 goals to none and a 34-point lead the Magpies way. 7-5-47 to Adelaide 1-7-13. And the Crows' only goal came at the 12-minute mark of the opening term. We're now 24 minutes gone in the second quarter. Grandstand AFL with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
If you're watching that on the TV or you're just listening to us on the radio, you're thinking, Brodie Smith, what are you doing? Just kick it. Well, players are that good at seeing what's going on down the field. They just bomb to nothing.
Especially Brodie Smith, who's probably one of the better ball users.
He's an elite ball user, so he's trying to make it work. He can kick it a long way, but he can't kick it 90 metres.
No, it's a structure ahead of the ball. Adelaide just letting himself down.
It's a work rate thing. You've got to get on your bike. They're 2 big boys down there. Give me a target.
34 points, Collingwood's lead. 6 straight in the game, and 6 goals straight, by the way, for Tom Mitchell this year. Out of the middle, the Crows, though, with a rare centre break. Lockie Murphy kicks to Thilthorpe, got it on the half volley, hands it back to Lockie Murphy with the red long sleeves. He shoots goalward, but misses out to the right. It's been the theme of the day for Adelaide. They're 1 goal, 8. Collingwood 7-5, Collingwood by 33, time on second quarter.
Maynard brings Collingwood back into play, up towards Darcy Moore. He reaches over Saligo and takes the mark at right half back. The Collingwood captain in the long-sleeved black and white shirt, jumper, the new haircut and the fluoro boots. Not his best kick to Tom Mitchell. Has to shovel it out to Josh Dacos. Back to Moore. Spun out of a tackle from Saligo. Releases Nick Dacos to Pendlebury. Brought down. Great chase. Pedler wins the ball at right half forward for the Crows. Can he turn and quickly attack? Scholes running inside 50. Tex wants it deepest. He's up against Nathan Murphy. Sends it in that direction. Can't take the mark as Nathan Murphy spoiled it down. Keys, hand pass to Saligo across the body. Got it. And boy, did Adelaide need that. Jake Saligo able to make something happen for the Crows from about 25 metres out. Snapping on his right. Their first goal since the 12-minute mark of the opening term. Their second of the match. They're 2-8-20. Trailing Collingwood 7-5-47. It breaks the run of 6 unanswered goals for the Magpies, coming at the 26-minute mark of the second term.
Well, great chase down tackle there by Luke Pedler, and it was Scotty Pendlebury that you thought was going to then dish it back off to Nick Dacos, and Collingwood were going to go down and score once again, but great tackle, and then ball used to go inside 50. It was in the direction of Tex Walker. I thought he could have got in there a little bit quicker and put it towards
definitely
the space a little bit better for Tex. I think he's looking a bit frustrated down there at the moment, the big Texan, but great finish in the end by Jack Saligo.
Do you want an update on the poll, Murph?
No, thanks.
It's
as bad as what landslide.
74 to 26. 74% in favour of the red long sleeves for Lockie Murphy. The Adelaide fans will be even happier they got a goal as Keys kicks out of the centre square at Markov. Takes the intercept mark. Shades of David Cloak and the number 37 with the big mustacher. Goes out wide to Howe. Howe goes short to Quaynor in the bright pink boots. Southern boundary line. Right half back, 27 minutes travelled, second term, Collingwood by 27. Kicks long to a pack, Cameron involved, goes up, no mark. Hits the deck, O'Brien grabs it, Cameron's got him, ball up on that southern wing. Jess Webster on the boundary.
It doesn't look good for Nick Murray on the Crows bench, guys. He's come to the bench shaking his head. Obviously went back out there after getting his left hamstring looked at quarter time. But he's just on the bike at the moment, but had a long chat to the physio, so we'll see what happens, but it doesn't look good for Nick Murray.
Thanks, Jess. Nick McHenry, the sub for the Crows. Bo McCreary for Collingwood. As John Noble was taken high. He'll get the free kick on the southern wing, just in front of the AFL logo. Goes short to Markov. Wasn't on a senior list at the start of 2023. Slotted in nicely in black and white. Up towards Myercheck, who tries to rise from the back of the pack. O'Brien's hand pass to Laird in the congestion. Hand pass out to Keys at left half back. He draws Mark off and gets the hand pass to Jones. Sends it up to Walker. Up on a long lead. He marks in front of the AFL logo.
Has to hold it up here. No forwards ahead of him. Just got to wait for his teammates to get forward of the footy.
Thilthorpe has pushed forward. He heads in that direction. Setting himself, Nathan Murphy gets hands to it, spoils it down. Lands in front of Nick Dacos and Chase Jones. Nick Dacos' hand pass to Lipinski, worked off it. And Tom Mitchell's locked up by Jordan Dawson. Just short of left half forward for the Crows. Collingwood 7-5-47. Adelaide 2-8-20. 28 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Hyde chucks it up. Free kick. Ruck infringement. O'Brien had a hand over the shoulder of Darcy Cameron. 7 of the last 8 goals in the game have gone the way of Collingwood. The league, I was going to say league leading Magpies. They need a win today, of course. Port Adelaide leapfrogging them last week as they had the bye. They'll go back on top with victory this afternoon as the kick from Cameron carries the intended pack on that southern wing and trickles out of bounds. The Adelaide Crows, depending on what happens this afternoon, if they drop a few percent, they could actually fall out of the 8. They're equal on wins as it sits at the moment. 7 wins with Geelong. They're at 9th spot on the outside looking in. 29 minutes gone, second term, boundary throwing. We're going to have another ball up here as the pack forms at the feet of the ruckman. Dawson tackling Lipinski. Dominant quarter for Collingwood, 5-1. Up it goes again. Cameron wins it down. Nick Dacos. Hand pass out in front of him. Laird strips it up for the Crows. Hand pass to Smith. Hand pass to Keys. He's got the job on Nick Dacos again this afternoon. Steps out of bounds and a throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies. 27-point lead for Collingwood. Half-hour mark, second quarter.
If you want to join the conversation on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Cheerio to Grant in Hobart, enjoying his Sunday fish and chips while listening to the call. And he says, nah, long sleeves look like a hot dog in a roll. That's from Annie, who has the hashtag Go Baggers.
I like that.
Intercepting mark taken from Darcy Moore from the kick forward from Chase Jones. Rachel from Ballarat said, is Bobby Hill the new Tony Francis for Collingwood? It's going back a little while. He was creative for Collingwood back in the day. Quaynor for the Pies at right half back. Having got it from Moore, sends it up the wing. Jordan Dawson well set. Had enough of the markers. Tom Mitchell tried to drag him down by the left arm. And the Crows captain has it between wing and half back. Sends it out the southern side. Michael Annie takes the mark.
It's almost like both teams are just playing time here and wanting to get to the halftime break, aren't they? Just no one willing to go quick at all. Just kick the ball around. Just stagnant football.
Short to Jordan Dawson, who's going all the way back inside the defensive 50, and Worrell takes the mark. Out to Scholl at right half back. Both interchange stewards have the signs held up so players would know there's not long to go till half time. It's been a dominant second quarter for the Magpies. The Scholl kicks up towards Thilthorpe. Quaynor set in front. Can't complete the mark. And that's the first half in the books. Collingwood hold a 27-point advantage courtesy of a 5-1 second term. Collingwood 7-5-47 to the Adelaide Crows 2-8-20. Collingwood led by 4 points at quarter time. They lead by 27 points at the main break. A couple of goals to Jamie Elliott for the Magpies, individuals to Josh Dacos, Adams, Hill and Mitchell. Ash Johnson as well for the Magpies. Meanwhile, for the Crows, their goals have come through Saligo and to Thilthorpe. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, your experts on Grandstand AFL.
Well, probably other than the first 10 minutes, Liz, it's been all Collingwood's way. They've certainly got the game on their terms. Their pressure's been enormous in this second quarter. They just, every time that Adelaide looked like they were going to get the ball forward, it was another tackle or another hit, but it was just the defensive setup that Collingwood provided. And also, which led into that, was the way in which probably Adelaide's forwards weren't structuring up well enough ahead of the football as well, because every time that Adelaide did get an opportunity to move the ball forward, they didn't have many options to go to, so they were just forced to bang it long or try and come up with something, and then which would result in a turnover. So certainly a game, it's played on Collingwood's terms, high pressure football, going through the corridor when they do have ball in hand, and it just seems like Scotty Pendlebury's just setting up. I know we've mentioned it a couple of times, but just setting up through the corridor and just being that link player for Nick Dacos and Josh Dacos to work off, and they're just getting too many options going inside 50 where their forwards just have so much space to work into at the moment. And Adelaide, on the other side of the coin, are just being forced to sort of kick and hope going inside 50 a little bit.
It's a bit rushed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Collingwood, the Crows are out tackling the Pies, but the pressure that the Pies have been able to put on and force Adelaide to kick it where they don't want to kick it, and then it plays in the hands of Darcy Moore, Braden Maynard, Jeremy Howe down there. Their ability to turn it around and then go back the other way is it's what we've come to love about watching Collingwood, because they don't wait, they don't go slow, they don't think, oh, I'm going to win it back and I'll play safe and I'll go back long down the line and get a contest and we'll start again. They go straight at you. Darcy Moore, he marks it, and you can see Maynard and Markov, they're just going 100 miles an hour.
I love that from Bobby Hill. He forced, I think it was Michael Anthony, to make a decision. You're going to have to come at me, and that allowed him to give the hand pass away to Elliott when he could have had the shot on goal. He ended up kicking the goal anyway, Bobby Hill. But just Collingwood's ability to make the defenders make a choice.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's where the best, and I say this to my young halfbacks that I work with at the moment, it's like, the best form of defence is to go and get forward and actually try and go at the opposition and make your forward be out of position. Go after the game. Get up and try and be involved. Because I can guarantee you that if that halfback gets a lick and has a few score involvements, the coach is saying to that half forward, tighten up. So we can't just let him go. But it's disappointing probably for Adelaide. I reckon Nixie will be giving a little rev. I reckon Ben Keys, I'll be going to speak to him. Nick Dacos has had the 20 touches, 5 score involvements. I don't really think they're clamping him, so you're better off just to drop that and say, give us your best offensive stuff, Benny Keys. But
I think from Adelaide's probably smaller, higher half forwards need to be better connected to the play. I just feel they're either getting too far up and working hard defensively, which is great, but they're not working hard enough to get forward of the ball then and provide an option for a teammate, because they're having to have hack plays going inside 50s. Like Collingwood have got 28 inside 50s at the moment to Adelaide's 26. So they're getting enough looks. So they're getting the ball in their hand enough, but they're not getting the quality that Collingwood are getting at the moment.
And that's where you need Rochelle, Rankin, Pedlar, Murphy. The highest ones there is Rochelle with 8. We need to generate a bit more footy to be able to go through the drop-off players in Moore and Murphy and Howe. You've got to be able to use that footy going through them. But until they do that, they'll just keep playing into Collingwood's hands, and that's where the game sits.
The all-important poll about the red long sleeve on Twitter.
Probably shut it down.
At Corbin Middlemass on Twitter, if you want to be a part of this, we'll get our ABC gurus to retweet it.
Hasn't it? It's been comprehensive.
Yeah. 74% yes, only 26% no.
6 million votes.
So Brett Delidio leading the charge for the long sleeve red jumper that Lockie Murphy's wearing. Mark Murphy was against.
You mentioned
he's outnumbered.
You mentioned Andrew Jarman back in the day. That was more of the Navy long sleeve, though.
It wasn't a red one.
I was thinking the South Australian one, which we wore a few times.
Oh, the South Australian long sleeve.
Remember the old long sleeves at Footy Park?
Wow.
They're going back to the highlight reels where Tony Modra was king. Just on the stat that caught my eye, there was so much focus on the contest possession from Matthew Nicks during the week. Adelaide have actually won that by 3, but it's the disposal efficiency. Collingwood are going at 72%. Their efficiency in front of goals, 7-5 to Adelaide's 2-8, and the Crows, obviously, their kicking efficiency, and especially, as you touched on, that last kick inside 50 is probably the area Matthew Nicks would want some of his small forwards just to use the ball a little bit better.
Well, no doubt. And I think, they're winning contested footy, but they're being forced to almost cough it up, whereas Collingwood get it free and they get it on the outside to their players. Josh Dacos, the king of it, and his ability up there. Bobby Hill, we spoke about, Taylor Adams, and Pendlebury just lurking through the middle of the ground. That's the difference, I think. They're getting clean looks going forward, which makes, therefore, better shots, which gives you better looks at it. So there's a big difference there between the two midfields and what they're able to do.
Half-time here at the MCG. It's Collingwood who lead by 27 points, courtesy of 5 goals to 1 in that second term. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The future of the Wagner mercenary group is unclear after its boss Yevgeny Prigozhin called off a move on Moscow and agreed to go into exile in Belarus. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg has more from Moscow.
Tension rose as reports came in of Wagner convoys moving north to Moscow. And then...
Сейчас наступил тот момент, когда кровь может пролиться.
Out of the blue, an audio message from Mr. Prigozhin on social media. To avoid bloodshed, he said, Wagner fighters would turn around and return to base. A de-escalation deal reportedly negotiated by the leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. Later, the Kremlin revealed that as part of the agreement, criminal charges against Mr. Prigozhin would be dropped and he would move to Belarus.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the uprising shows how weak Moscow is. He says Russia uses propaganda to mask the stupidity of its government, but now there is so much chaos, no one can hide it.
Today is a day when there should definitely be no silence. Today, the world saw that the bosses of Russia do not control anything. Nothing at all. Complete chaos. Complete absence of any predictability. And it is happening on Russian territory, which is fully loaded with weapons.
Meantime, Ukraine's military says it's making advances on a number of fronts, including in Bakhmut and Zaporizhia. South Australia has experienced a deluge over the past several days with a number of dams under threat. Vicky Natopoulos has more.
A dam at Hope Forest in Adelaide South is at high risk of failure, with a watch and act message put in place. State emergency services say people near the intersection of Bevan Road, Phillips Road and Verrill Road along Brookman Road could be affected. In the state's west, Lower Eyre Peninsula has been hit by flash flooding. SES says crews were called to several flooded Port Lincoln properties yesterday, while some roads in the town were also underwater. A severe weather warning for damaging winds has also been issued for the Mount Lofty region and parts of the Murraylands.
Meantime, a second dam failure warning's been issued by the South Australian State Emergency Service, this time for the Adelaide Hills. It says the dam could threaten the safety of residents along Lothbothel Road between Basket Range and Ashton. Federal Housing Minister Julie Collins says the government's focusing on increasing supply to address the country's housing and rental shortage. While in opposition in 2018, Ms Collins wrote to then Tasmanian Premier Will Hodgman, calling on him to support federal reforms to negative gearing and capital gains tax. Ms Collins says the government is now focusing on adding to housing supply, not taxes.
There's been 2 elections in that interim period. What we're being told to do is to add to supply. That's what we're focused on. We're focused on adding to supply. Those things are not on the government's agenda, and we're busy adding to supply, and we're doing that at every opportunity we have.
Melbourne renters are set to face further struggles as vacancy rates and housing supply remain low ahead of the new financial year. Data from CoreLogic shows Melbourne's vacancy rates are sitting at 0.8% and even lower for the unit market, which is at 0.7%. CoreLogic's head of research, Tim Lawless, says rental demand remains high, especially in the face of overseas migration.
Melbourne's rental market remained really, really tight. For some context, a healthy vacancy rate is more like about 3.5%, 3.8%. So I think for renters, the outlook is looking a little bit grim, simply because we're not seeing any real rental supply response coming into the market.
The ACT Audit Office has revealed the government services it plans to put under the spotlight in the coming months. Declan Gooch reports.
The ACT Audit Office is tasked with evaluating the programs provided by public officials and government departments. Among its targets for this year and next is an audit of the agreement between the Territory and the AFP for policing services and whether it provides value for money. The office is also considering looking at the effectiveness and transparency of the Safer Families Levy, which is collected through rates payments and is designed to raise money for domestic violence prevention. And an audit of the way the Territory renews and builds public housing is also on the cards. It's expected to deliver 18 audits over the next 2 years.
And funerals for 10 people killed in the New South Wales Hunter Valley bus crash will begin next week. 10 people died and several more were injured after a bus carrying 35 wedding guests rolled at Greta. The first of the funerals will be a memorial service for 28-year-old Angus Craig near Nowra on Monday. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
There's always two parts to every story.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC Off.
You can't afford to show weakness.
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
Music was always my way out.
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
This is like art as a detective novel.
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
He works a short chip kick over the top to Mitchell. Hand pass to Pendlebury. It's Surrey's most damaging. Looks inside 50. Sends it towards Bobby Hill. He flies against Elliott. Ball hits the deck. Collingwood plays everywhere. Elliott's onto it and puts it through. Jamie Elliott with his first goal of the match. And Collingwood are able to extend their lead with the last two.
Sweeping hand pass over halfway to Cameron. Thought about kicking, decides to hand it back out wide for Hoskin Elliott. Always a number in support. Hand pass forward to Lipinski. Centering kick superb. Adams marks back in the corridor. Head of steam up for the Pies as Taylor Adams just nurses it through. 4 on the trot. Nick Dacos moving through, sockers it forward, clever. Bobby Hill's onto it, gets a con bounce, closes to half forward, runs over the 50, still moving. Hand pass inboard to Elliott, he's kicked 2 in the quarter already. Back on the left peg, hits up Johnson, no mark. Hill shots it, Hill goals! Second touch of the chain. And the Collingwood machine is humming now.
The Brownlow medalist Tom Mitchell from the top of the goal square to make it 6 on the trot. The new Magpie showing his worth. Collingwood are doing a number on the Crows in this second quarter.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to the MCG Sunday afternoon footy, in which the Magpies lead by 27 points at the main break. 7-5-47 to the Adelaide Crows 2-8-20. As you heard there, Collingwood kicked 6 unanswered goals before Adelaide finished with the last goal of the half, and the margin at the main break is 27 points. After this match, of course, we're off to Carrara. It's the Gold Coast taking on Hawthorn, the final match of round 15. So we'll join Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Matthew Primus and Jess Stewart for the final match of the round at the completion of this match here at the MCG. There's no shortage of sporting action. There's so much taking place. I'm not sure, Murph and Lids, as to what is catching your eye, but the Melbourne Storm had a good win last night against the Manly Seagulls, 24 points to 6. Today in the NRL, round 17, it's the Brisbane Broncos and the Gold Coast Titans. 22 minutes gone there. There's still no score, with a lot of the clubs coming off the back of State of Origin. South Sydney take on North Queensland later on this afternoon. And the final match of round 17 of the National Rugby League is the Sydney Roosters taking on the Canberra Raiders.
No, I haven't caught up with that one, to be honest.
Not as much?
No.
It's okay.
My wife's a bit flat, though, with where we've been at with our sporting intake.
It's all eyes on Wednesday night, isn't it?
Yes.
Next Ashes.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Second test getting
She's
underway.
flat as with that, though. Are you serious? So you got cricket all during the week, and then you got footy on the weekends. I was like, it's nothing better.
Sounds very similar to a conversation which is taking place in my household. There's nothing wrong with sleeping on the couch at this time of year. It can become a very familiar place, especially with Wimbledon not so far away. So if you missed Offsiders this morning, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood taking you through all the main topics and issues around the world of sport. And isn't there just a little bit to work our way through? The Women's Ashes, which is also underway on the ABC Listen app, same as the AFL and the NRL. Australia 92 runs ahead so far, and in a pretty good position, it must be said, at stumps. Phoebe Litchfield is on 41, Beth Mooney on 33, getting Australia through to none for 82 entering the 4th day. 200s are all around. They were the story yesterday. Tammy Beaumont with 208 for England, able to lead the charge. And, of course, the 200 up for the West Coast Eagles. We did have a question coming through, Murph and Lids, around the future of Adam Simpson. I've got no doubt this was discussed on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Like the lead, you can get it wherever you get your podcast from. Just look for the best of ABC Sport and click on the link in which Corbin Middlemass, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio would have talked you through all the issues of the weekend. But the question came through earlier today, if I can find it. what's the future for Adam Simpson? Can he continue on at the West Coast Eagles? What are your thoughts as to the current state of play, given that's a heavy loss, and the notion that no doubt the pressure will now be coming on for the West Coast Eagles fans?
Yeah, my feeling at the moment is that he's staying. He can't cop too many 170-point losses though. So the big issue for them is if they have back-to-back huge losses like they're currently almost doing. I think they have 4 of the last 8. They've lost by 100 points or plus.
Yep. In the last two, they've got 122, 171.
So, how many of them do you just keep on copying? They're soul-destroying losses, aren't they? So
I tell you what I'd like to see is what happened up at the Lions, and a few blokes going, look, listen, Adam, my performance just wasn't quite good enough. I'm going to drop myself. It's like, yeah, well, you got him first.
Well, they only had 2 guys in the Waffle Eagles yesterday. 2 players. So the 23 that played, there's only 25 available.
That's bad times, isn't it? Because, like, as hard as that is, you can't get a chance to rectify it during the week with your training almost either, because you'd assume there's not 25 out there training.
Yep.
Like, there's always management going on in season, soreness post game, so you don't get a chance to train your way out of it either. So they're in a world of hurt at the moment, the Eagles.
Does the AFL intervene?
How? In what way?
Well, would the AFL step in and just say, hey guys, what on earth's going on over here? Like, how come you can't keep your list on the park? Why are you so far off? If it was the Gold Coast or North Melbourne, they'd have their hands all over it. And the only issue is they don't have to worry about the finances and corporate support of the Eagles. Yeah, but they also protect the integrity of a sporting competition.
Yeah.
And if a team's getting their tummies tickled by 120 plus every week, it's affecting the integrity of the league.
Yeah, it's not good for footy, is it?
They're not getting any priority draft picks, though, are they, from the AFL?
Not when you've just won one only 5 years ago.
So 38 players used so far this season. As you touched on, Lee, it's a premiership in 2018. It's been a long fall from grace, and we know the challenges they've had in COVID and the injuries, which to some extent has been beyond their control. But there's a lot of serious questions that will have to be asked at the end of the year.
Zero foresight, that's the problem with that.
If they believe that Adam Simpson's the man for it, there needs to be a review into their list management and their high performance, because you can't have that many injuries.
No.
You can have a bit of bad luck, but you can't have 25 blokes available for... And it's been week to week like that, hasn't it?
But you also can't say they're freak occurrences that 32-year-olds get injured.
And that's what part I'm getting to. It's like, have some foresight that we're not quite where we think we are.
Yeah.
Let's start to turn some things around here. And I know they went again with the Tim Kelly trade. We get all that.
Yep.
But then, that didn't work. And that's a couple of years ago now.
You also got... Essendon had the next 34 guys that aren't on AFL lists playing for him in 2016, and they weren't this bad in an 18-team competition. So this is as bad as we've seen a team in the competition since Fitzroy were going broke in 96. And this is a huge outlier. We've seen bad teams, we haven't seen this. This is real smelly.
So no doubt this will be hotly debated on Corbin and Ben, in which Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio feature 5 o'clock Australian Eastern Time on ABC Sport Digital, or under the best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast from. Looking forward to a bit of tennis as well. Wimbledon's around the corner. Corby, you gave a homage to Alex de Minaur, who'll face the world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz in the Queen's Club Championship final. So all of a sudden, de Minaur, who's battled his way through in 2023, he's had some good results, but this is a good test. Can he beat one of the top players?
And I think made the 4th round last year at Wimbledon, so plays pretty well on grass. Got a good recent grass court record, and beat Holger Rune last night as well, 3-6. So Alcaraz looks like the next guy to take over the mantle as the top dog in men's tennis.
Is the Demon our best chance?
Well, he's the exact opposite preparation. Nick Kyrgios hasn't played anything, who was probably our best chance on grass, but...
Which feels like the perfect preparation for both. What I was going to say. Demon would love to be playing, and Nick's quite happy just to roll in off the street and see how far he can go through the draw.
And in golf, unfortunately, Adam Scott is 6 shots off the lead heading into the final round in Connecticut, so it had a good second round. Our fellow Aussie, Minwoo Lee, is tied for 7th. One back from Scott. And in the women's PGA, Lee's sister Minjee struggled on the 3rd day, shooting 4 over par to drop down the field. So ABC Listen app tonight for the Women's Ashes, day 4 from 7:30 Australian Eastern Time. And we're just about ready to get the second half underway. Collingwood by 27 points. Jess Webster.
Adelaide have pulled the trigger on their sub. Nick Murray's out of the game with a hamstring injury, and Ned McHenry comes in for the second half.
Thanks, Jess. 3 lead changes in the opening quarter. Collingwood on top in the second. And as a result, it's the Pies by 27 as we start the 3rd term, and an ugly bounce in the middle. Anticlimax.
It is, isn't it?
Imagine grand final day, that's it.
The opening bounce.
Big roar and no follow through on the bounce. Free kick here in the middle. There's a high tackle that's going Dawson's way. As soon as he went to grab the footy, feints to kick, shook Mitchell, heads inside 50, superb. Hits Pedler, who takes the mark left half forward for Adelaide.
Geez, he's leading from the front, Jordan Dawson, isn't he? That's his 23rd touch. He's always been exceptional by a foot, but to roll out, the Pies will be like, geez, I'm not sure how we get that much separation going inside our forward 50. A little miscommunication, no doubt, but...
He just feigned to go long, didn't he, and then just pulled the kick into some space.
Beautiful kick.
Luke Pedler, pick 11 a couple of years ago, the lefty. His drop punt sails goalward. He's got it. Nice start for the Crows to the second half. And that's the first step on the climb back. Collingwood's lead cut to 21. 7:5:47 the Pies. Adelaide moved to 3:8:26. We're only 70 seconds into the third term. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, Grandstand AFL.
He's done some nice things today, Luke Pedler. He's laid a few big tackles and got rewarded.
That's what he's in there for, isn't he?
Yeah, been involved in 3 or 4 score chains from only 6 disposals, so he's getting the ball in some good spots and having impact on the scoreboard. Just need a few others to follow suit in that direction as well.
Well, that's what we ask for. High half forwards, get involved, apply that pressure, but add that little bit of cream as well. Yeah. Kick your goals when you get your chance.
21 years of age, has kicked goals in 11 of Adelaide's 13 matches so far this season. And gets them off to a promising start. Collingwood's lead is cut back to 21 points at the start of the third term. Bounce back underway in the middle of the MCG. Darcy Cameron wins down the tap, but O'Brien gets the clearance. Sends Adelaide towards half forward over the head of Rochelle. Pedler came charging out. Couldn't take the mark. Maynard volleys it out in the air in half back. Brodie Smith overran it. A chance for Myercheck. Tackled by Michael Annie. Ball spills clear. Lipinski can't get a hand pass forward. Going in again is Myercheck. Michael Annie slow to rise. Spills out the way of Keys. The ball pinballing around. Keys gathers. Hand pass to Millerer. Links up with Laird. Umpire has to duck as the hand passes over his head out to Scholl. On the southern side, Darcy Fogarty leads up. Marks in front of Nathan Murphy. Holds onto it on his chest. He looks inside 50. Rankin's push forward. He's got a couple of metres on Quaynor. He marks hard against the boundary in the right forward pocket. Tex leads into the pocket. That's ignored. And now I think this is where we want it. Isaac Rankin against the boundary, have a crack.
Now you feel he loves this opportunity. Isaac Rankin, you feel he's a showman, is he?
Yeah.
Tucked up tight on the boundary line in front of all the Collingwood faithful. But just good ball use and great spread from Adelaide there off the half-back flank.
You feel like if he could nail this would get Adelaide a real spark. Isaac Rankin hard against the boundary, sets fly. It's right to the goal line. Fogarty, big fly in front. Still a chance for the Crows. Rochelle tries to rip it away from Noble. He's now brought down by Nick Dacos and Jack Crisp. And a ball up at the top of the goal square. Punt road in. Adelaide deep in attack.
21-point lead for Collingwood. Early stages, third term. Walker doing the ruck work. Won the hit out, but spills down towards Cameron. His head pass and turnover. Quick shot at goal smothered. So Scholl trying to jam it onto his boot. Ball trickles to Noble, and he's taken high by Keys. So a free kick for Collingwood. Last line of defence, and Noble goes short to the back pocket for Nick Dacos. We'll just pat a stat here as he chips it back to Noble, still in the defensive goal square. Punt right into the ground. Long kick to half back. Howe flies! Takes a mark over Pedler. Trademark. High leaping mark for Jeremy Howe on his return as he links up there with Mitchell, kicks inboard, turns it over. Adelaide keep it in the front half. Dawson hands it away to Rankin, kicks inside 50, spills down to Rochelle. He chucks it on the boot, kicks goalward, another behind. 3 goals and 9 for the Crows. Collingwood a 7-5, the Pies by 20, but Adelaide with a bright start.
Same as the first quarter, Corp.
Yeah, kicking to that punt right end.
They like it down that way. They just can't kick them straight.
Even though it's the longer end.
And Rochelle with 3 behinds. He's one of the worst culprits. We'll get Litz to expand on his theory in a moment. Long kick from Noble. Darcy Cameron can't take the mark. Taylor Adams, beautiful hand pass. Links it up all of a sudden with Chris. He's running around the members wing. 2 bounces. Laird offering chase. Keys tries to corral him. Hand pass inboard. Missed Josh Dacos. Good pressure put on by McHenry, who's into the action. Wins it back for Adelaide. Hand pass to Keys and now to Laird. Jones tries to kick over the top. Running to Jordan Dawson, who took a look at Big Mason Cox and said, I'll run away from you. Kicks up towards the wing. It's marked by O'Brien. O'Brien. And Mason Cox may have given him a word or two as well. O'Brien's hand pass to Keys, back to O'Brien, trying to open up an avenue forward. Jones is centering kick, beautiful. It finds Scholl. He's going to chip it over the top. Rankin in the right forward pocket. There's options that are plenty. He'll shoot on a 45-degree angle. Isaac Rankin from 35 metres out.
I'll get to Ned McHenry. Yeah. How good was that chase down? Well, just the ability to put the pressure on.
It was just to come off his man, wasn't it? So he chose to come off his man and impact he did, which just turned the ball over. Otherwise, Collingwood were probably out, weren't they?
Well, I love the confidence of Jordan Dawson.
I thought you would like that.
Mason Cox, and you're like, yeah, you know what? I think I've got you. Even though I don't reckon Jordan Dawson's the quickest bloke, but neither's Mason.
I'll drag you around the MCG all day if you like. Isaac Rankin, a second shot on goal in recent minutes. Out to the right. Beautiful kick. Trying to deliver the fireworks for the Crows. A pump with the chest. They're in the traditional away red strip today. And all of a sudden, the Crows are the first 2 goals of the third quarter to close the gap back to 14 points Collingwood's way. The Magpies 7-5-47 to Adelaide 4-9-33. 6 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Oh, the first couple of goals have come from those half forwards that we're calling for a little bit more from Murph, and that's. I feel like the Pies just overdid it a little bit there, Chris, and just took that extra bounce and tried to cut inside to get the perfect play versus kick it long in over your forwards. He's done his work, you know, he's on his bike, he wants it just over the top. Give him a look at it. But as we spoke about, great pressure from McHenry. Comes in, injected into the game, ability to be on his toes. I love that. Gave him a sniff.
Little love heart to the chest. Hand action from Isaac Rankin in the celebration as well. That's 3 in a row in the game for Adelaide. Hurry kick out of the middle from Nick Dacos though. Hill competes in the air. Jones slaps it away, then becomes tackler on Crisp. Rips him to ground. Ball up, still inside the centre square. Front edge for Collingwood. Pies to the city end of this third term. O'Brien wins it down. Saligo sidesteps one, then walks straight into Cameron holding the ball.
Try to defend.
Yep. Yeah, that's fair enough. Jake Saligo was picked 36 in his draft. He's now got a contract through to 2029 with Adelaide. It's a long period of time.
Pretty happy with that, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Big deal.
Goes out wide. Cameron to Josh Dacos on the wing. Short kick to Crisp. Feels like he's been in the wars today, Jack Crisp. Every time he's got the footy, he's been hammered by someone.
On his head a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Takes the mark here in front of Sloane. 70 metres out, high half forward. Kicks into the pocket. Myercheck and Cameron. Cameron, the taller figure, reaching over his teammate to pluck it. 15 metres out, 45-degree angle.
It was a kick really just to a designated area, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought Riley O'Brien had a great play on it. He was in a good position. Myercheck was going to fly from the front, but Cameron just came in from the side. No one else really taking any care of him. I suppose it is Riley O'Brien's man, but...
he came across to try and impact on Brody Myercheck, wasn't it? And then Cameron just floated in from the side. Well-timed jump.
Darcy Cameron, the boy from Albany, to try and halt Adelaide's momentum. He misses. Near side, not a good finish. 7-6 to 4-9. Collingwood by 15 points. 8.5 gone third term.
Mitch Hinge with the footy in his hands, looking at options to bring Adelaide back into play from the city end. He runs out to the left back pocket and sends it in the direction of Phil Thorpe. It's wide of him, trickles out in front of Heat and Markov, and a boundary throw in front of the members' stand. Collingwood by 15 points. Adelaide with the last 3 goals of the match. Only had 2 goals to half-time the Crows, then kicked 2 goals in the opening 6 minutes of this third term. Cameron and O'Brien entangled from throw-in. Spills down the way of Nick Dacos. Spills out the way of Bobby Hill. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Hemmed in against the boundary line. A centering ball. I think he was across the boundary line, despite Myercheck taking the mark. The footy will have to be returned to right half forward, and Brody Myercheck has just become aware of what took place.
Yeah, and so was Jamie Elliott all those years ago when he kicked that goal. About the same spot, wasn't it?
Against Corby's Bombers. Other end of the ground. It was that way, Jamie Elliott's.
Yeah. Also did it to Murph's Blues down this end.
Here he says.
Waiting for it.
Throw back in. Cameron and Rory O'Brien. It spills down the way of Saligo. Sends it up towards Thilthorpe in front of Darcy. Moore dropped the mark. Moore cleverly tapped it back into play to Nick Dacos. Hand pass looking for Pendlebury. Head over the footy. Bump from McHenry. Rankin gathers. Can't get it first attempt. Second attempt. Sockers it forward towards McHenry. Trying to slap it on. Cameron over the footy. Charging through Keys. Nick Dacos composed. Gathers to Chris. Over the top to Lipinski. Centre of the MCG. Trying to link up with Pendlebury. Dawson lays the tackle. Forces the turnover. Butts for the Crows. Hand pass to McHenry. Out to the members wing. To Sloan and now to Saligo. Links up once more with McHenry.
Sweeping hand pass down to Thilthorpe. Onto it. High half forward. Hand pass back inboard to Keys. Fumbles. Now he's in trouble. Howe crunches him. McHenry clean. Gives it to Thilthorpe. Mowed down. Johnson with the chase down tackle. And just a little fumble from Ben Keys cost them dearly.
Yeah, just a few little skill errors, wasn't it? Just a few handballs just missed and forcing the player to bend over and try and pick it up. They did a lot really well there, Adelaide, but just the little finishing touches couldn't quite get it right.
Nick Dacos started on the bench, by the way. He's the chief possession getter on the ground with 25. This is his brother Josh, who kicks down the wing for Collingwood. Johnson, who laid the chase down tackle, competes in the air, comes Adelaide's way. Sloan, hand pass to Pedler. Long left-footed kick to Walker, outnumbered. Nathan Murphy lends a hand. Takes the intercept mark, half back for Collingwood. Pies by 15 points, 11 gone, third quarter.
Bit of a stare from Tex Walker to Riley Thilthorpe as he competed against two Collingwood defenders. Markov kicks to Darcy Moore. Marks in front of Lachlan Murphy in that long sleeve red top through the middle of the ground to Lipinski. Was able to get it past the fingertips of Brodie Smith. Looks to go short to Maynard. Not 15. Hand pass back. Howe under pressure. Walker lays the tackle. Pedler fronts on. Footy locked underneath. Maynard slides in. Rochelle just pulls it out. Hand pass to Rankin. Looks forward to Fogarty. He's got metres on Darcy Moore. Trickles towards the behind line. Gathers. Moore corrals him. Trying to charge his way through. Hand pass to Murphy, who puts through his first. Lockie Murphy with his first goal of the match. And Adelaide have kicked 3 goals to none in the third term. Through 12 minutes, the last 4 goals of the match. Collingwood's lead cut back to 9 points. 7-6-48 to the Crows, 5-9-39. This is a bit better from the Adelaide Crows.
Oh, it's much better. They've been really physical and aggressive to start off this third quarter. They're sticking those big tackles, and their work rate is something that is really gone to another level in this second half.
I reckon what we said, Collingwood's ability to get out and actually build, but their tackles are sticking now, which is keeping them, their high half forwards, their midfielders around the ball involved, and that's where we've seen the first 3 goals all come from their small half forwards.
Yeah, they've been really good around the stoppages too to start off this third quarter. The Crows, they're getting the ball, not just first touch, but then getting it out into space and using the ball really well from there as well.
Big goal for Lockie Murphy. Wearing the red long sleeves that 74% of people love. Back in the middle of the ground, Nick Dacos for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Mitchell. Back to Nick Dacos. He's up to 30 already. Kicks to centre half forward. One-handed for Pendlebury. In front of Rory Sloan, his fellow veteran.
That was quarterback, wasn't it? That was just back shoulder. Great throw. Great pass.
Here's Pendlebury to the top of the goal square. Getting back in the hole is Dawson. Hinge rather takes the intercept mark for Adelaide. His kick let him down. Turns it over. Josh Dacos onto it. Back onto the right peg. Short kick went 3 metres to Adams. Pokes it inside forward 50 and Laird marks against Nick Dacos. Centre half back for the Crows. Collingwood's lead cut to 9. Adelaide have kicked the last 4 goals in the game.
Collingwood got out by 34 points in the second quarter. So they work it forward to Jordan Dawson. Takes the mark from McHenry. On the AFL logo member side, long towards Walker. Beautiful kick over the head of Darcy Moore. He marks it left half forward. Has Rankin in the pocket. Texas looking at the goals. Veers out onto his right and bangs it through. Arms outstretched as it sails straight over the goal umpire's hat. Here come the Crows. 4 goals to none in this third term to close the gap to 3 points. The last 5 goals of the match. Collingwood 7-6-48. Adelaide 6-9-45. And the Texan, after his 10 against the West Coast Eagles, is on the board this afternoon.
That's a good way to stamp yourself up on the game, because he probably had Isaac Rankin handball the ball to inside 50, but you could just tell as soon as the big Texan took the mark anywhere near 50 that he was always going to wheel back around and have a shot. But they've been really impressive so far to start this third quarter. We spoke about it before, Lids, about just the aggressive approach. They're sticking their tackles, they're moving the ball in a more aggressive manner. Yep. Ned McHenry's been a bit of a link player for them too. He's impacted the played by his presence in terms of cutting off balls, but also getting involved and getting the ball forward to his other half-forward flankers.
Last 5 goals of the game for Adelaide. Free kick in the middle as the Rucks lock up. The ball hung in the air and they both grabbed each other, Cox and O'Brien, and yet the umpire said Riley O'Brien infringed. Got Cox too high. As Mason Cox can send Collingwood inside the forward arc. Sheath throwing himself out at his Elliott. No mark. Falls through to Saligo. Dangerous handball back to Hinge. Hurried kick to half-back. Quaynor in front of Pedler in the one-on-one. Josh Dacos comes to collect. Hand pass goes straight to Smith. Adelaide win at half-back. Led by hand to Jones. Hand pass to Sloan. Falling over. Got it back to Jones. Hand pass out wide. Saligo back flank. Short kick finds Butts.
They've got their tails up at the moment, the Crows, as Butts kicks boundary side, member side to Saligo. Works it forward. Mark is taken by Pedler. Players streaming past. Chips it over the top to Sloan. He marks in front of Howe. Hand pass to Brodie Smith. Over the top of Nathan Murphy. Fogarty inside 50. Long to the goal mouth. It's 3-on-1 and O'Brien takes the mark. Will Hoskin-Elliott was the only magpie there. And Big Rob, surely from point blank range, will put Adelaide in front. He wants to give the hand pass off. Tex for his second. Made certain of it. Adelaide are back in front by 3 points. 4th lead change of the match. And the Crows, who found themselves 34 points down midway through the second quarter after Collingwood kicked 6 consecutive goals from late in the first quarter to the middle of the second. The Crows have now put on their own run. 6 consecutive goals for them to lead by 3 points. 7-9-51 to Collingwood 7-6-48. What do you think about the cheeky hand pass around the back?
Well, I don't reckon it's Riley's strong suit is his kicking. He's not in the side to be a kick. So
Are you ignoring Tex, though, if he asks for it?
Yeah, I think you do. And I don't mind big ruckmen that just give it off automatically. I like that.
No, we love that.
What I was impressed with the most, though, was their ability to march it up the ground just with precision, but with speed as well. They didn't take their time. They weren't slow, but it was just calculated.
Amazing turnaround in this game. 5 goals in 15 minutes. They've kicked the last 6 in the match. And Adelaide hit the front. 4th lead change of the game. O'Brien the head out. Dawson sockers it forward. Lockie Murphy grabs it. Noble's got him and a ball up again in the middle.
Well, they're just refusing to go long to a contest, aren't they? So they're working harder around the contest, and from stoppage. They're also using it by foot and hand really well at the moment, Adelaide.
From 34 down to 3 in front. 17 and a half gone, third term. Third time we got a ball up in the middle. O'Brien wins it down to Mitchell. He's tackled straight away by Keys. Ump says I'll have it again.
5-1 as well in this third quarter. With their kicking errors early.
And McHenry in the game. The sub made at half-time. Murray out. Hamstring concern from the ball up. Hurried kick forward. And the clearance for Adams and the Pies, but straight to Max Michaelani. Flares it to the southern wing. Here's McHenry, the sub, who takes the mark. Cuts back corridor to Dawson. Adelaide by 3, 7-9 to 7-6. Walker the last 2 in the game. Dawson goes short to Millerer, middle of the G.
Dawson was trying to get 50 by letting Myercheck through the mark. Millerer out wide, Butts had to wait a moment. Just took the mark as Hill was closing lane. Works it forward to McHenry. A 6th disposal coming up in the third quarter. Having been injected into the game. He looks inside 50. Fogarty's on the lead. Noble back with a flight. Fogarty charges out and takes the mark. On a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal. A chance for Adelaide to extend their lead.
Just playing the uncontested mark game and just refusing to go long to Collingwood's extra numbers in defence. A great little spot up kick there to Fogarty, who has a chance to go back and kick one from 50.
9 inside 50s to 4 through this third quarter. So 9 inside 50s for 5 goals. And Darcy Fogarty is trying to keep the good times rolling. He crosses through 50, leans back on it. Beautiful kick. Straight through it goes. The Crows with a hot hand at the moment, and they're giving Collingwood everything they've got. Adelaide out by 9 points, 6 goals to none in this third quarter. The last 7 goals of the match, having only put on 2 goals 8 at half time. Adelaide 8-9-57 to Collingwood 7-6-48, and all of a sudden Tex with a couple. Fogarty kicks his first. All the main men starting to get involved.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen Collingwood challenge and look not second rate, but look below their best, that's for sure. It's amazing what work rate and getting a couple of looks at the footy can do for your confidence, and we're seeing that now with Darcy Fogarty. Yeah, he got up the ground, got a mark early, but then gets that one out the back, left foot kick into Riley O'Brien. Handball over to Lockie Murphy, another goal assist that he was involved in, and then gets one himself. It's no doubt that good things come off the back of hard work.
6 goals in 18 minutes for Adelaide. Huge turnaround. They trailed by 34, having kicked only 1 goal in the game. They now lead it by 9. Keys the centre, clearance to Walker. Hands around it, pressure from Moore, but the mark paid. And Taylor Walker has it 53 out, centre half forward for Adelaide. And his range is unlimited.
Not to this.
Surely he goes back and kicks it from here, doesn't he?
He's got to try and
pass it off.
It's other end he would.
Yeah, but not uphill to the punt road end. So Walker's going to go with the drop punt. Kicks it over the head of Lockie Murphy, and Markov takes the intercept mark. Just a little refresher if you're not always with us on Grandstand AFL. Your theory lids on the punt road end?
Oh, I just always found that you could kick it a lot further going towards the city from the centre of the ground. Out to this pocket out here where we saw Jamie Yellow kick that one. The ball can travel because the wind swirls quite a bit, but dead in front, I reckon, going to the city end, you kick it a lot further.
I like it. As Collingwood, short kicking game in the defensive half. Hoskin Elliott finds Adams at half back.
Not short, just probably the wind changes.
Crows lead it by 9 points. The last 7 goals in the game going to the Crows as the kick heads down the wing, finds Cox, he offloads to Josh Jacobs.
Takes the bounce, hand pass over the top to Harrison, right on 50, Howard out to the right, he's centering, Kingley for Chris, Lockie Murphy gets back, Bobby Hill flies, didn't impact the contest, doesn't give away the free kick. And Jack Chris marks pretty much directly in front, 25 metres out from goal.
Well, mark or free kick out here on the wing, but they're valuable, those ones where the big man can actually take a big mark where it's just kicked to a contest and you can keep control of that footy. Again, I love the fact that they just play on. Yeah, he gives it to his runners, Josh Dacos streaming pass onto Harrison, and a good centering ball. Saw the taller player there in Jack Crisp all on his own.
202 consecutive games looking for a goal here. Crisp comes in and hangs it out to the left. Not a great ball drop, and Collingwood, when they desperately needed one, just 2 behinds in this third quarter to Adelaide 6-1. Crows by 8 points.
Both poor misses from set shots as well. So they swapped jumpers at half time, and Adelaide giving it to him at the other end as Hinge off the back flank goes long down the wing to Dawson. He played on and straight into Mason Cox. Hand pass out wide, it won't matter. Dawson was held on to after getting rid of the footy by Mason Cox.
Come on, Mason. I want to see him step him in. Step him.
Please step him. And Dawson's getting a free after the tackle lingered. And Mason got a little lippy on the mark too. This is all Adelaide. This third quarter, super impressive against Collingwood, the premiership favourite. Short to Miller, a hand pass to Dawson. Kicks inside 50 and Walker rips it down in front of his fellow key forward, Thilthorpe. And Tex has it 45-degree angle, left half forward. We've seen him bang through a few from this position across the journey.
It's actually really smart football from Josh Rochelle, who just stood right on Darcy Moore so he couldn't get a leap at it. And Big Texan just came from the side, came from Bandry's side in, and just had an uncontested run at the football, all because a small half forward sat right on Darcy Moore's space as he went to go contest the footy.
What an unbelievable swing in this game. The last 7 goals for Adelaide make it the last 8 goals for Adelaide. Forget the day trip to the MCG. This is a business trip for the Crows. And it's Adelaide by 14 points. Time on in the third term. Adelaide 9-9-63. Collingwood flat-footed 7-7-49. The Crows have kicked the last 8 goals.
Oh, it's a real swing, isn't it? And off the back of their captain, I think Jordan Dawson's putting together an unbelievable game. He'd be nearly up to 30 himself, but he's also had the 10 tackles, I reckon. Yeah. His ability at the moment to, what's he had? Yeah, 30, 10 tackles, and only the 3 clearances, but 7 inside 50s, 8 score involvements. He's almost the opposite of what Pendlebury is. He's playing that centre corridor, centre square role, but the difference is he goes forward with his touches and he really drives it inside forward 50. Not to say Pendlebury doesn't, but he's doing it with greater effect. He's probably got younger legs, kick it a bit further.
I'll be 6 disposals in this third quarter. Jordan Dawson, 5 have led to scores for the Crows. Cameron reaches over the top of O'Brien, wins down the tap. Sloane for the Crows gathers another clearance inside 50. Thilthorpe couldn't take the mark, spills to McHenry, bounced off Maynard, gets the hand pass away. There's nowhere to go as Dawson's locked up. The umpire will ball it up at centre half forward, punt road end for the Crows. They lead by 14 points. Cameron butters up again, up against O'Brien. It spills Dawson's way. Clever peddler over his shoulder. Walker, not 15. He jams it onto his boot, puts it into the pocket. Rochelle flies with Nathan Murphy. Murphy's trying to claim the mark. Quaynor's been crashed into. And the umpire said, yeah, you had enough of it to be paid the mark. Nathan Murphy in the left back pocket for the Pies, who all of a sudden are under siege.
Gee, Walker's the perfect guy, isn't he, in that forward 50 with a 23-year-old Fogarty and a 20-year-old Thilthorpe, just to be able to step up when they need him to and lead the way with a couple of young developing keys. Nathan Murphy trying to clear, can't get it past Sloan. Takes the intercept mark, high half forward for Adelaide. They're going back inside 50 again. They dump it deep into the punt road end. Nathan Murphy flies for Collingwood. No mark, falls down to Quaynor. Pack forms over the top of him. Umpire says, I'll have it. And the ball up. A Don Sheed pocket. Punt road end of the ground. Adelaide have kicked the last 8 goals of the match. 7 of them in this third term from the restart. Mitchell, hand pass to Maynard, kick smothered. Sloan grabs it, tries to race away from Crisp. He's caught. Jack Crisp will win the footy. Holding the ball, the decision, he's got it left back pocket for the Pies.
The Adelaide sub, Ned McHenry's been pretty impressive in this third quarter. He's had 7 disposals coming on after half-time for the injured.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Crisp long up towards the wing. Murray subbed out of the match just before half-time as Chase Jones swoops onto it. Ran into big Mason Cox. There's no way around him. And the umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Crows. Collingwood are not traditionally a defensive side, Murph, but do you think at some stage they put some attention into Jordan Dawson?
Yeah, I think it's more of an accountability role around the stoppage, but yeah, I don't think it's the way Collingwood play.
He's here involved in the action once more. Lane the tackle on Josh Dacos. Spills out towards Harrison. Hand pass to Chris for Collingwood over the top to Taylor Adams. Cuts around a couple of tacklers. Underground hand pass around Keys to Josh Dacos. Left half back for the Magpies. Sends it up towards Ash Johnson. It rolled through his legs. Warples onto it. Feeds the hand pass away to Chase Jones. Dribbles the kick to Keys. He genuflects and gathers. Swings onto his left. A high kick inside 50. Tex is there again. He flies with Thilthorpe. Rankin tries to knock it down. He gathers the footy. Hand pass straight to Quaynor. Cleverly was able to throw it on his boot. Jackie Chan style. Got it out to Pendlebury. 1-2 with Cameron. Around the southern wing. Mason Cox reaches up. Worrell got a hand onto it. Cox with a hand pass. And Crisp is away.
Hits up Ash Johnson who marks. High half forward. Closes to 50 to finish on the run. Johnson's kick across the goal face. Bounces out of play. Next to the behind post. Right forward pocket. The best thing about Jordan Dawson's stat line, he's got 30, leading possession getter on the ground. He has 10 tackles.
Yeah, it's huge.
The leading tackler on the ground.
That's leading by example, isn't it? Setting the example for everyone else to follow.
He's laid over 20% of the total team tackles Adelaide have had. Phenomenal. Next most for Adelaide is a number of players with 4. Boundary throw in deep forward for Collingwood. Keys just tries to hook the kick out of there. Bouncing footy to half-back. Bounce favours Rankin. All Adelaide in his third term. 1-2 hand pass with McHenry. Gives it to him the second time. McHenry. Hand pass banking board to Rankin. Short kick to Millerer. Hand pass miss Keys. Pendlebury onto it for Collingwood. Tackled by Keys. Tackled high. Free kick for Collingwood. 1 minute 20 to go in the third term. Collingwood haven't kicked a goal. Pendlebury goes out wide to Markov. Who marks. He looks inboard to Mitchell. And Mitchell can head inside a crowded forward 50. Adelaide by 14 points, by the way. They've kicked the last 8 goals. Mitchell lays it up, top of the goal square. Hands to it for Cameron. O'Brien knocks it out of his hands, and the hurry kick out of defence is chopped off. As Hinge kicks it straight to Moore. Takes the intercept mark, centre half forward for Collingwood.
Can he kick 55?
Downhill with a wind, he will.
Yeah.
It's on the Delidio theory to the test.
I'd be shooting from here, 100%.
He's gone all the way back to the centre circle, so get the momentum flowing. Darcy Moore. Collingwood captain. Footy in hand. Pies haven't kicked a goal in this third quarter. Starts his long approach from the edge of the centre square. He shanks it. Mason Cox is there. Cameron as well. He gets all the way to the back. Hinge needs to rush it through, and he does so successfully. Adelaide's lead is 13 points heading towards the three-quarter time break.
Give it a chance, Darcy. He skinnied that hard, didn't he?
Too long on the runway.
Mitch Hinge having a little chat with a few members of the Collingwood cheer squad.
Obviously the cheer squad giving a bit of advice.
Yeah. He's just asking them to be a little more constructive with some of their feedback. As Mitch Hinge from the back pocket goes long out to half-back for Thilthorpe. Got his mitts around it. That mark will be paid. What a quarter from Adelaide. We have not seen the premiership favourites Collingwood outplayed like this all year. 7 unanswered goals in the third quarter. Adelaide have kicked the last 8 goals of the game. And after trailing by 34 points, time on in the second term, with just 1 goal to their scoreline, Adelaide have not looked back in attack mode. 9-9-63, Collingwood 7-8-50. The Crows from 34 down lead by 13 at three-quarter time. What a dominant quarter of footy. Collingwood goalless. Tex Walker's kicked 3 in this run of 8 straight for the Crows. 1 each for Murphy, Philthorpe, Pedler, Saligo, Rankin and Fogarty. Well, for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott has a couple, and then singles for Mitchell, Josh Dacos, Adams, Hill and Johnson.
The scene is perfectly set. Adelaide have brought their best to the MCG, and Collingwood, one of the best fast-finishing sides in the competition, will have it all in front of them in the final term. Don't go anywhere. It's all to come on Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen. Little ears can discover so much with a range of fun ABC podcasts, like Short and Curly, asking deep ethical questions.
They just want land, or they want money, all they want is power.
And Play School Ears On, working out sounds with familiar friends.
Hello! Are your listening ears on? Yep!
Short and Curly and Play School Ears On. Find the podcasts on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Rochelle just pulls it out. Can't pass to Rankin. Looks forward to Fogarty. He's got meters on Darcy Moore. Trickles towards the behind line. Gathers. More corrals and trying to charge his way through. Hand pass to Murphy, who puts through his first. Lockie Murphy with his first goal of the match. And Adelaide kicked 3 goals to none in the third term. Long towards Walker. Beautiful kick over the head of Darcy Moore. He marks it left half forward. Has Rankin in the pocket. Texas looking at the goals. Veers out onto his right and backs it through. Arms out, stretches it, sails straight over the goal umpire's hat. Here come the Crows. To McHenry. The 6th disposal coming up in the third quarter. Having been ejected into the game. He looks inside 50. Fogarty's on the lead. Noble back with the flight. Fogarty charges out and takes the mark. And Darcy Fogarty is trying to keep the good times rolling. He crosses through 50. Leans back on it. Beautiful kick. Straight through it goes. The Crows with a hot hand at the moment.
Short to Miller, a hand pass to Dawson. Kicks inside 50 and Walker rips it down in front of his fellow key forward, Philthorpe. What an unbelievable swing in this game. The last 7 goals for Adelaide make it the last 8 goals for Adelaide. Forget the day trip to the MCG. This is a business trip for the Crows.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
3/4 time at the MCG. Adelaide hold a 13-point advantage. 9-9-63 to Collingwood 7-8-50. The Crows have kicked 6 consecutive goals on 6 occasions in 2023. It's another thing to come to the MCG and do it against a side who are the flag favourites. Adelaide with 7 goals to none in that third term. And the Pies have won the last 7 occasions against the Crows. It's all to play for heading into the final term here at the MCG. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling all the action. Jess Webster is down on the boundary. The thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidia, your experts on ABC Sport.
It was probably as good a footy as I've seen this year, that third term there from Adelaide, especially when you come to the home of football, the MCG, and do it against Collingwood in front of 60-odd thousand fans. And Collingwood were just well on top at half-time. They had the game on their terms. They were moving the ball, not at will, but they were moving the ball quite well through the corridor, which is signature for Collingwood in the way in which they go about it. But Adelaide, to their credit, came out after half-time and just was so physical around the contest. They got the ball forward on numerous times out of the centre square bounce and gave their forwards opportunities. But then I thought it was just some really good just skill execution by Adelaide. They refused to go long unless they really needed to. They just saw the free and would hit it. And then they all fed off that handball chain of football that just got Collingwood defenders completely offside. And they basically turned the tables on what Collingwood were doing to them in the second quarter. So
they denied them footy, didn't they?
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. Of course, our next stop on Grandstand AFL is the Gold Coast. It's the Suns taking on Hawthorn, Quentin Hull.
And it's a gorgeous afternoon which will go into the evening, and finally at the end of this game, Clinchy, we'll have a pure ladder. The last of the split round games sees Gold Coast take on Hawthorn. The Suns back at Carrara after having a couple of good weeks in the top end, but all that good work was unravelled at the MCG last week, wasn't it, when the Blues won by near on 10 goals. Hawks coming off the bye, having beaten Brisbane at the MCG last start, and perhaps just a bit of positivity about this Hawthorn season. They've won 3 of their last 4. Really, it's a big date for the Suns to prove that last week was an aberration, or are they going down the path of a second half season fade out yet again? Looking forward to bringing it to you in gorgeous conditions from the Glitter Strip.
Thanks, Q. Looking forward to joining you, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Matthew Primus and Jess Stewart at the completion of this game. Adelaide leading by 13 points. Sorry to cut you off, Leeds.
No, that's okay, mate. I was interested in what's going to happen up there on the Gold Coast this weekend. So 99 touches to 68 in that quarter, but it was the ability for the Crows to get after it when it got to ground level. The ground ball gets 23-9. They just out-hunted the Pies. No doubt that would have been a focus area for Craig McRae to really deliver to his troops coming into this last quarter.
Adelaide have lost their last 6 matches at the MCG. Here they go against the flag favourites. Collingwood leading by 13 points. Into the final turn we go. O'Brien wins down the tap to Laird, trying to get the hand pass to Dawson. Can't quite link up. Umpire circles. He almost blew his whistle. Then Wade play on, thinking the ball was about to come out. Jordan Dawson and Laird over the top of Nick Dacos. The umpire will throw it up just to the right of the centre circles. O'Brien wins down the tap against Cameron. Straight to Dawson, another disposal. He sends them to the top of 50. Tex Walker the target. Moore reaches over the top, spoils it down. Lipinski for Collingwood. Links up with Hoskin Elliott. Dribbles a kick out to the southern wing. Cox tries to knock it on to Chris. Almost worked. Just couldn't break away from the tackle. And it spills the way of Brodie Smith. He wheels out on the right. Straight down the middle for the Crows. Bouncing ball in front of Pedler. He blocks it with his body. Trying to link up. No one's there, so he has to fight back for it after again. Pendlebury's hand pass over the top to Chris. Links up with Nick Dacos. Hand pass over his shoulder as Miller was lurking. Couldn't quite get it to Lipinski, who now becomes the tackler. A big tackle laid. And the ball locked right on 50. And it's no surprise that Jordan Dawson is the player who got absolutely crunched.
They were 16 down the last time these two teams met at three-quarter time. Collingwood and came home again with the wet sailors. They've so often done under Craig McRae. Cameron wins the hit out straight down to McCreary. He's tackled. Ball up centre half forward for Collingwood. O'Brien reaching over the top. Josh Dacos hands it out to Pendlebury. Pendlebury hurried kick forward. Myercheck at the drop, drops it. Didn't quite stick. Ends up with a pack around him. He has to try and hurdle Michael Annie, who's also slow to get up behind him, but eventually the umpire calls for it and says ball up. 20 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Punt road end. We haven't had a goal kick to the other end of the ground in the second half. Crisper's got it. Fights through a tackle to get at the top of the goal square. Chase on for the footy. Harrison gets the pine roll and pops it through. Collingwood's first goal in the second half. They've had to wait 2 minutes into the final quarter for it. But it stops the run of 8 consecutive Adelaide goals. 2 gone final quarter. 8-8-56 Collingwood. Trail Adelaide 9-9-63. The Crows lead cut to 7. Harvey Harrison with a goal in each of his 3 games so far. Jess Webster on the boundary.
You mentioned Bo McCreary, the tactical sub for Collingwood, who came into the game at three-quarter time. It is Ash Johnson who'll sit out the rest of the game for the Pies.
It's good bullocking work there from Jack Crisp. He's just barging his way through from
just found a way to go.
Yeah, but just got it forward. They just dropped it onto his boot. Myercheck at the fall of the ball. He just knocked it on forward again and then
just cleared a path.
Yeah, Harvey Harrison is doing what all small forwards do. Got on the end of it, kicked a much-needed goal for the Pies.
Collingwood with the first goal, the final term. O'Brien wins down the tap to Laird, screws it around his shoulder towards half forward. Lockie Murphy beaten in the air, and Maynard takes the mark for Collingwood. The All-Australian back pocket looks for options on the members' wing. He veers out to the left, sends it long towards Pendlebury and Myercheck. Myercheck flies against O'Brien. Pendlebury got a little topo. Hinge races back after it. Inside his defensive 50. Didn't break slide. Switches to Saligo, who had to wait nervously underneath the flight. Took the mark in front of Hoskin Elliott. He works it up to Butts. He marks it left half back. Around the southern wing. A kick to Rory Laird. He marks on his chest just short of the AFL logo. And now works it up to Pedler.
Luke Pedler right on halfway. Crows by 7. How many goals do you think they got to kick Adelaide in this last quarter to close out and win it?
3 or 4, I reckon.
As Pedler goes long down the line. Nathan Murphy competes in the sky. No mark for Collingwood. Spills down at Barkov, though. Hand pass forward to Lipinski. Between wing and half-back. Kicks Collingwood into the front half. Elliott the target. Michael Annie never took his eyes off it. Takes the chest mark and the intercept mark at half-back for Adelaide. Crows by 7. Collingwood with the first goal of this final term, which is 4 minutes old.
This young Crow, the round 5 Rising Star nominee against the Blues, goes short to Ned McHenry, who hasn't stopped since he got onto the ground. He decides to charge forward, wide of Nick Dacos on the mark, sends it up towards O'Brien and Cameron. O'Brien in front position takes the mark. He's 55 metres out into the pocket for Tex Walker, who marks on his chest. That was a good kick from the ruckman. Not sure if he changed his mind at the last moment, but he executed it superbly.
He's just saying to Tex, mate, don't call for that handball again next time. See that? That was perfect.
Certainly saw it because he laced him out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Across the body, a beautiful kick from a ruckman.
But if it was just Ned McHenry getting 10 yards in front of the man on the mark, to give it to Riley O'Brien, just give him a one-on-one contest down the line rather than just bang it into a contested situation.
Walker with 3 goals in that third quarter. Shooting from his 4th. Perrant on the left. Beautiful off the boot. He liked it the moment he hit it. The Texans steadies the charge for the Crows. A goal apiece in this final term through 5 minutes. And Adelaide are back out by 13 points. Walker with his 4th. Adelaide 10-9-69. Lead Collingwood 8-8-56. 6 minutes gone, final term.
Well, he certainly lifted, hasn't he? Big Tex, 3 in that third quarter. Now the one at the start and the last. I don't reckon there's many more pleasing people to watch kick the footy than Tex. He just strikes it so beautifully, but the Crows at the moment, they're just denying the Pies the footy, aren't they? They're making them defend when they're hitting their targets, and they're saying, well, if you want to sit off and try and intercept and then come back at us, well, we're not going to give it to you. We're not going to go to those 50-50s.
They've kicked 8 goals after half-time. Adelaide, he's kicked half of them. Taylor Walker up to 42 for the season, which puts him equal with Charlie Curnow on top in the Coleman medal race. There's a crooked bounce and recalled. Fascinating finish here. Adelaide been sensational after half-time. Collingwood, as we know, the best wet sail in footy. They've won 10 games under Craig McRae in a year and a half, coming from behind at three-quarter time. Cameron grabs it out of the ruck for Collingwood. Kicks to centre, half forward. Cox takes the mark. Majek flew at it in front of him. It got past him. And Mason Cox hugs it to his chest, centre half forward for Collingwood.
It was interesting there. It was one of the Adelaide players came and tackled him after he took the mark. It was almost like he thought it was touched off the boot. Pretty lucky not to get away with a 50. And then a few little scuffles break out. But Mason Cox is brilliant from 30, 40 out directly in front. He's probably got a great action to... He's a long way from hand to foot, but usually kicks him straight.
He pops it through, Mason Cox. Tex Walker at one end and the real Texan at the other end. As Mason Cox brings Collingwood back within 7 points. 10-9-69 Adelaide. Collingwood 9-8-62. 7 gone final term. Crows by 7. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, you asked me before how many did Adelaide need to kick. I said 3 or 4, and I say that off the back of Craig McRae's comments only a couple of weeks ago when they lost to the D's. I didn't think we were brave enough in the last quarter, so the Pies will continue to try things and keep coming. We know they will. So they will be brave, but the Crows need to also match that. They've got to go forward and keep trying to kick scores, then save the game.
He's spot on because Craig McRae did say I'd rather lose by 10 goals having a go at trying to win rather than just go down by 3. So they'll keep on coming, Collingwood, and they just play that aggressive style of football that we all have come to love.
Collingwood with 2-1 in this final term. We'd be in for a shootout. Cameron wins down the tap to Mitchell. Squeeze the kick forward. Taylor Adams couldn't gather it, hitting it with speed. Phil Thorpe for the Crows. Hand pass to Hinge. Hill the other direction. Laid the bump. Forced the turnover. Maynard volleys it out of the air up towards half forward. Hinge sets himself once more. Cannon into Collingwood's hand pass. Adams. Lipinski run down, trying to knock it forward. Sloane's in there for the Crows. Hand pass to Thilthorpe. Hand pass missed Chase Jones. He races after it. Maynard another volley. It's his go-to trick. Long towards Cox. Can't take the mark. Flying back with the flight was Worrell. He tries to dive on the footy. Cox knocks it forward to Majek. He tries to gather. Meters out. Over his shoulder. Can't quite pull it off Nick Dacos. And Brodie Smith out of defence to McHenry. This has gone up a level.
How on earth was there not a score there as McHenry comes short? Out to half-back for Thilthorpe. Kicks inside the centre square. Wants Sloan. Cameron stands in front of him. Takes the intercept mark for Collingwood. The premiership favourites against a team that is desperate to return to the finals for the first time since 2017. In the Adelaide Crows, looking for their coming-of-age moment. A shank from Cameron. That lands short. Hill marks, but there's a free kick further afield, and Mason Cox is going to get it again.
Against Worrell, I think. I'm not sure. I didn't see the actual infringement. I was just looking at the wounded duck that Darcy Cameron kicked.
Yeah, it was just
a big old mum.
Yeah, just had his arms around the waist, and
as soon as they see that, they pay that against the forward. Tend to go back the other way too much, though, does it? But as you said, he's pretty sound from this sort of range. Big kick for the big American.
To bring it back within a point, Mason Cox doubles up and goes straight at Worrell. Collingwood's wet sail is up and they're coming to run down the Crows. There is a melee that's broken out. Mason Cox has lost his goggles in the process.
Ben Keith has grabbed him and thrown him, I think.
Adelaide led the game by 13 points a minute ago, and Mason Cox has almost wiped off their advantage. It's Adelaide by a point, 10-9 to 10-8. Game on at the G, 10 gone final term.
Yeah, Ben Keys has come and ripped the goggles off the back of his head.
Now, I think a free kick's been given away, has it, in the
as
middle?
a result?
It looked like Jordan Dawson was trying to claim a free kick. The umpire said, no, I'll ball it up, thanks. And Scott Pendlebury in the middle, the general trying to issue orders as this game is just starting to get out of control. And I don't like them from Ben Keys. It's a bit cheeky, and the AFL might be rubbing their hands with some fines to come. But
be a nice fine, I think, for Ben Keys for that.
Grabbed the goggles off Mason Cox and just threw them away. Back in the middle. Cameron wins down the tab against Thilthorpe. It's Jordan Dawson who runs onto it. The Crows captain kicks for Fogarty. It's over his head. Rochelle stayed down, trying to cut around Jeremy Howe. Hand pass back to Dawson. Don't tell me from 50, the captain. It's long towards Lockie Murphy. 2-on-1. It's almost soccer through by Rankin. Noble and Maynard almost made a meal of it. They're going to go upstairs, but I think it's a rush behind. Rankin was getting close to getting a boot to it.
You see Taylor Adams coming in. He was like, let me at him. He couldn't get traction with his feet. He kept falling over.
So Rankin tried to throw a right boot at it as Noble's hand was in the vicinity.
Was it across the goal line?
And did it go across the line? Yeah, good point. Ball has to be fully across the line as we're seeing a shot from the left goal post.
He's just swung a boot, Isaac Rankin, and
as Noble touched it, Maynard watches it as it hits the line and then goes over. This is all happening in a very small space and right on the goal line.
It might be hard to overturn it. Was it called a behind? I
think it was called a behind.
I won't hear it if someone says that we don't have the technology for it.
Where's Murph's edge? Snicker.
Vision inconclusive, I reckon.
It's just, isn't that the ultimate go-to?
Sit on the fence.
So the big screen is telling us, based on this vision, there's insufficient evidence to overturn it, in which it's going to be a behind, which is about to be shown on the big screen.
How good was a step from Jordan Dawson?
Thought he was going to kick it at one stage. So Adelaide's lead is 2 points at the 12-minute mark of the final term.
Top flight midfielder in the game, Jordan Dawson, as Braden Maynard races away, drives his kick out up to the wing. Myercheck. He climbs Thilthorpe, who is already leaping for the footy. Myercheck moves it on hurriedly. Miller back with the flight, bobbles the mark. McCreary collects. Fend off, hand pass and turnover. Keys throws it out for Adelaide to Fogarty. Hand pass to Miller, sweeping hand pass Thilthorpe. Hurried kick forward. Not a heap up ahead. Whistle on the play. Free kick coming back.
Thilthorpe.
It's going to Thilthorpe. What's it for?
Myercheck might have grabbed Miller late, did he? Or held on?
Right. So it's downfield from 2 kicks ago, which means it'll come back to the wing. Thilthorpe will get it. Adelaide have possession and the lead. It's the Crows by 2 points, 13 gone final term. And Thilthorpe with a long kick to the hot spot. Walker flying for it. Moore knocks it away. Falls down to Rochelle. He's tackled, dispossessed. Quaynor gets it out to Howe, though, the Magpies. Goes back to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Noble. Hurried kick to half-back. The hands on it from Dawson. No mark. Falls through to McCreary. Hand pass inside to Lipinski. Trickles a kick away. Straight to Miller. Oh, he didn't see McCreary. Came to later tackle. Miller got a hand pass back.
He rode the bump like a Bronco. Hinge with a hand pass forward to Miller. Adelaide is still standing. Hand pass out to Chase Jones, member side. Chips it to half forward, Rankin marks. He's got Keys in the pocket. Pokes it towards he and Fogarty. Fogarty provides a good block. And Nathan Murphy can't get a hand in there. Ben Keys hard against the boundary line in the right forward pocket in front of the race where the players would have come off.
I just love players that stay composed in and around traffic. Miller just then, he had 3 or 4 around him, step through, gets it out to Chase Jones, and then he makes that great decision to Rankin, and they get this look inside 50.
It's a big moment because if it bobbles out to Collingwood, gets forward, the ball, it's a goal.
Here's out to the left, it's a centering kick, he doesn't have the journey. Howe flies above the pack, it's right on the behind line. McHenry can't take it, and Saligo sees it through for a minor score. Adelaide lead by 3 points. 14 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Howe brings it back into play to Maynard, Mark's back pocket. Crows by 3. They led by 13 earlier in the term. Collingwood led by 34 late in the second. Maynard goes long up to the wing. Pack forms. Ushered out towards Lipinski. Hurried kick forward, turnover. Michael Annie. The first year Crow. He's rising star non back in gather round. And Adelaide's impressive win over Carlton. And they make a bigger statement here at the G today. Down to half forward. Pack there, falls down to Maynard, just bangs it back in the other direction for Collingwood. Laird at the drop, takes the intercept mark between wing and half forward for the Crows.
Laird is going to go short. Thilthorpe will mark just 15 metres further afield. Adelaide with a pressure rating of over 230 at the moment. Off the charts. Thilthorpe long to the goal square. Walker's there. Collingwood reinforcements. Moore, Cameron and Murphy. See it through for a minor score. Adelaide are getting single point leads. It's now out to 4. Having started back at 1 when Mason Cox kicked his second goal in this final term.
Corresponding round 2017, round 15. Last time Adelaide won here at the MCG. Long kick out to half-back from Howe. Spills off hands to Thilthorpe. Adelaide trap it in their front half. Hand pass to McHenry. Handball to Laird. He's tackled and taken down. A ball up half forward for Adelaide. Mark Murphy had 29 that day, by the way. Laid 9 tackles.
Well done, Murph.
Pretty stiff not to be in the votes.
A couple of fall on top ofs.
4-point lead for Adelaide. Ball up half forward. He's been picked for holding the ball. When I say him, I mean Tom Mitchell. Tackled, free kick Adelaide. Led to get it. 55 out, right half forward. Crows by 4.
Another inside 50 for Adelaide. Long towards Walker, who's held. Fogarty had spoiled away for the Crows. Sloan's onto it. Half pass to Saligo. Swings onto his left and he misses. So the last 4 scores of the match, but they've all been behinds, and Adelaide lead by 5 points. 16 minutes gone, final term. Maynard quick into Howe, up to Elliott at left half back.
And this guy not afraid of a big moment. Jamie Elliott is a long way from home. His team down by 5. 17 gone, final term. Short kick to Lipinski. And he lost in his first game of the year on King's birthday. Looking for a victory here today. Kicks down the wing. Gee, 2 Crows spoil each other. Dawson and Worrell. Worrell flew in front of his captain. And that coughs up a slow ball situation. He's wrapped up immediately. Ball up on the wing. Thilthorpe wins it down. Lipinski, hurried kick forward. Numbers back for Adelaide, and Worrell makes up for it. After standing in front of Dawson moments ago, affecting that mark, he races back to take one back with the flight half back for Adelaide. He'll go long to a contest on the members' wing.
Rochelle tries to come in from the side. Cameron and Moore spoil it down for Collingwood. Laird lays the tackle. Mitchell has to knock it out. Josh Dacos through traffic to Howe. Quaynor had to sidestep Rankin. Got a hand to it. Here comes the pressure from the Crows. Rankin and McHenry swarm on Quaynor. And the umpire will ball it up centre of the wing members' side. So how long can Adelaide sustain this pressure? Can they get it on the scoreboard? Crows leading by 5 points from the stoppage. Sloan tries to knock it on to Laird. Hand pass to Chase Jones. He links up with Scholl. Hard against the boundary. Good kick. Found Sloan. Hand passes around Howe. Links up with McHenry. Talker's the target. He's outnumbered. And Quaynor Peels off in front, takes the intercepting mark. He played on, was almost tackled by Rankin. His kick is over the head of Nathan Murphy. Races after it in the right back pocket. Looks up the southern wing. Bobby Hill's the target. He's there with Hoskin Elliott. Bunce gets a fist in there to spoil. Crisp runs onto it for Collingwood. Hand pass over the top to Adams. Knocks it on to Nick Dacos. Cleverly hand passes it forward to Hoskin Elliott. He turns and looks inside 50. Myercheck on the lead. And he marks directly in front, 40 metres out. As Nick Dacos is trying to make the claim for the block off the ball for a 50-metre penalty. He won't get it though.
Yeah, he's within his rights, to be honest. Like, he was running past and should have been given the... he's getting it. It is 50. Ooh.
So, wow. Nick Dacos has convinced the umpire of a 50-metre penalty here. I've seen it all. And Collingwood are taken from 50 metres out with the ball in the hands of Brodie Myercheck to Nick Dacos, and now only 15 metres out from goal. So it's 50 from the original middle of the ground, not from where Myercheck had the footy. And the footy in the hands of Nick Dacos. It's a good man to have it for Collingwood fans to put the Pies back in front. The chosen one in black and white. Collingwood lead by a point. 19 minutes gone, final term, and this is just getting good. 10-8-68 to Adelaide 10-13-73.
Well, always told as a kid, never argue with the umpire because they're not going to change their decision. But Scott Pendlebury and Nick Dacos basically ran to the non-officiating umpire and brought it to his attention. And he's agreed and paid the 50. It's the first I've ever seen that.
But I like the call because that's what we want, the ball players and the guys that are going to run and carry with the ball to be rewarded and looked after.
Did we get the right decision?
That's the right decision.
That used to happen all the time for the guys that had a bit of speed and would carry the footy. They'll drag them down, mate. Don't let them have a chance.
Someone might have to man the switchboard in South Australia. The Rankin goal at one end and then the Nick Dacos 50 there.
Adelaide 4 consecutive behinds. Collingwood go down the other end and kick a goal to hit the front again. 5th lead change of the match. Pies by a point. We've travelled 21 minutes in this final turn. Back in the middle. Pies will get the break. Tay Adams comes up with it. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Gives it to brother Josh. Kicks deep inside 50. Mark Hoskin Elliott. Right forward pocket. And the MCG erupts.
Great use of hands, wasn't it? The Dacos boys, they know they run past, they're going to get looked after. They look after each other really well, but just gets them into the clear, gets them that extra 5-10 metres, and that's what got this one out the back.
The Pies coming from behind at three-quarter time. That train is never late. Hoskin Elliott hooks it through. Collingwood by 7. 12-8-80. Adelaide 10-13-73. And for how good Adelaide have been, can they come again now? 22 gone final term, down by 2 scores.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the ability to, in these big moments, to use your hands and still create and still play with risk, because if you just bang it on the boot, you probably get an entry, probably 40, 45 out from goal. But if you're prepared to play with a bit more dare and use the hands, which Collingwood did then, you get the ball where it inevitably lands, and that's 10-15 metres out from goal. And Will Hoskin Elliott gets a goal out the back as a result of a bit more dare and risk to the midfield.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Becomes the 10th individual goal kicker for the Magpies. Mason Cox into the ruck. Up against O'Brien here. Spills down the way of Laird. He tries to knock it onto Keys. Tackled by Pendlebury. Laird dives on the footy. Hand pass trying to link up with Dawson. Got it from Keys. Dawson kicks inside 50. Fogarty on the lead. Great spoil. Nathan Murphy. Spills to Rankin. Heard the voice of Scholl trying to hand pass over his shoulder. Josh Dacos dives in. Quaynor dives in. Footy's locked up at right half forward for the Crows.
How good a spoil was that from Nathan Murphy?
So good.
Dawson just laced out Fogarty, but just the hand to get that in. What a spoil.
O'Brien wins down the tap for Adelaide, but straight to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, slipped over. Hand pass forward. Miller are wrestling with McCreery. Darcy Cameron, clean pickup. Hand pass to McCreery, trying to hand pass it through the legs of Butts. Now Miller are over the top. Adams lays the tackle. McCreery as well. The intensity is finals-like, as we'll have a ball up on the members wing. Collingwood by 7 points.
23 gone final term. Cox wins the hit out. Nick Dacos. Hand pass away to Josh. They combine again, the Dacos brothers. Kicks up to the wing. Cameron flies, no mark. Falls to Mitchell. Hand pass inboard picked off. McHenry's been good since he's come on. Hand pass to Sloan for Adelaide. Handball to Laird. Back to McHenry. Slices through them with the fresh legs. Runs a long way. Kicks down to half forward. Fogarty's got it. Right on the 50-metre arc. He rolls off his line. Gives a hand pass to Brody Smith. Heads for home. Smith's offline. He misses. Just a kick in it. Collingwood by 6. Another behind for Adelaide. They've kicked 1 goal 5 in this final term compared to Collingwood 5 straight. The Pies by a goal, 24 gone final quarter.
10-14 for the match. The Crows to Collingwood's 12-8. Pies leading by 6 points as they work it up to right half back. Footy in the hands of Harvey Harrison, the 19-year-old on the MCG. Up the wing, it's over the head of Hinge and it wriggles out of play. In front of Jamie Elliott and Rory Laird for a boundary throw-in.
Gee, it's eerily similar than the last time they met. A little higher scoring, but same theme. 16 down at three-quarter time. Collingwood finish over the top. They're 13 down at three-quarter time here, Collingwood, and at the moment they lead by 6.
Crowd posted at 65,930. A pulsating final term here at the MCG. Cox got the clearance. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Squeeze the kick to Lipinski on the southern wing. Hand pass to Pendlebury. He goes short to Mitchell. He's 2 kicks out from goal. Gathers all his gusto from 45. It's offline to the right. Collingwood's first blemish of the final term. And they hold a 7-point advantage.
Tom Mitchell's first miss for the year. He's 6 goals 1 now. As Miller remarks the kick out, goes long down the wing, shoulder target, can't mark, back with the flight, Quaynor's on him, Quaynor's got him, holding the ball. And the MCG rumbles as the Collingwood fans show their support in that decision and the tackle from Isaac Quaynor. And he's cramping up too. We're in the red time, the final 5 minutes. 65,500, nearly 66,000 in the house. 25 gone final term. Quaynor long to the pocket. Just killed out of play by Butts. Says all okay. And the spoil on a boundary throw-in. 30 out from the Magpies goal. We've got another game still to come. Gold Coast Hawthorn later this afternoon. Suns in a bounce-back spot. The Hawks giving a few teams a few problems in recent weeks. A bit to play out yet here. 25 gone final term. Pies by 7.
Toss back in, clears the 2 ruck. Nick Dacos trying to break away from Keys. Can he get on his right? But he does. Swings away from McHenry. It's offline to the right. Can Elliott get there? He does. Just inside the boundary. Hemmed in the right forward pocket. Only about 15 metres out, but will have to manoeuvre the angle.
Pretty special play, wasn't it, from Nick Dacos? Ben Keys, probably one of the harder tackles to break in football. To do that, burst around. I know it was skewed off the side of the boot, but
he's a cheat code at the moment, isn't he, Nick Dacos?
Yeah.
We know Jamie Elliott has stood up in the big moments. Can he kick his third here? He veers out to the left, snaps across his body, it's across the face, and out on the full. Oh, hang on, it bounced right on the boundary line. Rory O'Brien thought it was out. And he's turned around and gone, what? A throw-in. Left forward pocket. Collingwood to keep it in attack, leading by 7.
He's had 36, Nick Dacos, after starting on the bench. Tagged by Keys. 9 clearances, 8 score involvements, kicked a goal. 1 to put them in front. He's got it again here as Cox wins it down to Nick Dacos. He's tackled by Keys, lost it. Jones out of the defensive arc, finds Rankin, centre half back, takes the mark for Adelaide. Can they come again? Hand pass to Sloan, kicks in the middle of the ground for Hinge. Hinge goes long, Walker 1 out in the cage. Walker takes the mark. He plays on. He can run into an open goal and bangs it up into the cheap seats. The Crows aren't done yet. 1 for the thumb for Tex. And we've got a 1-point game at the 28-minute mark of the final term. Collingwood by a point. 12-9-81. Adelaide 11-14-80. On what has been a big-time game from a big-time player, Tex Walker.
Oh, I love that. How good's that? The ability to come back through the middle of the ground. Rankin playing his role as a high half forward. Just keep that little handball. That's what breaks it up to Rory Sloan. And then to find Hinge. And Hinge, as soon as you get that out the back, that's what all key forwards dream of. Had the mismatch, Walker v Maynard. Maynard loses his footing and allows Walker to walk it in.
And you go back to the Ben Keys tackle on Nick Dacos at the stoppage. That's what creates that opportunity for Tex Walker at the other end.
3:24 to go. Collingwood by a point. Adelaide with the last goal. O'Brien and Cameron. It spills down the way. Nick Dacos. Hand pass out in front of Pendlebury. He thumps it forward. Chase Jones couldn't take it. Lipinski outside of the boot. Myercheck. Pendler dropped the mark. Swinging onto it. Myercheck. It's offline to the right-hand side. It was Michael Lanny who had his heart in Brodie Myercheck's hands. He missed the kick. Collingwood leading by 2.
Hinge goes long on the kick out the wing. Maynard crashes the pack. Whistle on the play. Free kick Adelaide. It's a hold in the marking contest. Dawson will get it on the wing. Collingwood by 2. Dawson up over halfway. Rankin crashes into Maynard in the air. Ball comes down to Smith. Smith goes short along the boundary line to Laird. Collingwood at high half forward. 70 out. Hand pass to Rankin. Kicks inside 50. O'Brien. Hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Falls through to Howe with the Magpies. Handball to Nathan Murphy to Cameron. Still back pocket. Hand pass to Noble. He's shoved out of bounds. And a throw in front of the Collingwood race. 30 out from the Adelaide goal at the city end. Collingwood by 2 points. Half an hour gone. Final quarter.
Brad Maynard's headed to the bench. Tex Walker's doing the ruck, working against Cameron here. Cameron knocks it down. Laird, Rankin on the move. Laird can't emerge with it. Crisp into traffic. Walker and Fogarty lay the tackle. The umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Crows.
Looked like Maynard popped his shoulder for the replay.
Walker doing the ruck work against Cameron. Spills down the way of Laird. Was Mitchell in his back. Careful not to fall right in the middle of the back. The umpire will ball it up right forward pocket for the Crows. 45 metres out from goal. Collingwood leading by 2 points. 2:18 on the clock. Thrown up. Cameron knocks it down. Crisp tries to knock it on to Mitchell. Josh Dacos emerges. Kicks towards half-back. Mason Cox gets a crucial hand in there. Spoils it away from Brodie Smith, and out of play it goes.
You lived in South Australia, Clinchy. That's very rare that every team sort of sees eye to eye, but there may just be a few Port fans cheering for the Crows even this afternoon. If Adelaide win, Port will be top of the tree at the end of round 15. Even then, they might be settled for second if it means the Crows don't get home. Boundary throwing. O'Brien wins their head out down to Lipinski. He's tackled and the ball up.
I think they take second.
Half forward here for Adelaide, 70 out.
See you in the showdown. Take 2.
What a statement it would be. 31 minutes gone. Final turn. Collingwood by 2. Ball up. Crows win it again. Keys hand pass to Jones. Kicks it deep inside 50. Murphy knocks it away from Fogarty close to the boundary line. The shuffle approach from Quaynar close to the boundary line. He's happy to find the safety of the boundary. And a throw in right forward pocket for Adelaide city end. Pies by 2. 31 gone. Final quarter.
Adelaide have it at the right end. Thrown in. O'Brien and Cameron. Comes down to the front. Fogarty's onto it. Can he break clear? Kicks towards the boundary. It bounces in the field of play and across the boundary line. If it was in the defensive 50, it probably would have been insufficient intent. Because it's in the forward 50, it's a throw-in. Try and explain that to someone who's learning our game for the first time. Adelaide have it still inside their forward 50. Tex Walker says, let me do the ruck work against Cameron. Walker can't get hands to it. It spills down the way of Pedler. Squeezes it towards Lockie Murphy. Hoskin Elliott was great. Swept in. Gathered the footy. Kicks it out to half-back. The foot race is on. McHenry is after it. Noble is after him. McHenry will get there first. Noble straight at him. Lays the tackle. McHenry gets it back. Smith off balance. Kicks it up the wing. Still a chance for the Crows, although Markov spoils. Sees it away from Pedler and across the boundary line. A throw in at left half forward for the Crows. 1:18 on the clock. Collingwood lead by 2 points.
Just impressive leg speed there from McHenry and Noble just at this stage of the game to be chasing the ball in far wing. What a contest.
Boundary throwing. Cameron wins the head out for Collingwood. Ball comes out backdoor to Pendlebury. He's trying to hold it in and there's players around him and that's a good result. Another stoppage. Southern wing at the MCG. Collingwood by 2. 33 minutes gone, final turn. Cameron wins the head out straight at his ankles and another ball up.
Adelaide just need to clear the contest here, get the ball out of some space. Collingwood conversely just trying to keep it in tight.
What a game. 5 lead changes. Wild swings in momentum. Ball up, Southern wing. Pies by 2. Cameron grabs it out of the ruck. Kicks it up over halfway. Myercheck tries to knock it down. Crows win it back. Working through traffic. Hinge floats a hand pass forward to Keys. He's crushed in the Noble tackle. Ball held in and a ball up just inside the boundary line, Southern side. Collingwood by 2 points. 33 minutes gone, final turn.
Had to knock it on. Just keep it going forward.
Crows now starting to race the clock. Cameron wins down the tap. Mitchell can't clear the congestion. Keys with a hand pass to Hinge. Swings onto his left. High ball towards half forward. Have a go at that. Rankin and Murphy. Lockie Murphy. It spills to Chase Jones. Hand pass to O'Brien. Can't get a hand pass away. Markov spun through traffic. Thought he was taken high. Umpire will ball it up. Between wing and half forward on the southern side for the Adelaide Crows. 24 seconds to go. O'Brien and Cameron spills down the way of Keys, bounces into Lipinski. Lipinski's over the footy. Keys gathers, hand pass to O'Brien, inside 50, over the head of Quaynor and Elliott, charging out Dawson, can't get a clean hand pass away. Quaynor with the hand pass to Howe, links up with Elliott. Collingwood might have done enough, chips it over the top, but Hoskin Elliott marks. And have a listen to this. The black and white show rolls on, and Collingwood do it again. An 8th straight victory against the young Crows who did everything but win at the MCG.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Ships a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood came from 13 points down to prevail by 2 points, 12-10-82 to Adelaide 11-14-80 in a seesawing contest in which Collingwood led by 4 at quarter time, by 27 at half time after they kicked 8 consecutive goals, and then the Crows found their rhythm after half time. They booted 8 goals on the trot themselves to lead by 13 points at 3/4 time, but Collingwood with 5 goals to 2 in the final term to run out for their 12th win of the season.
Good old Collingwood forever, they know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood return to the top of the AFL ladder, 2-point winners over the Crows in a thriller at the MCG, in which the Magpies booted 5 goals to 2, and that's 11 wins from 15 games when trailing at 3/4 time for Craig McRae's Pies. Mason Cox with 2 goals for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott with 2. Individuals to Mitchell, Dacos, Adams, Hill, Hoskin Elliott, Nick Dacos, Harrison and Johnson. While for the Crows, Tex Walker led the charge with 5 goals, 3 in the 3rd quarter, 2 in the final term. Individuals to Murphy, Thilthorpe, Pedler, Saligo, Rankin and Fogarty. Collingwood winners by 2 points in front of 65,930. The thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio having seen a thrilling 2-point win for Collingwood.
Yeah, Murph, while we're just sitting here debating who we think probably the best player on the ground is, it's, you know, there's you can make a case for probably a number of them, but
yeah,
you know, there's
big numbers today.
Yeah, some big numbers, but some influential players. You know, normally a bag of 5 would get you into the votes from Tex Walker, but all that come in the last half. I get that. He played really well in that 3rd, 2 in the last. But, you know, there's Nick Dacos, Josh Dacos, he's so influential. Jordan Dawson, geez, did he lead from the front? You know, 35 touches, 27 of those kicks. You know, I'd love to see his meters gained, but his ability just to continue to drive his team and drive the standards, 12 tackles leading from the front as well. But what a game of footy. You know, I thought the Pies had it by how far, you know, at half-time. Yeah. I was really worried for where the Crows were at, coming to the big stage here in Melbourne. Inability to, you know, to win away from home, but that 3rd quarter, that was impressive. And then to continue to fight it out, you know, you expect that from Collingwood. You know they're going to always come and keep throwing punches, but tell you what, the Crows, they haven't lost any admirers today.
No, certainly not. They had the 25 scoring shots opposed to Collingwood's 22, so it was a flip of the coin, really. But again, we just see Collingwood just always seem to fall over the line, don't they, in these tight wins. And I think it's 10 or 11 when they've been behind at 3/4 time, isn't it, underneath Craig McRae, that Collingwood have come back and won those games.
11 now, which was
15.
It was a record at 10 for having that many in such a short period. So now he's 11 in 39 games in charge. So more than one every 4 games he coaches, they come from behind at three-quarter time.
So there must just be such strong belief and confidence in what they're about. And we spoke about it, Liz, and you brought it up about Craig McRae talking about their last game, how they weren't daring enough in the last quarter. You'd rather see them lose by 10 goals trying to win rather than play safe and not win at all. So, yeah, you've got to hand it to Collingwood. You love the way in which they go about it. Adelaide were terrific as well, and I certainly believe they're going to feature in finals. Adelaide, the way in which they've gone about it today, to come here, the MCG, in front of a big packed out, well, not packed out stadium, but geez, it was loud, wasn't it? I took the headphones off in the last 10 seconds of the game just to get an awareness of just how loud it was out there. You'd love being a Collingwood player at the moment, playing in front of their home fans week to week and playing in such high energy games.
Well, so Collingwood by 1 point in round 7.
Yep.
By 2 points in round 15. It lays the foundations beautifully. That Collingwood are just that side that are hard to kill, and Adelaide, for everything they're doing right, there's still a couple of lessons. I mean, the defensive work right at the end there of John Noble and Oleg Narkov, a couple of the lesser-known sort of players in this Collingwood defensive side, but they were able to have impacts in the most crucial moments. And Tex Walker with his 5, he kept them in it in the second half.
He certainly did. It's really easy to overplay that one of John Noble's. He's sprinting out there, can easily get sidestepped, but stayed true to the tackle and stayed on Ned McHenry. That not overplaying it and being solid in backing in your defence. And I mean, that's the key that's kept Collingwood in nearly every game, hasn't it? And
then he followed up with a big tackle on, I think it was Ben Keys, when we wanted Ben Keys to try and move it on forward. Ben decided to take the football, but it was Noble who just came flying in and made that big tackle, and the whole of that bottom Shane Warne stand was just standing and applauding the efforts. And that's what they come to expect, don't they, the Collingwood fans now, just because it's a habit at Collingwood to play that high pressure brand of football.
And that's the thing. You wonder what Nixie's message will be to his players today. It's like, I'm proud of you because you've gone out there and really had a crack. What's contested wise, they've actually nutted the Pies 138 to 135. They've out tackled them by 7. 7 is a huge number on a day that's not wet out here. It's almost like finals like atmosphere in terms of intensity.
I don't think they did anything wrong. I think they got their moments right. Adelaide, they lose by 2 points. So I thought their effort and their hands and their ability to play on instinct in that last quarter when the game was on the line, I thought was really, really strong. And they certainly didn't just go down by not being brave. I thought they were courageous with ball in hand. I thought they were really physical, especially after half-time.
What they'll rue is their missed opportunities. 11-14. They've had 8 more inside 50. So there's opportunities lost that they'll be disappointed in. But it's they've done a lot right. But how much does the coach come in and say, listen, boys, no honourable losses here. We're all about winning and making sure these things count. But it's a bitter pill to swallow when you work so hard for so long. But that's what the Pies do. They talk about it regularly. We play the 120 minutes. You got to play the full 120 to beat us. And it's a testament to that, don't it? They come out and perform every single week.
Collingwood by 2 points, 12-10-82 to Adelaide 11-14-80 after a 1 point result in round 7. That was at the Adelaide Oval, the way of Collingwood. It's a 2 point result here at the MCG in front of 65,930 fans. Let's join the Magpies as they make their way into the change rooms with Jess Webster.
Thanks, Clinchy. Pretty packed rooms in here at the moment. It was such a thrilling win by Collingwood. Yet to see the players come in the room at the moment. So taking their time out with the fans on the crowd. A great crowd in at the MCG tonight. 65,000, and they get to see the Pies get the job done once again as the players start to make their way into the rooms now, led by Darcy Moore and Maynard as well. The victorious Pies side back on top of the AFL ladder. 2 point winners over Adelaide Crows, who really made them earn it, but as this Collingwood side continues to do again and again and again, they win the close ones. Jeremy Howe walking past me with his little one. Great to see him back in Pies colours as well in his return game from that horrific arm injury. Love to see so many of the kids as well with their dads coming in and joining the circle. It's one of the things we love to see about footy here. Silent hush now in the rooms. They've gathered for the circle and we're about to hear the song. playing group down here, Clinchy. We hope to hear from Mason Cox shortly.
I'm sure Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy are looking forward to chatting to their favourite Texan when he joins us with a big final
we got the big
quarter
fella
with a couple of goals.
Oh, no. I'm keen to find out how the specs are after Shelby ripped them off his head and threw them on the deck.
And for those that have seen Peaky Blinders, a dead look-alike with Ben Keys. There's a couple of controversial moments which probably need to be debated. The Nick Dacos 50, first and foremost.
Oh, I think it was there and should be paid 100%. The thing that people will question is why wasn't it just whistle blown and paid forward? You know, that's the thing that is questionable.
Can you just take us through the sequence of events? So,
well, Nick Dacos gave off the handball, and Rory Sloane, as Nick was trying to run on, and Rory knows that he's not going to catch Nick Dacos, right? Yep. So he's thinking, well, I'm going to tackle him and try and bring him to ground. But therefore, if the player's trying to run on to get another handball receive and he gets retarded and he isn't allowed to run on, that's automatic 50 straight down the ground. So both Scott Pendlebury and Nick Dacos were saying, well, where's the 50? Where's the 50? Matty Stevic, the umpire, says, he waved his arm as if to say, well, you've got the mark.
Yep.
But then the 50 was greater. Yep. So therefore, Nick Dacos comes down, takes the 50, kicks the goal.
That's pretty smart that they knew the rule in that moment.
Well, as a handball receiver and a running player, you know that rule and you try and exploit it as much as you can.
So if it's not Matt Stevic, if it's another umpire, are they aware of that in the moment?
Well, they have to be aware of it. That's a rule. I
just think because it was one of the most senior umpires, when you make that point, you're right.
Potentially, yeah. No, but I think all umpires should know that, but it's whether or not they're just like, oh, well, you've got it. But it's
you've got the mark.
Yeah, I think it's the experience of the players to say, listen, that's greater. The 50's greater.
The 50
than
would have been further than the mark, yeah.
So therefore it should go.
It's like a flagrant foul. It's like,
it is, yeah.
But it is.
It's a huge penalty, and one Collingwood were awake to, and so what it means, instead of what my check was going to have it further out
from 45,
and he had it in the end from 20 out, dead in front,
which is
huge.
Smart, but certainly they were very aware of it, and rightly so pointed out. It's not whinging, it's not complaining, it's just pointing out the rules.
So Nick Dacos and Scott Pendlebury both went to Matt Stevic to make that point, and the 50-metre was paid. It was only moments before that Isaac Rankin had one which was agonisingly close on the goal line. We went to the video review of the arc to try and work out whether Braden Maynard got a touch to it, whether it was across the line as Noble's hand was getting there with Rankin's boot in close proximity. It was a line ball call, and in the end, it reverted back to the umpire's call.
Oh, it depends which side of the coin or side of the fence you sit on, isn't it? Whether it was definitely a goal if you're a Crow supporter versus definitely touch as a Pies. I couldn't tell you as a neutral.
No, it wasn't conclusive. I thought just watching. I thought it could have been off the boot and the hand at the same time, and you can't overturn the decision when it's on field, quarters behind.
Yep, it needs to be matter of fact. You can't. You can't be just going making it up because it felt right.
Yep. And unless we have cameras all up and down every goalpost, which we don't have that kind of technology.
No. Why not?
I don't think we want to spend the money on it.
And a bit like cricket at some stage, you have to back in the officials who are there to make the decision. And
exactly.
That's what it reverts back to, which will be tough for Adelaide fans. But in the end, unfortunately, it's another close loss to Collingwood. And it probably builds a nice little rivalry. The Crows are still inside the 8 for now. I suppose the question is, Lids, on the sides in which you've seen in the bottom half of the 8 at the moment. So you're looking at Adelaide in 8th position, the Western Bulldogs in 7th, the Bombers and the Saints both losers this weekend in 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
Where do you kind of see Adelaide in this 2023 season?
Well, just because of the way they do play, I see them in that top 8, but I'm nervous if I'm a Saints fan, a Bombers fan, because I think that they're the ones that are probably more susceptible to potentially dropping out, or even though I don't reckon the ladder changes too much, after a certain point in the year, and I think we're past that point. The Cats are still coming. They've got a lot of games at home. I think the Tigers are still there or thereabouts, and also the Dockers, I think, if they can play okay.
The Magpies are back on top of the AFL ladder, winners by 2 points. Let's head down to Jess Webster.
Thanks, Clinchy. Here with Mason Cox. Mason, that was a game that just continued to build and build and build to what ended up being a thrilling finish. What was it like from your point of view out there in the middle?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, Adelaide and us tend to put on a bit of a show every single time we play. But, it's good. It kind of tests out whether or not, we can handle that kind of pressure and, the circumstances of, having a close game, being able to shut it down. I think, in that fourth quarter, we'll be able to hold it in the middle, inside the midfield, and be able to kind of create stoppage to run down some of the clock was key.
And it's been hard for clubs to win after the bye, actually. It's a really anomaly, the stat going around at the moment. But you got the job done today. It was another close win as well. This is a side that just continues to rise to the next level to get the job done in these high-pressure moments in front of what was another really big crowd at the MCG again. Does this playing group just relish the challenge?
Yeah, we enjoy the challenge. I mean, like every single week, I think, given the fact that, you know, we're playing so well and we're at the top of the ladder, everyone's going to be hunting for us. So it's, you know, it's going to be a challenge every single week, no matter who we play on the ladder. And yeah, you can look at last year and the 11 wins in a row and how many of those were close. It's something we just have experience in now, and we're kind of confident in the way we kind of can go about it if it is a close game towards the end, and be able to run over teams in the fourth quarter.
How much are you enjoying your footy at Collingwood at the moment?
Yeah, it's good. It's good whenever you win. Like, I mean, it's always good. So, yeah, it's been amazing. Like, it's incredible what this team's been able to accomplish and continues to every single week. And it's just a great place to be. Like, everyone's enjoying it. It's a fun time. Everyone has smiles on their faces. And you can see the ups and downs and the all-arounds about football. And whenever you have good moments like this, you got to really relish in them.
Mason Cox with us on Grandstand AFL. Let's head upstairs to Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Mason, Mark Murphy here. Congratulations on your game today. I thought 2 goals in the last quarter from yourself was big time. What was the message from Craig McRae at three-quarter time? And Liz and I were talking about what he said after your last loss, about he'd rather go down by 10 goals having a crack. Was that brought up at three-quarter time today?
Oh, geez, you really tested me now with what the coach is saying at three-quarter time. I'm usually out in the back making sure everyone's in front of me. No, it was more just, continue our pressure, continue our contest, be able to get the ball forward. That was kind of the key throughout the game was, even if it doesn't look pretty, just being able to kick the ball forward and get it going our way. And Adelaide was doing that, getting out of center bounce pretty well, and we just had to kind of try to turn the tides and make it go into our forward half.
So Jordan Dawson, I saw a little bit of an interaction here just in front of us on the wing. I'd like to ask you what you actually said to him, because there was a little bit of a hand gesture saying, "Come at me."
I'll let you read between the lines. If I wasn't standing on the mic, I'd love to have a little scuffle. I don't mind one of those.
Well, it seems that, Mason, well done today. Brett Lidio here. You and Big Benny Keys, mate, are your specs okay? Everyone wants to know.
Yeah, was that him that ripped him off? I was a bit confused. I don't know if he'll get a fine this week or not. I'm not sure how that works out. But, it was a bit wild, as you do after you kick a goal. It's into getting people's faces. And I think I had the whole team hanging off me at one point. I'm not really too sure. It was coming from all different angles.
Mate, we love it. You've got 2 of your biggest fans up here in terms of the strut that you provide us with after your goals. I absolutely love that. But the 2 little boys, mate, the Dacos boys, mate, you must be super impressed knowing that you can just flip it off to those boys and they'll just work it out going forward. They just tend to create and make things happen for you guys.
It makes me look good, both of them, to be honest. It's incredible. Like, I remember sitting there before the game and Nick and Josh were having a kick towards goal, and I just looked over at Hayden Skipworth and I just said, they're freaks. They're absolute freaks, man. And just, the amount of talent they have and, how hard they work. And it's not something that's just, a lot of people think, it's just their dad played, so they've got it in their blood. But those 2 kids, they work harder than anyone else. So it's a credit to them. And, I think at one point Nick was saying he saw me with the bright orange boots. He knew it was mom with my clown shoes and said, just give it out to me. So he doesn't even look at me in the face anymore. He just looks at my shoes.
Mason, it's Corbin Middlemass. Congratulations on the win. We hear a lot about Collingwood and the take the steps mantra that you're rolling with this year, and the play the minutes, which we hear repeatedly from you. When you're 13 down at three-quarter time and you look around, take us inside that. What is it like inside the group when you trail another game, knowing that you've been able to get it done from that position so often in the past?
Yeah, I think Checkers and I just looked at each other and just smiled, just knowing we're going to probably give a little bit of a push here. And yeah, it's like I said before, it's just the confidence. I think, like, we've been in this situation so many times and we know exactly what to do and the game plan we're going to go forward with. And, we love our attacking football. Whenever we're down, we have to be able to play that. So it's, whenever that happens to us, I think it almost plays into our hand and the ability for us to get it forward and be able to kind of rush after that and then be able to get it again into the forward line.
So that's you guys, obviously, and what you can control. Do you get a feeling that the opposition knows it as well, what you're capable of?
I can't really speak on the opposition, but I think you would, given our track record, you probably maybe have a little bit of a chat about it at three-quarter time, knowing it's going to come. I think after halftime we knew that we're up by a decent little 20-something points, and we knew in three-quarter time in the third quarter they're going to come at us. So, those things do get said within the locker room or within the team whenever there's going to be a bit of a push. So, I don't know. I can't really tell you, so I can't speak for another team. But I think a lot of teams would know that we can play out a fourth quarter pretty well.
And Reece Stanley commented the other night, by the way, that he was obviously had an eye issue, and he said he tried a whole lot of things to get back, including the Mason Cox goggles. Did he give you a ring to try and test him out at one point?
He didn't. I was pissed. I was trying to get him into the goggle gang. No, it was interesting. I think his injury is a little bit different than mine. I'll have to shoot him a message this week, though, and just say, look, mate, if you want to get into this, there is a little bit of initiation, but we can make it work.
I can see a business venture down the path, Mason, for all people who need the goggles in the future. We spoke to Craig McRae a couple of weeks ago. You're 32 years of age. You ticked off 100 games a few weeks ago. Is this the best footy you played in your career?
I'm out of contract, so I hope it. No, it's been amazing, man. It's been, I think, just the way I've been able to play different roles somewhat. I'm not playing as much game time as I probably have in the past. I'm splitting a bit more ruck time, and obviously after the Brodie Grundy situation, DC and I have been able to take over that role. So, this year's been just a little bit different. And last year, obviously, after he was injured, but I think it just kind of plays a bit better into both of our game plans and game styles, and just to have that opportunity, to be able to play a little bit more ruck and get around the ball a bit more, you get that confidence and be able to feel like you're more into the game.
And there was a few nervous Collingwood fans seeing Jeremy Howe return. Took another trademark mark at one stage throughout the match. That was just good to see him flying across half-back once more.
Yeah, he's an incredible human being, and what he had to go through it was tough, to be honest. I remember visiting him in hospital, and he was the worst for wear, that's for sure. But it's like a lot of AFL players. It's incredible the resilience they go through whenever there is an injury, and a lot of people kind of forget about them whenever it comes to recovery. And we've got guys like Dan Massey, who's I think he had an infection or something in his finger, and he's got pushed back another few weeks. And it's those things that really take a toll on you mentally, but it's just so incredible, I guess, the resilience that some of these AFL players show.
Yeah, you still got Jordan De Goey and Steele Sidebottom to come back in. Now, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio don't mind a social media photo as well. Looked like you had a good time in Bali.
Yeah.
Just happy to promote you sitting by a pool.
A few big tangs, as you do. A few rattler big tanks. It's a good time. I've got to run because I'm getting pushed into this meeting, y'all. But Bali was awesome. Highly rate it. But I just sat around poolside and just got massages every single day and did a bit of workouts here and there. So it was a good time.
You're at Dinky Die Aussie now. Thanks, Mason. Congrats on the win.
What?
At Dinky Die Aussie.
We'll have to look that one up.
Hold on.
All the best, y'all.
Mason Cox joining us from the Collingwood Rooms, winners by 2 points. It's always entertaining. You never quite know where you're going to end up.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, y'all. I love that.
Yeah.
Such an American.
I love how you called off the interview too. I'm getting called. I'm done here.
Yeah.
I've given you enough of my time.
You guys can probably read between the lines what I was saying to Jordan Dawson as well.
I've just been looking at the ladder. So 9 rounds to go in the season. Interesting logjam all of a sudden between 5th and 11th. So between 5th and 11th, there's 7 teams. They're separated by a game and a half at the moment, so 6 premiership points. Interesting to note, out of those 7 sides, Geelong is the only one that don't play West Coast on the run home.
Yeah.
So every other
run, haven't they?
Every other team gets a crack at the Eagles, and I know it's so foreign to talk about them in these terms, but they are such an outlier in the competition. You look at a 15% boost for Sydney yesterday, 9% boost for Adelaide the last time they played them. The percentages between the lowest and the highest in that group is 97% to 115. So if all those teams are in and around each other at the end of the season, and it comes down to percentage, it's going to favour the 6 teams that are playing the Eagles as opposed to the one team that doesn't get the chance to.
Yeah, I think also the Cats have got a lot of games at home, though, which is a significant advantage for them. I think that's where they get their advantage over not playing the Eagles. But, yeah, you're right. I think it's a tricky little logjam, isn't it? And you've got to continue to win. I said I've dropped your Bombers in there, and they slipped up last night. I thought they were the better team, to be honest. Not during the game, but going into the game, I thought they were probably the more formed side. But the Dockers, as we spoke to Nat Fyfe earlier today, it's like, yeah, they're going to have some ups and downs, but they're competitive, and at their best, they're pretty good.
Went so well 5 of the 9 at Cardinia Park for the Cats.
5 of 9
in the run home. Yep. Just give me a yes or no on a couple of these for the Crows. They've got North Melbourne next week.
Yes.
Bombers the following week at Docklands.
Yes.
No.
50-50 there.
I think that's one of our games. I think that's a Sunday game.
Okay. The GWS Giants at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes. Yeah, they get that one done.
Melbourne at the MCG.
Oh, geez, I tell you what, the way they played out here today, I'd say yes.
Ooh. So that's got them to 4. The showdown against Port Adelaide in round 20.
Don't think so.
No.
Gold Coast Suns at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes.
Brisbane Lions round 22 at the Gabba.
No.
and the Swans and the West Coast Eagles in the last 2 rounds.
I think they can get both of those done.
So that would get them 7, which gets them to 14 wins, which in theory gets them in the 8.
But the showdown can go either way. So that could potentially be another win. But there's a couple in there that you're not.
There's not many givens other than West Coast. Hawthorn been playing some good footy lately. I know they don't have Hawthorn, but there's very few sides which are given wins.
But they're not going to play like that every single week, are they? They match up really well against the Pies. Can they come out and do that against the Ds? I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see. They got some winnable games, absolutely, and that's where Matty Nix will be saying, "Well, no honourable losses, boys. You got to start to believe.
We know we're good enough.
Yeah, you got to believe.
It's got to be the message."
They're certainly building in the right direction. It's just whether they're ready to take that leap in 2023. Collingwood winners by 2 points over Adelaide, 12-10-82 to the Crows, 11-14-80. The Crows take on North Melbourne next Saturday night at the Adelaide Oval, and the Magpies have got the Gold Coast Suns on Saturday. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year, Mark Murphy.
Yes, some great performances today across the board from both sides, but I thought very stiff, only to get one vote. It was Josh Dacos. I thought he was terrific. I thought he was just good all day, just patrolling that wing as he does. He kicked the first goal of the game. I thought 33. He was terrific. Had the 33 and just a really nice player to watch football in front of us at the moment. Jordan Dawson, I got my 2 votes.
You're kidding. He was so good.
I think if Adelaide win, he probably gets
3. He does.
I just thought he just led from the front all day. Had the 35 disposals, had the 11 contested possessions, 12 tackles, 5 clearances, had 9 score involvements. So big day from Jordan Dawson. But
we're not giving out the 3 today. We're just doing the 2.
I'm about to mention the 3 now.
Also, someone better on the ground than Jordan Dawson.
Well, the bloke who had 37 and had 8 clearances, 9 score involvements, kicked a goal.
And started on the bench.
Had 10 touches in the last. I know he's had 37, but
and a leash
staying on average. But Nick Dacos was best on ground today.
Yeah, his favourite player growing up was Mark Murphy, and here Mark Murphy is giving top votes to Nick Dacos. Just beautiful symmetry and the way the world comes together.
I feel like I inspired some of his play.
That's what I saw out there today.
His handball receives 100%.
Younger Mark,
calling for free kicks 100%
too. Younger Mark Murphy. It's interesting too in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So he goes back within 1 of the leader. So he's on 19 for the year, 19 votes in a 3-2-1 system after 15 rounds or 14 games. 1 behind Zach Butters, who's the leader.
Oh, your boy. You know how we talk about it, he got tagged, hey? We didn't get tagged. He had someone who minded him a little bit.
Had some awareness of him.
Well, you wouldn't say so, actually.
Yeah, some.
They shook hands at the start. But you'd wonder how he'd go if he got a full hard lockdown like the old school days.
Like Cameron Ling style.
Ryan Crowley.
Yeah. Stevie Baker.
Oh, gee, yeah.
He would have got bashed.
Well, that's what Stevie Baker said on the news. He said, mate, if it was me, I'd just be clipping him all day. He said, good luck. You're not going to run away from me. I'm just going to...
He wouldn't play much footy in 2023.
Well, he's come back for 1 game against the Pies. That's it, Stevie. Yeah. But it's a different challenge. But you don't see... There's no real hard lockdowns. Matty De Boer was probably the last for the Giants that did it. And who else is a real shutdown? Teams, you're giving up such a spot on the ground and an extra player.
Yeah, Ryan Clark.
I was going to say him, yeah. Sydney tend to wheel him out when they've got a key matchup.
It's a different kind of role,
It didn't work, though. Yeah. So, it has to be someone who's willing to go with him everywhere and just shut him out of the game. Because he's not a contested beast. He reads it by being on the move and then getting a handball received.
Still had the 14 contested possessions, though.
Yep. Yeah, I know, but he's not...
I know
not Josh Kennedy, wrestle you off him, Ben Cunnington... untaggable sort of player where it's like, well, he's going to get it inside anyway. Paddy Cripps.
And the lad from Hawthorn, Finn McGuinness, he tags a bit now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's out of the side though, so he's tagged his way out of it.
Yeah. It was almost 10 years ago. It was like every team would have a noticeable tagger. You just knew that they were going to go to the opposition best mid.
And footy, let's be honest, no disrespect to all those guys who are great players and they're good exponents of it, but footy's not any poorer for not having it, is it?
No one
I'm
pays
not
a ticket to come and watch a tagger shut out one of the better players in the opposition, do they?
Yeah.
Boring.
Collingwood winners by 2 points at the MCG over the Adelaide Crows. We're heading to the Gold Coast Suns taking on Hawthorn. There's no late changes there, so the Suns would be desperate to try and bounce back after a pretty disappointing afternoon last week in which 3 of the 4 of us got to see firsthand last week, and Stuart Dew would be keen to show back at home what his charges can offer, and the Hawks have been one of the sides who look like they've turned the corner, so Rory Atkins and Sam Butler are the subs this afternoon.
Yeah.
Thought or two as to how that might transpire?
I think I've picked the Suns, I think. I wanted a bit of a bounce back, and I expect them to bounce back after last week's. Other than that second quarter, they weren't too bad. But yeah,
they were just very bad in the second quarter. But
putrid. But the Hawks they're building towards something. Their young list is starting to really show some stuff. They're going to miss James Sicily, no doubt. He's a key for them down back. He marks it and turns it back around for them more often than not. So they'll miss him. But I've got the Suns just winning a close one.
Yeah, I've got the Suns as well. I think Sicily's a huge out for Hawthorn because it just shuffles the whole deck, doesn't it? And he not only just dominates by the way in which he gets the ball and reads intercepts in the air and on ground, he supports and directs his teammates around him. So it's a big loss and a big hole to try and fill.
It'll be a good midfield battle because if Hawthorn can get on top in the midfield, Mitch Lewis, Kaczynski, some of their forwards will be able to prove a bit of a challenge for the Gold Coast Suns defenders. But I just can't see Matt Rowell, Noah Anderson
putting up two.
They all had their flags lowered last week, so you expect a big response for them. And Stuart Dew would feel like he's having the same conversation on a yearly basis. He's coaching for his career because they want to feature in finals for the first time. So an interesting game to come in which Quentin Hull will head up a commentary team with Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis, Matthew Primers and Jess Stewart on the boundary. We've got a cricket podcast coming up ahead of the second test between Australia and England in the men. Of course, the women are in action tonight, day 4.
Yeah, it's available tomorrow afternoon in the podcast store. So the Grandstand Cricket Podcast with Ed Cowan. I was a little surprised we did have one as well, but it is on tomorrow, I'm reliably told. So that'll be on, and then Corbin and Ben.
Do you reckon the next pitch is going to have a bit more life in it?
I think so. I think the more diabolical the wicket, the more it brings the two teams even. So I think if they play on another flatty, same thing will happen again.
And just out of interest, Channel 9 have their docu-series on Shane Warne. Will that be reviewed in the Grandstand Cricket Podcast?
I don't think so. I don't think Ed Cowan will be up watching that.
Would you watch it, Murph?
I've seen a little bit of the clips during the last Ashes test.
Did they pick the best acting bits to put in there?
Well, look, if they did, it'd be interesting watch, to say the least.
Will you be watching it?
I won't be tuning in, no.
I am a bit more interested in having worked closely with Ian Chappell. Ian Chappell and Ian Botham sitting down and having a chat about how they've ended up where they are, where they don't particularly like each other. So that might be one I'll watch a bit later on in the week. I think that's just before the second test gets underway. So no shortage of sporting action with Wimbledon not too far away, Tour de France not too far away, women's Ashes, men's Ashes. There's not going to be much sleep.
Murph's on Corbin and Ben tomorrow as well. Should be huge.
Mondays with Murph.
Yes, looking forward to it. So we'll be able to chop up a whole lot of different stuff that happens in footy between now and tomorrow.
Look forward to it.
We're looking for the news cycle just to pick up a bit, aren't we, in the footy landscape? Feels like all we've been talking about is dangerous tackles and MROs and boring stuff for weeks and weeks. Hopefully now with every team back playing, we can actually get a bit of momentum into the finals.
We just need to have the bye. Everyone has a bye in the middle of the year.
I agree.
I don't think we need 4 weeks.
Season's too long.
Loses so much momentum this period, I reckon, every year. But at least we got a good one today to review.
Yeah.
We certainly did. Our time is up. Thank you, Murph. Thank you, Lids. Look forward to hearing you on Corbin and Ben, 5 o'clock Australian Eastern. We're heading to the Gold Coast as they take on the Hawks with Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis and Matthew Primers to close out the weekend's footy, round 15 of the AFL. Thanks so much for your company at the MCG. Collingwood winners by 2 points, 12-10-82 to the Crows, 11-14-80.